Yo, okay. Bro. I come in here. I see this guy. I feel like you fake these giveaways. You never announce the winners. I announce the winners every time. See, look. Checkmate Central. What is his name? Let's... Here. This is my... Ooh. This is just my channel page. Yeah, whatever. This is just my channel page. So I have one giveaway that goes every month. It ends, the prizes get sent on the 25th every time. I know this because that's when Plarium sends them. I start it usually on the first Sunday of each month, but the last 2 times I've decided to start it the first day of each month. The giveaway that's going on right now is currently still going. Opera, yeah. Oh, I gotta wait for this damn thing to load, though. I don't know why it's being a pain in the ass. So, 7 days... What's today? 16th? No, 12th. I was looking at the time. So, it should have been like 2 weeks ago, a little over 2 weeks ago. What is when I should have announced the winners from last month. Yep, YouTube won't let me post images. Here's the IDs of all the winners, though. That was from last month. Usually I post an image. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not there. And then... should have been like more like 5... No, probably closer to 6 weeks ago. Should have been the one before that. That was members on the post. You don't get to see that. A month, a little over a month. Somewhere between 1 and 2 months. It's the last. I have a lot of posts on just random stuff, mostly Crate Rush events. Where is it? 1 month. I don't know. I think there might have been 1 or 2. 1 or 2 times out of the entire, like, 3 years of hosting these monthly giveaways. Here it is from 1 month ago, meaning that this was from not last month, but the month before that. Yeah. Am I mad or just annoyed? Well, I'm not necessarily... I'm not angry, but I do think that you're talking out your ass, and I almost did ban you. I almost did ban you. But let it be known, I have never rigged them. I never plan to rig them. I have no reason to rig them. People always get their prizes. I always announce the winners, even though every time I announce the winners, I get like a flood of angry people who unsubscribe every time they see it and they see that they didn't win. I got a bunch of people who unsubscribe. It's technically not even in my best interest to post the winners. Just let it be what it is, but I do it anyway because people want to know. The winners get notified. The winners get I mean, they get their Acoins in their inbox, right? But and I get a DM from Plarium every time whenever they send the prizes. So it gets sent. It gets sent. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not there. Just ignore them. Nah, well, it's not the first time I've seen people say that they haven't seen the giveaway results. And it's like, I guess the thing that I would have to say about that is like, where do you expect me to put it? Like, where would I put it outside of making a community post? Like, I make a post. What else do you expect me to do? Like, I'm not gonna make a video about it, obviously, because that's really lame. Like, nobody cares that much. Like, if you get it, then you get it. I feel like most people don't actually care that much. Here to ruin another stream? Well, I'll ban you without even the smallest hesitation. You got banned last time for spamming? Well, you didn't get banned, you just got timed out. Yeah, that just means that you can't, like, you can't post, or you can't, like, chat or comment or whatever for a little while. No, if I ban you, then that means for the rest of time, never ever in your life are you ever going to be able to leave a comment or chat on my channel. I don't unban people. If I ban you, then you're gone. Anyway, let's start out with this just because that's what usually happens, but then after that, we'll get into this right here. Just a lot of attacker-based things. And I'll invite people who still need to do theirs. Yeah. You hope you win this one? I mean, the chances are low. The chances are low. It's unfortunate, but I think I have some of the worst odds in terms of winning, because I get a lot of people who enter. I think I get more people than anyone else in terms of entries, and more entries technically just means it's less likely to win, which is why you shouldn't just enter mine. You should try to enter like as many as you can if you want the best chances. You know I'm not getting VOLTI. Don't try to get it. Well, why would I save the tokens? It's just 150 A coins if I save them. That's literally nothing. Like, 150 A coins is kind of worthless in this economy. Tammy, hello. Or Tenme. How are you? Sure, welcome. October giveaway completed. No, and it ends on the 21st. Same as it did last time. I don't know why people think these things last like 2 days. Okay, now it's at least even. We have some time. He's just gonna keep doing that over and over. I was close, I was close. You know, his dome might go down right at the end of this. Got him. Freaking nerd. Bro, I knew it. I knew it. Get out of here, bro. I knew if I stood in the open, he would not help. He couldn't help but shoot me. He couldn't kill me. He didn't have enough time. But he was gonna try. Like, there's no chance. Okay. Hi. See that guy. He's not gonna be able to jump on the... No, he's gonna jump on the Eclipse. My guy, if you weren't blocking all of my shots with your ankles, we wouldn't be in this mess. I'll just do this. Yeah. As long as you walk backwards, he teleports in front of you. You gotta have something like at least moderately fast, though. Like, I think my Orion can do it, but like my Zephyr, for example, can't because it's too slow. What do you mean economy? I mean like the game economy, but also I was just kind of making a joke. But it is true though, like 158 coins ain't worth nothing, bro. Mini Concordia, bro. Oh, he's actually copy pasting it individually. You see the little slash thing? Man. Yeah, deadass, I didn't think anyone was that stupid to copy paste it, make new accounts and copy paste it individually every time. I thought you were like at least moderately intelligent and you set up a bot to do it, but I guess not. Ethan, hello. Everybody just SP dropping nowadays. A lot of people are, yeah. A lot of people making excuses for it too. Trying to justify it one way or another. Oh, but I have to because X, Y, Z. Whatever, bro. Do customs? Nah, probably not. It's hard to aim with Stormrack when Phase Cloak is active. I disagree with that. What do you mean? Like, if you're the one using the Eclipse, it shouldn't make a difference. If the enemy is using Eclipse, I mean, it also shouldn't really make a difference. You should be using the minimal aim assist, like minimal targeting system, and not. Yeah. You walk backwards and then you stasis him so he can't turn around. And then you just shoot him. You got shield pierce as well, so it only takes like 3 shots maximum. It's freaking easy, bro. Bye-bye. Started making content on my Mech a few weeks ago. Hold on. I gotta spawn my next Mech. Would like to know if you have any tips or tricks, suggestions, or whatever. I mean, I haven't seen any of your videos, so I wouldn't know what you need. Did they both quit? Haha, so lame, bro. Imagine. Oh, no, no. He didn't quit, he didn't quit. My bad, G. Shouldn't have accused him of that. He was just chilling. The other guy did, though. Hi. Bruh. That was pretty dumb on my part. I should have waited. Onion, dude. Railgun Orion is absurd. And anybody who says that it's like it's too hard to try to use Railgun, it's worth learning. Practice, figure it out. Like, it's make it work. That's all I'm gonna say. It's 100% worth it, dude. It's insane how effective it is. And what does he have? A Normad. Yeah, I figure if I could just... Hi. I figured if I could just bait the other Zephyr ability with the Nomad, then that was good enough. I don't know if those Perk Torrents could have realistically killed me anyway. Not in the 3-second time frame that he had, but... You got 4 Berserker tokens. Should you save it? The Berserker tokens get compensated with credits, but you could spin it and potentially get acorns, so I would just spin it. Like, there's... I know that even though I'm gonna say this, people are going to ask me every time anyway, so it's not gonna make a legitimate difference in terms of who asks what. But I think a good rule of thumb is to just spin it usually. Like, you can just spin it. Almost every time it's fine. Because even if it does compensate you with acorns, like let's say these VOLTI tokens, 30 acorns per token is like the absolute most I've ever seen, I think. And you get 5 tokens. That's only 150 acorns. It's not even that much, so you're not missing out on a whole lot. So long as the main thing is like half decent. Usually it's worth trying, because like, why not? And yeah, the only time that Spy didn't spawn in, that's interesting. The only time that it probably wouldn't be the case is if you get a lot of tokens. Like, 1 or 2, or even like 5 is like not... It's not going to make a difference, is essentially what I'm saying. Would Mech Arena be better if they added Titans? They're not going to add Titans. They've already explained why. The maps aren't built for them. Like, let's say this map, for example. I walk up this ramp and I'm like, you know, kind of getting close to the top wall. If they make a mech that's bigger than that, it just straight up wouldn't fit. I'm probably dead. Yeah. No surprise there. It's fine. I didn't intend to choose the Aegis. I was just reading chat. Berserker event says credits and acorns. Does it? I might be remembering wrong. I'll go check after this. Hi. Yeah, he just walks up and smacks him in the face. Such skill involved, very much. Oh, yeah, yeah. With Deathwalker, is that what you mean? And Revoker. Yeah, Revoker, my favorite weapon. Fragment Zephyr. Can we expect legendary price drop in the next 6 months? Can you? Sure. Should you? I don't know. Wow, nice. Yeah, nice reaction speed surge. 3 seconds after he's dead, the surge is like, wait, there's a guy over here? Wait, dash. Have I ever played War Robots? That was the first game I played. Not like the first ever, but that is what I played before I played Mech Arena. Let's see. Yeah, it does say credits and acorns. That's my bad. Might be thinking of the... Which one was I thinking of? There was one that was just credits, I thought. All of these are credits and acorns. I don't know what the compensation on the Berserker 16 one is. Or maybe I do, but I forget what it is. I think I mentioned it. Maybe it was like 10... It's certainly not going to be more than 30 per token. It's like maybe 10 to 20, I think. I don't remember if I made a post, but I think maybe on the post that I made about it, this was... Because this event's been going on for like a couple... Like, I think it ran for like 2 weeks. I made a post about it a while back, and under one of those comments, I may or may not have replied with the amount of acorns that it gives. So if you really, really want to know, then you could go check that, but I don't think it's going to be a big deal. You have the chance of getting those, right? and a relatively even chance as well, right? So it's like it's a total of like 15, a little over 15% chance of spinning decent acorns, rather than if you're to save it, you would get some guaranteed, but probably potentially less, potentially more. That's the thing, right? It's like, it's kind of just up to you. Any of those types of things, it is a gamble. You could win more, you could win less. Oh, yeah, 2,000 credits. I bought Stalker. I'm just slowly upgrading it. I'll probably rank it up at some point. I want to use rank 4 Stalker. People have been saying that it's really good. I think a lot of people, though, a lot of mechs do better. Well, I mean, obviously, but I mean, like, significantly better. Something like Orion. If you have mods, like at this stage of the game, if you have access to mods at rank 3, mods on Orion, honestly, is not very much different from my Orion, which doesn't have any mods. Like, I can't put any mods on it. It's not that big of a difference because you just, like, because of the way that you play it, right? It's a very passive type thing. Obviously, mods help, but I don't think it makes a huge difference. Something like Guardian and Stalker, I think it makes a huge difference, though. And so when people say that those mechs are good, I have to assume that what they mean is that they have mods on it. Because usually that's the case. It's almost exclusively the case for Guardian. What was that? Quantum? Your Hanger Showdown's not working? Well, I'm not really sure if I can do anything about that. Detonators. Which is a Normad. I freaking missed that second shot. You make commentary vids like BMP and Red? You just recorded with BMP yesterday? I mean, that's cool, but, like, I'm not sure what you want me to say about that. I can't, again, I have not seen your videos. I can't give you advice. If you made a video... It's just dead. I don't know why he stood there. He didn't have a chance. If you made a video on a topic that, like, I thought was worth, like, reacting to, then, you know, at that point, yeah, I'd probably watch it, and then afterward, I could let you know what I think about it. But otherwise, yeah, I don't really watch Mech Arena content, I'm not gonna lie. Nice job, buddy. We're dead. We're 100% cooked. No! Oh, damn it. It's hard to tell, because I feel like, this guy's not very... It's people like that that make other people think that Surge takes skill. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say about that. VOLTI is average, you think? I agree with you. $20 per token means 80 for you, and 150 from VOLTI means 240, which is good. Yeah, it's all about personal perception. Right? Myself, personally, I would have taken the gamble at a slightly higher amount. Because I'm gambling 80 acorns, which is like a very incredibly small amount. I'm gambling 80 acorns, potentially getting like maybe 200 or more. Or potentially getting nothing. But I think it's worth the gamble. But that's just me, right? I'm not saying that everybody should do that. I'm saying you should understand what it is that you're risking. I'm like I said, almost all of my... I've said many times, multiple times. Almost all of my advice is literally just cost-benefit analysis. What are you potentially getting, and what do you have to get? What do you have to spend in order to get it? I should have backtracked sooner. Not bad. Hanger showdown trick, please? What do you mean? You ask at every stream and you say you spent your tickets. No. That's actually verifiably not true. I almost never say anything about Hanger Showdown during streams. People don't usually ask. So already you're coming out and straight up lying to me for the sake of probably trying to trick me into doing or saying whatever it is that you want me to do or say. But I know that that's not true. So whatever it is you want, just say it. That's nice. Outlaw's better than VOLTI? For some people, yeah. For some people. Wouldn't necessarily say for everybody, though. Is railgun still the strongest weapon? No. It hasn't been the strongest weapon in a long time. It's the best weapon for Orion. But that's different. Might kill him. And you're dead. In which you can see your opponent's mech when you choose that. Oh, you have to, like, yeah. See if I, like, get to this spot. You get to a spot where you can see what they're spawning. But they're spawning behind these pillars, so I'd have to, like, be back here or something. No, that's not a bad thing. Yeah. It's a decent it's a decent little trick. But you don't ask every stream, and I don't reply every stream. Or at least, you know, if you do ask, I definitely don't reply every stream anyway. Because I've only seen that like one other time. I've only seen anyone. It probably was you that mentioned it, but I've never seen that like one other time. Do you think War Robots is better than Mech Arena? If I did think that, I'd be playing War Robots instead of Mech Arena. How good is Redeemer late game? It's okay. It's okay. A Redeemer is kind of, in my opinion, only good if you max it out. Which is why I really like it in Hanger Showdown, because obviously you get to use a maxed Redeemer, but you don't have to spend for the upgrades. So I bought Redeemer, and I'm perfectly happy to use it in this Hanger Showdown thing. And I think it works great. But I would never use it in one of these, in my normal hangers. I wouldn't, because it's just not very useful. It's only really good when you max it out. Or about too complicated, graphics are darkened, whatever. I kind of like the graphics on War Robots, I ain't gonna lie. But it has a lot more lag. It has a lot more pay to win. I mean, there's a lot of problems. But yeah, it is fairly complicated as well. You replied, but you already spent your tickets and you won't spend Acoins. Maybe one time. But saying that you said that every stream when you maybe said that one time. Because, I mean, like, I have a working memory. Like, it's not like I'm stupid. And I know if I have or have not heard and or seen or and responded to that question on multiple occasions. And maybe I have once. Maybe I've acknowledged it like twice. I seem to recall maybe one time, but you know, maybe it was 2 times. Saying every stream is definitely not true. Bit of an exaggeration there. Do you have the sub notification? I do not. I do not. I don't have any notification because, well, for OBS, I don't really know how to set it up. I'm not gonna lie. For Streamlabs, it was easier. I could just set up notification like in stream like alert things for when people donate, when they become members, all that stuff, right? Like I could set up an alert for whatever I want. But for OBS, which is what I'm using now, which seems to work better than Streamlabs was really buggy. It was causing me a lot of problems. And so it's been nice to use OBS. I'm going to use the Howlers on Aegis, because I'm also going to change the pilots here. But yeah, I would like to set those back up, but yeah, I don't really know how to do that. Figure it out at some point, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna swap these pilots so that my Revokers are gonna lose a small amount of damage, but I don't need any. But like, I was only using 2 implant slots anyway, so this allows me to use all 3 implants on Howler, and also get a little bit of damage boost from it, from the better pilot. Whereas the Revoker stays the same in terms of implants, and it gets a small damage nerf, but it's like not really much. I doubt it's going to be noticeable. There's also HP, I think, yeah. Which could be a problem. I doubt it's going to be a problem, though. Do you think Revoker would be good on Orion? No, absolutely not. Some tips for saving A-coins for free-to-play players? Just save them. Like, don't spend them. Like, if you see one of these events and your first question is, should I spin it? Then you're already off on the wrong foot. Like, if you see the VOLTI event and you're like, should I spend A-coins to spin the VOLTI and try my luck? You're already on the wrong foot there. It's the wrong mentality. You're thinking of where you can spend your A-coins, but you're not thinking of where you shouldn't spend your A-coins. You're just, yeah. Because like, look at this. I've probably had like at least 3 people ask me, what am I saving up for? Just this stream, which is like 30 minutes long. I don't even have that many A-coins. This isn't enough to buy much of anything. But people already are like, wait, how do you have that many A-coins saved up? As if the moment I get 600, I should be immediately buying another epic implant because I can afford it. And that's what a lot of people would do. And that's how you end up with no A-coins all the time. Is it worth saving for a Deathwalker event crate? I mean, it could be. I don't know how long it would take, though. You have to save like 12,000 A-coins, though. I'm pretty sure 12,000 is usually what it ends up costing. For like the rank 5 ones. Do you think Podgun would be good on Orion? Yeah. But Railgun's better. So if you have Railgun, or if you don't, I recommend people get Railgun for their Orion. If they're around my SP. You know, if they're a lot higher, then, you know, buying Railgun 12 is probably not going to really be worth it. So at that point, sure, you know, you can replace it. I don't care. But yeah, both of them work well. Let me see. I need I might also use Guardian, because I need to use attackers. Oh, no, that's right, I have VOLTI. Well, I could use VOLTI. Super OP. I might replace my Lancer, because I'm not gonna lie, my Lancer doesn't do a whole lot. Yeah, I said I have VOLTI, I have Silverthorn is what I have. Like, it just now occurred to me that I think I said VOLTI when I meant Silverthorn. Whatever. You know what I mean. I'm gonna go Viper. Stop. Maybe I should go with Podgun, actually. Podgun's probably the better weapon. Because Silverthorn, as a mech, the ability's not very good, so it doesn't really make sense to try to make them... Like, pairing weapons to fit the ability is a good idea generally, but if the ability's kind of trash, then you probably shouldn't care that much. You gambled, got 200 from last Berserker token? Hell yeah, brother. That's what I'm saying. But I'm not, and that's, like, that's the potential benefit of spinning them. And that's why I personally would have spun it, if I had it. However, you know, for anybody else, like, you gotta keep in mind, there is a chance that you get nothing. There's a chance that you get nothing good, so... You know, it's a gamble. There's no... You can choose a small amount of guaranteed A-coins, or you can choose a potentially larger amount and kind of gamble it. So that's, yeah, that's the risk you take. Platinum. Just invite random people right now. Gina, hello. Did you get Silverthorn from some crate? Right? Yeah, that was the one Silverthorn free token. I made a short. I got it for I got the one free token, and I got the Silverthorn with that one free token. It was crazy. It was like a 2% drop rate, I think. Do you think pilots are getting a reduction of price? No. If they were, they would have reduced the price along with everything else. How many crates do you need to open to get 400,000 credits? You get roughly 450, I think, ish, like 450-ish credits per silver crate. So you'd need about 1,000 silver crates. We love gambling, yes we do. Good business plan, I agree. Are you raiding hangars? Not right now, but I probably will be later. Sure, we can start with this. You got VOLTI and 5th spin from free token. Nice. Even if you didn't get anything, like, or if you didn't get the Mech, like, you can still get fortune keys, and fortune keys are relatively, those are usually decent, so it's still okay. Oh wow, I got him on accident. Hi. Oh, he's back. Welcome back to the land of the living. Okay. I'm very fragile. I don't really want to be down here. Uh-oh. What was that? Excuse me. Cool. You got VOLTI in your first spin, but it's kind of bad. Yeah, I mean, it's not the best, obviously. It's pretty good at lower SP. You might need to rank it up, like, one time to make it, like, super great, but even still, free Mech. Like, it doesn't, whatever it is that you get, like, it doesn't have to be your best thing. So long as it's better than the worst mech in your hangar, you still end up benefiting from it, right? It's like, if it's like Silverthorn, like, I never end up really using this pretty much ever. Because it's, like, all of my other stuff is kind of better. I'm not gonna lie. So the Silverthorn's kind of a waste. But, like, if you got it, right, for you... If a Silverthorn would be better than the worst mech in your hangar, then you could just replace the worst mech in your hangar with the Silverthorn, and you end up, you know, having a better hangar overall. Hi. Yeah. Wow, he died quickly. Usually the Areses that I see are like rank 4, rank 5. His might have only been rank 3, I'm not gonna lie. Low rank Silverthorn as well is also decent, because the thing that I noticed is that the max stack bonus of damage is 60,000 at max, but it's also 60,000 at all the other ranks as well. So like 60,000 damage at this SP is pretty decent. 60,000 damage at max SP is really not, and that's, I think, kind of the difference there. Even still, Silverthorn's not great. You're collecting credits for Revoker 10 or Stormrack 10. You should get both of them. Whichever one you get first should just be whichever one you think you need more. You know? Like, let's say you're using double Stormrack 6s on one mech and you're using double Revoker 6s on another mech. Which one do you think could use a damage boost? That's essentially what it is, right? Because you're going from 12 energy of weapon 12 energy of some weapon combo to then 16 energy of that same weapon combo. So it's essentially like a 30-ish% damage, 30% damage buff to your whatever build that you're using. So like for myself, I was using Stormracks on Lancer, Revokers on Zephyr. Double Revoker 6s worked perfectly fine. I did not need the 10, so I just kept using double Revoker 6s. Revoker 10 is obviously nice, and it helps, but it's, again, at the end of the day, it is basically just a 30% damage buff. Whereas the Stormracks, I prioritize the Stormracks because I think that guaranteeing that you get a kill is more important with as few shots as possible with Stormrack, because if you don't kill them in one salvo, then you have to wait like 11 seconds to be able to fire again. Whereas Revoker, if it takes one extra shot, then it takes like half a second extra time. It doesn't matter that much. For Stormrack, it's a really, really big deal if you don't kill them immediately. For Revoker, not so much. Stormrack VOLTI? That's not a good idea. I wouldn't do that. I'd use something guided. Any idea what new weapons would look like that take over the Revoker meta? Well, anything that takes over the Revoker meta is probably going to be like extremely high DPS, lots of projectiles, probably an assault weapon, possibly heavy duty. Because in order to be better than Revoker, you have to have some kind of benefit over Revoker, and my guess is that anything with reasonably good range, along with extremely high DPS, could potentially take over the meta. It's like if it was going to be anything, that's what I would expect. You haven't touched Mech in 3 days, so what's happening? Nothing, really. VOLTI's kind of a copy of Redux when you look at the ability. No, the thing with VOLTI is that it can deal damage through walls. It is that out of every single mech and every single weapon, there is absolutely none of them except for Gate Crasher can deal damage behind to enemies that are behind cover. Like, certain guided weapons you can curve to an extent, and maybe you could get some people who are behind cover, but I'm talking people who are, like, fully inside cover. VOLTI's the only thing that can do that, which is why you shouldn't use it like you would any other random attacker mech. You should use it specifically to its ability strengths, which is specs. Why do I feel like he's going to take a crap load of pods, then I'm going to get killed as a result? Ow. Brr. I do love killshot users who think they're cool. I see you, pal. Yo, what in the world HP is that? Okay, I mean, I did kill him. The repeaters. Double 10s, rank 6. Might be tanking, not sure. Poke, 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 poke. Poke, poke, poke. I mean, we definitely lose. It's just a matter of how many kills can I get before that happens. What? Oh, yeah, fair enough. Helix Rex. Parasite. Howler looks very fun to use. It is pretty fun. I like it. But yeah, the damage output's just not really enough. You can't really use it like you would use Revoker, right? It doesn't have the same damage output. It has 4 shots and then you have to reload. And the reload's not exactly short. Damn. Interesting. I don't know. I'm gonna play solo. Every time I go in with a squad of like any more than 1 person, somehow everybody folds in 20 seconds. I don't know how they manage, but whatever. Start with this. How to join free-to-play clan? Just if there's space, then you just join. That's it. There's no requirements. Railgun Orion better than Stormwreck Orion at this SP, yeah. Definitely. Because you can get multiple kills a lot quicker. Legendary Berserker damage implant. Well, if you don't use Berserker, then, you know, free implant parts. A useless legendary implant is actually really nice. Because those will scrap for quite a lot. Uh-oh. There's a... I think it's a Surge with Overdriver. Well, that's not good. You might be cooked, buddy. Yeah, he's definitely cooked. Did I kill him? Wow. Silverthorn's pretty terrible. Yo, are you kidding? I missed like 3 of those shots. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm just gonna focus on this guy. It's okay, we have beacon advantage at the moment. Man, those Redeemer bots, I feel like they pretty consistently survive 1 shot. But only barely. Just kind of annoying. Yeah, he's dead. I might go further up. That guy's just chilling with like a Javelin 8. It's almost a Javelin 6, but no, I'm pretty sure it's Javelin 8. And he's been chilling with that for kind of the entire match. Yeah, you see that he shoots 1 time. But, you know, the thing with that... That just means that he's gonna be useless for the largest extent of time, and we'll eventually kill him. Yeah, what an idiot. Of course it's a kill shot, bro. Every time, dude. Every time, dude. You see a degenerate in the back, it's probably a kill shot. This is why I say mean things about kill shots. Because they deserve it. Good thing he doesn't know how to curve his... Oh! I said that, and then I turn around and I see the other guy 2 inches behind me. Absolutely covered in booger bombs. But yeah, you see what's going on now? You see what's going on now? In that video that I made, which was like talking about people who were too aggro. In that video, I also talked about people who what they think being passive means. What they think that means is that you should be in a Javelin rack, Helix rack, guided build in the back the entire time, raking in kills. You will get an MVP. What did I say? I say you get an MVP, you'll only get like 6 kills. You'll get the top MVP, but you're not actually going to contribute to the match. 6 kills is pathetic. He didn't... He got 6 kills as an MVP, and he's going to think that he did well. And that's the problem with this. Probably the saddest part about that entire thing is that he now thinks that he did well, and he's not going to change the way that he plays. Because he got the top MVP. Well, his 1 mech got 6 kills. Him as a player basically contributed nothing more than that 1 mech to the battle. Whereas everybody else got way more. Everybody else did way more stuff. Once his guided build died, he survived the entire match up until the point where all of his team was dead. And then it's just a matter of us beating the crap out of him, out of every single one of his mechs, over and over and over again, until we win. And that's why you don't go with guided battle. Like, I think Javelin Rack and Helix Rack have almost no place in your hangar at this SP. I would not use them. I do not use them, and I would not recommend other people to use them. They can do okay, but you'll survive way too long with it. So unless you're attentive enough to where you know when to just like fully scrap your mech and spawn in with something else that's actually going to be able to grab beacons or whatever, then I wouldn't use it. Almost nobody has that kind of foresight. Almost everybody thinks exclusively in terms of how can I get the most number of kills with this one mech, even though that one mech doesn't actually matter in the grand scheme of things. He could have gotten 12 kills with that one mech, it wouldn't have mattered. Because at the end of the day, he didn't lose by kills, he lost by beacons. Or he would have lost by beacons. Howler worth it? No, I made a video. Do you know how many Acorns the Berserker event's gonna give? I have no idea, no. I think it's like maybe 20 per token. You were trying to use a code for Guardian, but it didn't work. Should you buy it with Acorns? Yeah, I just buy a Guardian with Acorns. Support is only when you have a teammate, or you can guarantee 12 plus kills. I like you. Okay, like I disagree with you, but I like your use of the term support rather than passive. This is a passive build. This is not a support build. This is a passive build in the sense that I'm not going to be aggressive, but I can stack up stupid amounts of kills with it. A support build is the type of thing that he was using with Javelin Racks, which is the sort of thing that will last a very long time, but he will not get very many kills with it. And he has exactly 0 pushing power if he needs it. When push comes to shove, he folds instantly. And I think that's a good distinction. I like that term of the I like that use of the term support rather than passive, because I think there's a distinction there. That Javelin Rack is essentially a support build. It's not the main thing, and it should be backed up by somebody who's making good use of that support. There's a place for it, but almost nobody uses it correctly, and that's why I think most people shouldn't bother. And you know, like, I could probably make a video about it as well, but I think most people are a little bit too much in their heads about kills, the number of kills that they're getting. So they're like, well, no, I can get lots of kills with my Javelin Rack kill shot, so I think I'm using it fine. Like, well, the kills don't really matter. Which legendary pilot's more important? Missile or close quarter? I'd probably go with... I mean, really, you just go with whichever one you think needs more damage, right? Or if you have, like, implants that you could be using that you can't fit. Like, in general, I would probably say missile. Because, it's usually a question between Revoker and Stormrack, right? Like, that's the question of, like, which weapon ends up getting the pilot. Either Revoker or Stormrack. And like I mentioned with the Revoker 10 versus Stormrack 10 question, it's a matter of, like, do you need extra damage on cooked? Do you need extra damage on the Revoker, or do you need extra damage on the Stormrack to guarantee kills? I think for most people, their Revokers do fine. If you're using it correctly, you probably have it on like an EMP mech, like I do. In which case, you have more than enough time to kill whatever you need. Random. Okay, so that's the VOLTI right there. Good to know. Figured I was cooked. As soon as he saw me, he was gonna kill me. Someone needs to kill that VOLTI, though. Like, that's very important. Did they? No, they didn't. Oh, no, they did. They did. He's got... Wait. No, Brandon's the other guy. I think they did. I don't see him anymore. I'm gonna assume that they did. We're gonna need... We're gonna need a... Oh, nice, it's done. We're gonna need the middle, like, pretty much right now. So I'm gonna go with the Aegis. I'll go left side because there's a barrier here already. No, never mind. I think we got it. I'm pretty sure we can take it. It's just a matter of whether we can hold it. Oh, would you look at that? You know, I probably wouldn't have spawned middle. Especially not with a Redeemer. But, you know, don't let me tell you how to live your life. That guy needs to go, bro. Nice, nice. Yeah, we might have it. We might have it. Bloop. I love guided weapon kill shot users, dude. They're such special creatures. Look at this idiot. No, I don't want to participate. Don't make me actually fight, guys. Come on. I want to zoom the back. Who wants to bet he has something a way better that he just decided not to spawn with? No, maybe not. Maybe not. Is Howler now in your main hangar? No, I mean, not officially, no. It technically, yes, but only because it's new and people are going to want to see it, so I'll just use it for the sake of argument. And because it's kind of fun. Railgun or Podgun or Stormrag. You should get all three of those. Oh, one of their guys quit, I think. It's unfortunate. Bruh. That guy? This guy has 8k. That's weird. He was the guy with the the Helix areas. Yeah, that makes sense. Rank 6. She's upgrading stuff way too much. Which was the guy that quit? Mike? Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Did you spend the VOLTI tokens? I haven't even gotten the VOLTI tokens. See? I have to grind these events. Hold on, I gotta reset my game though. How is Bastion with Stormrack? Oh, wait, for real? Why does it keep doing that? The de novo anti-cheat thing keeps popping up. Okay, hold on. Just until I get this figured out. Oh, there we go. Should have gotten the Epic Overdriver implant from the Silver Pass. You could have. Not necessarily sure if, like, you know, should is the correct term. Is that from here? Yeah. Let me see. Do I have? I don't remember if I have one. I have a... yeah. I'll probably have to buy that. Oh, not buy that, but get that. Yeah. It's a nice one to have. It's probably not, like, the biggest deal ever, but... You know, don't beat yourself up over it. Speedrun Mech Arena pop-up ads. If you're on PC, you can just spam the escape button. Did I spend the VOLTI? I don't have the VOLTI tokens. I'm still trying to get them. I'm trying to finish the tasks. Your voice on stream is comparatively low compared to videos? Probably because I, like, kind of equalize my voice on videos. If it's low, then just say so, and I'll turn it up a little bit. Or maybe the game sound is a bit too high. Let's go with this. Is that better? It also could just be that I'm not necessarily talking that loud. Like, I'm not one of those... I'm not like, really obnoxious, like, constantly screaming everything. Did you miss much? No. I haven't gotten any of the tokens, so it's... yeah. Who here needs to finish the... Like, anyone on my friends list, do you need to finish the attacker tasks? Let me know. I'll invite you. You guys search today? Cool. Do you really have a chance of getting VOLTI? You have some chance. You could decide to save it as well. Save the tokens. You'll get, like, if you have all 5 tokens, you'll get 150 A-coins if you save it. I don't think 150 A-coins is very much, so I wouldn't bother, but... You do, but you're not in the friends list? Okay. Introvert you. Cybertron says this game's still loading. I'm not accepting requests right now, sorry. I'm not going to accept requests on stream. Because then I'll get 50 other people who are like, well, why did you accept him but not me? Overdriver 8 better than Podgun 8. Overall, probably not, no. You're Kamui? Got you, bro. Do you want to join me driving dinner? Yeah, fair enough. Which mechs would continue on be best paired with? I think... Is Dead Meme a mod? No. I don't know why you're asking that. Is it like a 4v2? Is that what I saw? No, 4v4. Okay, let's go. Lock in, boys. We have not been having good luck in terms of squad battles. But in terms of Continuum, it's like the two mechs that I've seen do the best with it are probably like Parasite and Eclipse. Eclipse mostly because Eclipse does good with everything, and there's not a single thing that doesn't do it. There's a Vortex at the top. I would probably shoot that. Introvert. If you want to. Okay. Worth it. I am dead, but the Vortex is dead. I should have gone for the Nomad. Oh, that's right. The mark transfers even to enemies that have mods on them now. Let's go. Bro, I still am, like, constantly in this mentality that I have to target specifically people who don't have mods. Or I should target people and then try to get it to transfer to enemies without me. It's, yeah. But I don't have to worry about it anymore. Hey. Uh-oh. What do we have here? Dummy, that's what. We're fine. That's a unlock. That's not good. But he did. I'm not sure why he bothered marking the brick house spot. As if it's, like, actually an issue. Or something that he needs to take care of. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. What rank was that? Rank 3? 3 real gunshots I don't think should have killed him. We might be able to get him. Yeah, I think they were too aggro. Classic. Surprised I didn't hit him with any of those blades. That's why going for raw kills isn't always the best idea. Yeah, okay. Just joined the stream. I have not gotten any of the tokens. Not yet. I'm not adding people. Okay. I already said I'm not adding people on stream. Is dead meme a mod? No, I already said so. I already said not. Why? What's he saying? Oh, he says, yes, I'm a mod. Well, I'm gonna time you out, because that's just not true. Keeps calling people spammers falsely. Okay. Well, if he causes problems after he comes back, then I'll just ban him. Gray, I see you online on this account, but your other one, I think, is the one that you're trying to get me to do. Do you want me to invite you on this account? You're not even 2KSB, my guy. Does RuFFles even have YouTube mods? I do, but not many, and most of them, like, they have lives, obviously. Trust, he says? I trust that you're gonna die really quickly. Look, at least the bots use Chungus. I don't know. Is he gonna be better than a bot? Hard to say, brother. Look. Are you able to save the event tokens for another future event? No. They have the same, like, some of them will have the same symbols and whatever. But no, it doesn't go by symbols. It's per event. If you don't spend them on the event in question, then it'll compensate you with some number of credits and or A coins. Most of the time, it's only credits. Sometimes it's credits and A coins. But it's never that much. So, like, anyone thinking, like, oh, I have 5 tokens, I can make bank by saving them? Absolutely not. No, you'll get almost nothing. Oh, that's the... Okay. I wasn't even really paying attention. I was paying attention to the other guy in the back. Whatever. I don't need to do well with attackers. I just need to spawn the attacker and then do well with everything else. Boom, boom. Ah! But what? It's always kill shots, dude. Think of, like, the most degenerate, worthless piece of crap player that you've ever seen. Probably it's a kill shot user. Oh. Bruh. Is that gonna kill? It's not gonna kill me. I am gonna get it, but I'm gonna die. Is this guy pilot tanking? I think he might be. I need to... Look, pal. Why do you hate kill shot? Why wouldn't I? It doesn't matter how much negative... Like, it doesn't matter how much you like it or how many negative things I say about it. I'm not lying, right? The things that I say are verifiably true, and you know that. When I say, oh yeah, classic killshot user, it's because actually it is. Ooh, did he do a dom? I have to... Nah, I'm cooked regardless. That's my last one, too. Can I give you optimizations for... No. I'm not doing hanger reviews right now. Spending event tokens. Banked them a couple times. Nowadays I spend them for derbies and stuff. Yeah, true, there's usually a derby or something. I feel like especially lately, though, the rewards have been decent. The rewards have been decent. Like, the last... You know, usually it's not worth it. I'd say usually it's not worth spending... Well, I would say not, maybe not usually, but... It used to be not worth spending them, because the main prize would be, like, you know, for like a VOLTI or whatever, the main price would be like 0.1%. And it's only 1% now, but it's still 10 times better than it usually is, right? And then like for this thing, bro, it's even chances across the board, which is actually kind of nice. But Savant 16 costs credits, so obviously don't do it still. But then there's like this one, yeah, 0.5%. It's not great. But you get like 4 tokens. A lot of people, what it used to just be that you get 1 free token, and the chances would be like 0.5 or like 0.1, 0.2%. And so at that point, yeah, obviously just save it, don't bother. But yeah, nowadays, I feel like it's actually not the worst. I feel like the rewards or the chances of getting decent stuff is a bit better nowadays. Onyx better than Gatecrasher? Yeah, probably. Seems they target you. Oh, yeah, for sure, obviously. But also the team that I'm inviting, I'm not gonna lie, it seems like any type of pressure that, like if it seems like they're folding really quickly anytime there's like even a small amount of pressure being put. Could be the stuff that they're using, but I don't know. Need so much grinding for the tokens. For these, yeah. It's a bit of grinding. I'm not promising to friend anybody, okay? You just joined, did I spin? No. I haven't gotten any of the tokens yet. Bots, sad. It's another reason to play solo. Bots are pretty lame. Best ways to get credits. Random tasks and stuff. Random events that come up. A lot of times they'll give you like 15, 20k credits. I feel like most people finish the same events and whatever that I do. It's just that they spend their credits on other random pointless crap. I think a lot of people would be surprised, not everybody for sure, but I think a lot of people would be surprised at how many credits they get per month if they just didn't spend them at all. Same thing with Acorns. They'd be surprised how much they can get per month if they were to not spend a single one. Outside of like the daily task, 2,000. There's just like 2,000 daily tasks. As soon as that goes down, I'll pretty much have mine. Yeah, I kind of put my thing in the wrong spot. The heck is... oh. There's a panther and a zebra. Down there. Howler is not better than Overdriver. Correct. I'm not sure. Was somebody else saying that? People always ask what someone's saving for if they don't immediately squander all their acorns and credits. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. The moment I have more than 200,000 credits, people are like, what are you saving for? Why do you have that many credits? Like, bro, it's not that much, dude. Same thing with acorns. Any more than 600, people are like, what are you saving your acorns on? Like, what? Saving? 600 acorns is nothing. Like, just because I can get something with it doesn't mean that I need to. Would you bring back series like Dreamhanger? Maybe. Maybe. Beam meta when? There used to be Graviton Beam meta. Marshmallow test for the win? I'm not really sure what that means. If you already have Nomad, should you buy Eclipse first or Surge? I don't think it really... I don't think having Nomad really makes a difference. $10K credits and 38 coins per token. Yeah, I know. I've already made a post on that. Graviton wasn't top. It kind of was. I'd say it was like a top 3 weapon. I think it was like before Ember Gun was a thing. During like the Arc Torrent meta. So like Arc Torrent was really good, but then Graviton Beam came out, and Graviton was essentially just longer range Arc Torrent. Like, it had the same or better DPS and much higher range. So I think it was at the time. It wasn't. I don't think it lasted a whole lot of time, but I think at the time it was like top 3 weapon. Not spending those 600 is saving them from being wasted. I mean, by not saving, you are or by not spending, you are saving. Yeah, yeah. You're doing one of those two things. Stormrack 16 credits, yeah. Soul Gamer just joined. Well, nothing really happened, so you didn't miss much. Nomad requires skill, Killshot doesn't. I don't think any dash mech requires a whole lot of skill. Everything technically requires some, so if you want to get into the technical, if you want to go technical, then like everything requires skill. I think it's kind of a matter of like how much compared to other things. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's a 5v1. That's crazy. I'm not gonna sit here and say that Mech Arena in general is a very skill-based game. It's not. But out of all of the different mechs, dash mechs are not among the highest skill level ones, let's be real. Next weapon for in-game currency should be Dreadshot. In other words, you can save your credits. Oh, he's got Reaver, that bot. Let's go. Ah, wasted shot. Next in-game weapon, maybe Tetra Rifle? No. Tetra Rifle is after Dreadshot, but the next one's Dreadshot. Boga Riddock. Chunk. Oh wow, I shot him, didn't even kill him. He didn't even have that much HP. Thick boy. That was. What's up? Flash. Bro's got his stasis and minigun. He ain't turning. He ain't turning at all. Dash mechanics are useful. Oh, they're useful, but they're not skill-based. Dash mechanics are some of the most brain-dead, easy-to-use mechanics in the entire game. There's a very good reason that absolute noobs will every time gravitate toward dash mechs. Are you going to tell me that every new player is just the best player in the game? Always? And that, like, 30 minutes after downloading, people are absolute pros? No. They're noobs. They don't know how to play. But dash mechanics are so freaking easy to use that they always gravitate toward dash mechanics. And there you have it. Easily provable argument. Whereas yours is just like a, I feel like I want to like dash mechs, so I'm gonna claim that it's skill-based. Sentry would have died to those? Yeah, 100%. You collided with a door you didn't see? Well, I mean, like, you can make mistakes. Just because something doesn't require skill doesn't mean you can't, like, play it badly or you can't make mistakes with it. And again, technically, if you want to get technical, everything requires skill, like, to some extent, you know? You have to be able to aim your mouse or your whatever thing on mobile. Like, yeah, technically. Everything does to some extent. So, you know, if you want to play the technically argument, then we could do that, but that's just kind of like arguing in circles. Like, there's no point in playing that technically argument, because everything technically requires a small amount of skill at very least. So at that point, like, there's no point in comparing skill levels if you're going to claim that everything requires at least a bit of skill. So I think we can discard the ones, we can discount the ones that require very little skill. And those are the ones that I'm saying are not skill-based. What is a good video idea for a funny mech arena? You can get your video ideas from your community or from someone else. Good video ideas are hard to come by. And especially if you get one that's well executed. I'm keeping that for myself. Ain't gonna lie. I have some decent ideas, but, you know, I'm not just gonna hand you I'm not just gonna hand you winner video ideas. I have some too. Like, I have quite a few video ideas, especially like guides for people who make guides. It's quite a lot of them that I know would do really well. But I'll make those myself. Caladosia, hello. How are you? That hurts? Well, why? What do you mean? Ask your community what they want. You're not just gonna, like, ask somebody else, like, hey, what are your top video ideas? Because I'm gonna take them from you. Like, no. You just joined? Welcome. Alright, fellas. Let's try to not get absolutely destroyed. Okay? Because we ain't been doing good the last few squad matches. Yo, what in the world? He had a lot of HP. He didn't deal a lot of damage, because Arc Torrent's pretty crap, but he had a lot of HP. What are the little purple crowns? It's like people who talk the most, I guess. It's a thing that YouTube added sort of recently. Need somebody up on the left side. It's okay with me. I figured he wouldn't be able to fully kill me. He almost did. Yeah. Oh, wait. Arcatone 12 Panther? I just realized. Bro, why you have that? Why you have that, though? Yeah. Yeah, I may as well reload this. The reload time's, like, not crazy. Oh, crap, though. Dude. Multi-layered shield just immediately kills Howler's effectiveness. Yeah, you thought you wanted it, but you don't. That's right. That's right, you're a little idiot. His multi-layered shield's gone, so like... Okay, good luck with that, buddy. Ow. Bro, is that a Revoker Scorpius? Did I? Mech Chungus? Yo, wait, Mech Chungus. I approve. Can you kill him? Can you? He thick. He a thick boy. That for sure. Mech Chungus. Let's go, dude. Yo, wait, another Hemlock? Okay. They got one more. I think it's a Lancer up on top. Yeah, jumping wasn't the best idea you ever had. Oh. Yeah. The last one. The Gemini spam in this has been useful. Did you open the crates yet? Nah. I don't think I've even earned any of the tokens yet. I haven't finished any of the tasks. Nice job, fellas. Oh, one of their guys quit. I swear, we cannot get... Oh, one of our guys kind of did nothing, too. Introvert got disconnected, I think. Those tokens are hard to get. Yeah, they're very grindy. It's okay. I got time. Spawn at least one attacker mech in 50 battles. That's gonna be rough. I may or may not finish these today. I may try to finish it some other time, but I'd like to finish them today. 200 mechs with attacker mechs. Ah, right. Okay, so this one I do have to do with the attacker mechs themselves, which is gonna be a problem. Might want to do that by myself. This one shouldn't take too long. MVP with attacker mechs, that's going to take a while. Also, I'm probably going to want to do this solo. MVPs are... It's not a good idea to be competing with them for MVPs, like with other people. Spawn attacker and earn 30 gold medals for kills. I don't need to earn... Like, I can just spawn the attacker and then scrap the mech and then earn the gold medals with some other mech, and it still counts. Just so you know. So, like, this is going to be an easy one to get, regardless of how I do with the attackers. Panther's so glassy, it makes me angry. That's what I'm on, barely making it through one objective, but I'm almost done with 2 of them. Nice. Yeah, you'll get them. You still got time. You get annoyed with Revoker spammers? Yeah, fair. Fair. I mean, it's like, at this stage of the game, it's pretty much all Revokers and Geminis, yeah. Later on, it's Revokers and Starmax, but right now, it's Revoker and Gemini. I'm guessing Introvert got disconnected. Where he had to go. So anyone else on my list, do you need to finish those attacker events? Or attacker tasks? I'll invite you, we can work on it. You spun 3 tokens and only got blueprints, that's sad. Your Panther's still good in your 15k hanger? Dude, Panther's solid. I think Panther actually gains value over time. You got Eclipse this week. Very cool. Knight, you please? Okay, gotcha. You got 360 Acorns. Well, I hope you spent your Acorns on something useful and not something stupid. But, I mean, that's your own business, I guess. Surprising I could probably get you in later. Knight did. He did have dibs, though. What do we got? Yeah, we got 5-5. Very cool. Thinking of ditching. Oh, jeez. Thinking of ditching Panther once you rank up ammo. No, Panther's not meta, right? So, like, don't obviously. And I don't think that was the point they were trying to make either. I don't think they were trying to say that it's like super OP or anything like that. Come on, you want to put yours down first? There you go. But it's a solid one, right? Like regardless of whether or not it's like super OP, it's still solid. Bruh. The amount of guided spam at this SP, and what did I tell you, bro, Gemini? The amount of guided spam at this SP is wild. Hey there. I'm just gonna, yeah, get him close. And then I'm gonna fire over his perimeter multi-layer because he has no idea what he's doing. Fantastic. Little late, but congrats on 20k, thank you. Panther's not meta, but super helpful. Yeah, yeah. I'd say it's the second best epic mech. Brr. Oh, he went. Sag. Now, I swear, everybody, sometimes like, people quit almost every time. It's crazy. I don't know what it is. Like, every match we've had someone quit, I think. There you go. I'll just put the dome there. Let's go, Howler for the win. I want Howler to be good, dude. But it's just so not. It's not good. I don't think they have any more. Waiting for 100k. You know, I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think that cause like you look at like Mare and Omniverse, they're not growing proportionally to what their size is. 2 of them quit, that's wild. So for like Mare and Omniverse, what the kind of impression that I get from them is that like most of their subs came from like years and years ago. And there's just like kids that just didn't bother unsubscribing, or people that just like they just have a different account now or something like that. Like, they're not getting views proportional to what their sub count is, like, if you look at it. I don't think so. I don't think in this day and age, I don't think Mech Arena is popular enough to where a channel could actually hit 100K. Howler can pass through multiple mechs, including teammates. Yeah. How useful is that fact practically? It's not useful for the most part, because when it hits a shield, it does not pass through. If it did, then it'd be fine. But the thing is that, like, multi-layered shields, for one thing, are just going to completely absorb all of your damage. So regardless of whether or not you can hit multiple enemies, you know, dealing 0 damage to multiple enemies is still dealing 0 damage. So it's not exactly helpful. Let me get Cybertron in here. He said that he was going to try and surprise him if he's in here. Introvert was here. We can kind of cycle through people, I guess. I guess not. Howler should be able to go through walls and a 25% damage decrease or something? With a 25% damage decrease or something? Yeah, they have that with... there's a similar weapon called... Frick, what's it called? In War Robots Frontiers, there's another sonic weapon. It's like a sonic weapon. It goes through walls, but it doesn't deal like a ton of damage through walls. It's really cool. I don't think it's called Howler. I know that there is a War Robots weapon called Howler as well, but I don't think that's the one I'm thinking of. I think it's Scatter, I think is what it's called. You're leaving? Okay, bye. Anyways, trying. I'm just gonna... Your name is Player? Oh, are you in... You're in my list? Okay, I'll add you next time. Love it. I thought that... Alright. I saw that and I thought that you meant that you wanted me to add you to my friends list. But then it occurred to me that I think I saw somebody named Player in my friends list. And I was like, wait a second. Maybe that's what you meant. Let's go Bruh. So long as you're not in that the entire time, I'll accept it. Damn. Bro, I got like how many implosions off on that guy and it did not really deal that much damage. Why? Am I cooked? Oh no, he teleported underneath me. I was just fully committed to that other Seeker, I'm not gonna lie. I was completely ready to just die. Probably should just do this. Yeah, force him to spawn underneath there. Because if I give him enough space behind me, then he will actually spawn behind me. Oh, but I know if I do this, he'll try to teleport. There's not enough space behind me. And there's not enough space to the side, so it'll force him to spawn underneath. Instead, I just died to a rank 3 minigun Lancer, which is crazy. Yo, wait, I think this guy sent me a friend request earlier. Bye. Hey, add me for friend, I'm really good. I don't care how good you are. I just care if you're fun to play with, really. Like, as long as you're a good sport, whatever. That's always been the thing. I feel like people, I don't know. I've never understood people who just wanna play with other people who are just like really broken, really good at the game. Like, I don't care. I'd rather play with people that are fun to be around. That's why I've never wanted to be in a competitive clan. I like the clan that I'm in. Because they chill, and they like to joke around. If you take it too seriously, it's a little cringe. I'm very dead here. Yo, wait. Thank you, bro. He's so freaking... He was so focused on me. He's like, I'm gonna get him. That's crazy. Ah, well. Yeah, let's go. Nice. We survived. Can I add you? No, I'm not adding people during the stream, sorry. I hope Duke Kaboom was fun to play with. Yeah, dude. On my like highest P account, you know, like, I'm just inviting random people. Doesn't matter so much. But if I'm messing around, if I'm using like some like kind of meme hanger, it's not as fun if you're playing with somebody who's got like a full sweat meta hanger, which you weren't using. So like, yeah, perfectly okay with that. But I'm also talking like in terms of like, especially clans, especially in-game clans. Like a lot of people are like, oh, oh, I want to join a clan, or I want clan mates who are really good because I just want to be, I just want to be with people who are really good at the game, and they just care about like wins and whatever. It's like, I don't know. I'd rather just have people around me that are just like fun. I don't care if we win. Like my flu clanmates, like none of us are that competitive. Most of us, yeah. I mean, like we're decent, but we get clapped in most clan battles, so, but that's okay. Knight, are we bullies? We're just pushing them back every game. You're gonna jinx it, dude. Gray, I'm not going to promise, friend. I'm not gonna promise that I'm gonna add anybody. And I'm not gonna promise collabs. It depends. I'd have to see what kind of videos you make first. I don't know what you make. Was the Lancer with minigun 8s good? No. Minigun Lancer's not exactly a great decision. But hey, you know, if it's fun, then it's fun. Let me see. Hold on. I need player. Here we go. It's funny though. Yeah, well. You asked if it was good, not if it was funny. That's the thing, is like people know that I don't really like meta stuff, but then they ask me what works. And then they get upset that I'm suggesting meta stuff. It's like, well, yeah, I'd be lying to you if I was trying to push my, like, it's like pushing an anti-meta agenda. Like, it's just straight up lying to your face if I try to convince you that something's good when it's actually not. And sometimes I'll joke around about it, but like some people can't always tell when I'm joking. So long arm is crazy, dude. There's got to be at least rank 5, otherwise you cook. Meta is meta for a reason, yeah. Wow, I needed one. Fine, I'll go for it. Just looking up at Cybertron. He looked like he didn't want to get down, so I'm like, yeah, whatever. You still talk to Sentry? How's he doing? Yeah, I talk to him sometimes. We played Repo last week. He's just like, I don't know, he's just not really feeling it in terms of Mech Arena stuff. He's not really feeling it for Warbots Frontiers either, because people are super sweaty in that game. Like, Mech Arena obviously has, like, the super broken meta. The Warbots Frontiers meta is actually a lot more balanced, but the thing is that, like, everybody... There's still a meta, and everybody's spamming the meta constantly, and people are, like, super sweaty all the time. It's really... It's hard to have fun with it. It's hard to, like, mess around. So I think he's been playing that a bit less as well. Not really sure what he's been up to. Railgun better than Podgun on Orion. What do you think? I bought Orion only because it makes a good walking sound? That's crazy. You've completed 50% of all objectives for VOLTI. Very cool. Went on a killing streak. It was just against bots. I mean, to be fair. I'm not going to pretend like, you know... I'm not going to pretend like I'd get necessarily that good of results against players, but I can pretty consistently get like 10 plus kills with that. Podgun is... Podgun's also good, but I think Railgun's better. Stebbing, you gotta go. Okay, bye-bye. Those Howler 8s on Aegis, yeah. And if you're gonna ask, no, I don't think it's gonna be like a great weapon. It's just one that I have a little bit... I have a bit of fun with, so I'm using it. You're using the same build and it doesn't kill a mech while using both of them? That's interesting. What SP you at? You don't have Graviton. Minigun doesn't rake in enough kills. Are you using Panther while saving for Graviton? Viper or Overdriver, easy. Top 5 metamechs. You could just look at any tier list video, really. Even people who don't really know what they're talking about, they pretty much all agree on the top 5. Or, like, at least the top 10 are all extremely similar. Yeah, we probably shouldn't all be on the side. coins. Oh, nice. Okay. I would shoot at that, but he had snipers. He probably was gonna kill me. Let's try this. I'm running for it. Okay. You need to cover the right side, boss. Okay. Blade damage is so sad, dude. I know I didn't stack up anything on it. My own fault. You might want to get out of there. Bruh. Even stacked up a little bit, it's just like not. I tried to pull skins. I'm just gonna go for the beacon. Roof. You know, I'm not sure if it wasn't obvious, but clearly we're all over here and there's one enemy left, which means he's not over here, he's somewhere else. I don't know why everybody was on the right side. Like, I took the right side because I was in Aegis and I could safely take the beacon. Everybody on that side? Come on, guys. Come on, guys. First star, hello. Just send blades, then explode. Yeah, pretty much. I'm at 4.6 KSP. It kills some mechs, but I'm getting a lot of maxed mechs. Maxed what? Like, not like legendary, or there's a very big difference between like a maxed legendary mech and like a maxed rare mech. I'll fight maxed rare mechs pretty often. Pulse Cannon Shadow is pretty meta. Yeah, you're right. Silverthorn is worse than Orion. Yeah, I agree. Podgun best weapon for Silverthorn? Probably not. It's the best weapon that I have for it, though, I think. A lot of mechs are worse than Orion. Orion's very good. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Rolled 5 times and got only blueprints. Hold on, what are the chances of that? That's pretty unlucky. Yeah, it's pretty unlucky. But hey, worth a shot. Worth a shot. You wouldn't have got but basically anything if you saved it. Like, you would have gotten something, but I mean, you don't know what you're gonna get until you try. And if you're really disappointed, then just don't spin it next time. Trying to figure out who I've invited the least. Oracle's visibility is the worst thing to ever happen on a game. What do you mean? In that you think it's super effective and it's really inconvenient for you, or you think that it doesn't really do anything? Maxed epic mechs like Panther and Aegis. You're getting a lot of them. Oh man, like I'm at the same SP and I'm not really getting. I mean, like, less right now, but, like, you know, I'd use, like, a hanger like that, and I'm not gonna get maxed epic stuff most of the time. But even still, you know, it's, like, what, 4 shots with a Railgun Orion? It's not a big deal. Like, the thing is like, it doesn't really matter how many shots it takes. The fact is that you can kill them, and you can kill them from really good distance as well. So, like, if you're in their face and you don't end up killing them, then that's a big problem. But the real thing is just that you shouldn't be in their face, period. Like, you have the range to not be, so there's no reason to be in their face. Surge is more of a problem than Eclipse, yeah. No, I agree with that. To have that all the time. The effect? Bro, the effect is, like, nearly pointless. The bots know where you are at all times regardless. And if you being spotted is, like, the worst thing possible, like, you being spotted for a long period of time is the worst thing that could possibly happen to you, then most likely what's happening is that you're using a passive build and you're trying to survive a little bit too long in it. Like, most mechs shouldn't last that long regardless. Can you kill him? Okay, thanks. And something like this, like my Graviton Panther, I literally have it on my Graviton Panther right now. I have the spotted status effect, so I'll be visible to all enemies for the rest of the match. Doesn't really matter, because I have an ability that protects me. I don't rely on invisibility, essentially. Not in the sense that I'm invisible, but in the sense that I'm, like, not visible. You get what I'm saying? So, like, I'm not relying on the visibility status effect to stay alive. Or the lack of it. I'm relying on my shield ability. So I feel like the only time that really that comes into play where it's a big problem is, like, maybe Seekers. So if there's, like, Seeker bots or just Seeker enemies in general, then yeah, I can get behind that. I can understand why that's going to be really annoying. But otherwise, I don't know, maybe you're just using something that's not very good. Takes around 3 to 5 shots to kill. Yeah, well, that's not bad. I'll take, like, yeah, 3 to 4 shots to kill something, to kill some of the more tanky things at full HP. 3 to 4 shots. Mine are not upgraded at all, by the way. Just so you know, it's like, mine aren't upgraded at all. I have a rare pilot. Rare damage implant. If you think, so I have 2 things for you. First off, you should never be firing at somebody who doesn't have the hunter's mark on them, pretty much ever. Unless you can guarantee that they'll die in 1 or 2 hits. Then you're not wasting a whole lot of ammo. Like, whether you marked them or not, they'll probably take roughly the same amount of shots, so it doesn't really matter if you use the hunter's mark. But any large amount of HP on an enemy, you should always resort to the hunter's mark if you can. Otherwise, you're wasting ammo. But then the other thing is, like, if you're dealing with, especially enemies with, like, a lot of mod shields, if you're having trouble with that, just buy the Orion Shield Piercing Implant. At max, 40% more damage goes through the shields. So it's significantly... It's more effective than a maxed legendary railgun damage implant. I'll just put it that way. If you're dealing with shields. So that's, yeah, just get that if you're having problems with shields. You think rather than upgrading Orion, get Eclipse, then Surge? Did somebody say they were gonna upgrade Orion? I don't think anybody said anything to the contrary, yeah. So Orion is the attacker, but it's not an attacker. You know, that's true. That's true. Attackers almost exclusively are, like, long-range passive mechs. I don't know if this guy's waiting for invites. What's your live schedule? I don't have one. Can I rate hangers now? Nah. I want to get these tokens. Can you do a video where you review your viewers' hangers? So what I'm thinking I might do... is I might do hanger reviews on stream a little bit more often. So I'll probably do it later this stream. So I'll probably do it on stream a little bit more often, and then I will turn that into a video for the Clips channel. And so that way, it's a video for people who want a video. And it's on stream for the people who are there during the stream. But I'm also not really reducing my video quality on my main channel. Because the big problem is that regardless of how much you want it, people don't watch them. They don't watch them, period. Like, my stream viewership goes way down when I start to do hanger reviews. My video views, the retention goes way down when I start to do hanger reviews. So it's just really bad for them. But I'm perfectly okay doing it on stream every so often. That's my veggie. Ow. I didn't think he could hit me. Yeah, it's fine. Yo, how did he not... how did he not stun me? I feel like he should have. Damn. That guy cooking that parasite. Poke, poke. What kind of name is that, bro? Oh, he got the... Oh, I was gonna say he bought those Stormrat Gates, but no, I think he got them from that one Prey Rush. That's cool. Yeah, you ain't that good. Guys. Alright. That's gonna be a problem. Hello. Probably kill that guy. What? I didn't hit him with any of those? That's crazy. I got him with it. Nice. I don't know why the game takes so long to realize, oh wait, there actually aren't any enemies. Great. How can you join? You can't join. If you're not on my friends list, then you can't join. Oh, I finished one. Let's go. 50 long-range kills. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, I'm gonna spin them as I get them because I cannot be bothered to wait. I cannot be bothered to wait that long, bro. I'm gonna be in token debt. Let's go. Token debt. Let's go. Yo, imagine. I'll take fortune keys, though. Actually, fortune keys are pretty decent. -1 tokens. Hell yeah. Ooh. Ooh, actually, this is nice. Yeah, I'll take that because that'll save me 600 acorns. Watch, I'll just get it from a random crate now. Stupid. Do I want to... I kind of want to keep using Howler, though, because it's funny. You know what I'm going to do? That's what I'm going to do instead. Okay, so now, instead of that, I can use this one. And I can get it to level 4. Nope. I'm gonna scrap some of these things. I can scrap... which one? This one? And what are some level 1 things? I think nade launcher range I don't need, right? I really wish that there was a way to sort implants easier. To, like, tell me which ones I have lower rarity versions of, you know? I actually don't have nade launcher range. Javelin damage, pulse cannon range. I think I have a legendary javelin damage. Don't I? I know I have legendary javelin range. Yeah, whatever. I don't use javelin rank. Cool. So that's nice. And then I could use Howler on silver. No, probably not. Probably not a great idea. Probably not a great idea. I could do... I'll just use it. I'll just do this, whatever. And then I'll keep, like, this hanger, I guess, right? Where I have the Howlers on my Lancer, if I feel like doing that. We all know Redox is your favorite lovable mech in the game. Yeah. I don't know if it's my favorite mechanically, but it's definitely my favorite in terms of looks. It looks so good. And I have enjoyed Redox for a long time. I don't think it's good, but I do enjoy it. Galaxy, hello. It's just bots, whatever. You bought that shield piercing implant? Very cool. Yeah, let me know how it goes. Otherwise, it really is just a matter of, like, you know, don't be aggressive with it. Like, you're not gonna be pushing back people. Like, on this map, I think people would be tempted to try to be a little aggro, but nah, you really just... You just find an angle. You watch the center. You kill anybody, and you kill anybody that tries to get to center. And just by default, you'll end up you'll get quite a lot of kills, but just by default, you'll be helping out your team. You'll be holding center, and you'll end up winning that way. Hey fellas, how are you? Oh, that's not good. Back up, back up, back up, back up. Well, he's got... That bot's got Howlers. Let's go. I don't want to focus on this guy with the Hunter's Mark, because then it spreads. No, please. No, please. Oh, I'm alive. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, no. Oh, no. He went out and died. I think he misjudged the amount of time that my Aegis Dome had left. maybe 50. I'm surprised that Orion bot didn't shoot me. I can't. Oh, I can't get up. Okay. Best weapon for Hemlock, Stormrack. Mech looks tier list. I would if I thought anybody would watch it, but they wouldn't. Do you think Howler's worth grabbing early game? No. I mean, I already made a video on Howler. What weapon in Mech do you think is the most skill-based? I think Tetra Rifle is fairly skill-based. The most skill-based is going to be very difficult, though. Because there's some weapons that do... Because I think people would naturally, their minds gravitate toward bad weapons. So they'll be like, oh, Hellfire or something like that. Where it's like, it's a bad weapon, and so if you do well with it, then obviously you're really good at the game. But, like, it's more of a luck thing. Like, Hellfire is just straight up bad. There's not, like, you could put as much skill into it as you want, but it's never going to be, like, a potentially competitive weapon, regardless of how much skill you put into it. So I don't want to go by that argument. I'd say nade launcher is definitely one of... Nade and cryo launcher are definitely some of the most skill-based weapons. Being able to aim those properly. Very difficult. Tetra Rifle's decent as well. Particle beam. Okay, let's be real though. Probably particle beam. If used perfectly, you use the beam to get them down in HP just enough to where your blast can one-shot them. It's so difficult to actually gauge how much HP that you need to get them down to. It's so difficult to gauge the exact amount of damage that you need to apply with the beam before shooting the blast. So very often you'll end up leaving them with like a couple HP, like maybe like 500 HP. And then you have that 3-4 second reload, and then you have to beam them again. And so the kills take kind of a long time, but if you played it absolutely perfectly, particle beam could actually do probably really well. Obviously, I don't think it'd be meta regardless of how you use it, but I think it could do really well if you played it perfectly. Something like Viper. I think the rockets, it's not really skill-based, it's just a matter of luck, essentially, as to where the rockets go. So I wouldn't consider that skill-based too much. I want to say like Overdrive or Minigun, but I just love those as weapons. Like Overdriver's difficult to use because of the low projectile speed, and Minigun has like 1,800 different downsides to it, but it's still really good if you use it well. I guess Disruptor as well, like if you used it. I've seen some people who use Disruptor really well. I'm not one of them, but I've seen some people use Disruptor really well. There's a few good ones. Is the game even skill-based at all? For the most part, no. Not really. Like, significantly less than most other games. At very least, right? So maxed RPG 6 was a terrible idea then. Yeah. That's true. Nothing under, like, you really shouldn't bother with anything under 8 energy. Unless you're going to be able to pair it with a 10 energy weapon to use 16. Because 12 energy mechs are just become completely, it's like just unheard of. After the first, like, once you reach tier 5 in the gear hub, 12 energy mechs are irrelevant. You're never going to deal with it again. Because, like, there's no such thing, technically, there's no such thing as a 12 energy mech. It's just a 24 energy mech that's at rank 3. Or a 32 energy mech that's at rank 2, right? Or I guess technically a 16 energy mech that's at rank, what, 5? So, like, yeah, it's just certain ranks of certain things, but you're never gonna... it's not like a long-term thing that you're ever gonna actually need. 6 energy weapons just aren't long-term things. So I wouldn't bother with any of them, really. Except, again, like, you know, Stormrack 10, or Stormrack 6, Revoker 6, because you can put those with the Stormrack 10 and Revoker 10 later down the road. Oh, stop that. Man, everybody's got nades right now. Bye. Come on. Get out of there. Getting flashbanged by those guys' pop guns. Is it Berserker? That's what it sounds like. But it sounded like it had way more ammo than it was supposed to. So I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, I shouldn't have stood that close. Press stop. The worst grind is for mech paint colors. You like changing mech colors? As the only, you are the only person I have ever heard make that argument. I think most of the paint doesn't look that good, so I never have a problem with it. And like sometimes I would change the paint, but it's just like if I don't have it, then it's just like, oh, okay, I don't have it yet. I have not even really considered that it's a grind. I guess technically you're right, but that's an interesting take. Did they nerf Revoker? No. This is why I hate players while I'm doing any objective. They just steal kills. You could just play solo, yeah. But at the same time, like, I mostly play with teammates because I want to get a full PvP match, right? So, like, the full 5v5 PvP matches I think are very interesting. Because at the end, because, like, you know, what are you playing the game for? What are you playing a PvP game for? If your objective is to get as few players as possible. Like, I think people get a little bit too involved in the grind. They kind of hyper-focus on how they can optimize getting a better hanger without realizing that, you know, like, they're not even playing the game to have fun. They're playing the game to get better hanger. Thinking that the fun comes after they get a better hanger, but it doesn't, dude. The attacker event tasks are crazy for just 5 tokens. Yeah, but it is like 6-7 days, right? Like, it's a long event. You got plenty of time to do it. It's not like one of those, you know, things where it's like, oh, it only lasts 2 days. If it didn't last very long, then I'd agree with you, but I think it lasts plenty long enough. Where am I at with those, by the way? Halfway through my battles. Not halfway through the kills. Not halfway through the MVPs. Halfway through these, though. I only need to finish 3 more, so probably this one isn't going to happen, the MVPs, but I kind of expected as much. getting MVPs with anything besides scouts is usually pretty difficult. Because MVPs usually just go to... Well, the top MVP usually just goes to whoever grabs the home beacons. So, like, right at the start of the match, whoever grabs 2 beacons right at the start is basically guaranteed MVP. And so, yeah, a lot of MVPs go just to beacon captures. Which means you have to get kind of a stupid amount of kills in order to make up for them. Bro, what is that SP? Let's see if Fred wants to join. You completed it in 5 hours? That's crazy. Well, actually, I guess that kind of makes sense. Because I'm like 2.5 hours in. I've been playing with people, which kind of been slowing me down, I'm not gonna lie. So I've been playing with a team 2.5 hours and I'm about halfway there. So I could see 5 hours, yeah. Game gets worse, better the hanger. When you only face other players with sweaty hangers, you can't play anything but a sweaty hanger to compete. 100%, dude. The number of people that... And, you know, maybe they do want to play competitively. 100%, I will not argue with people who want to play competitively. People play how they want to play. And they enjoy what they enjoy. And I'm never going to tell people that they should enjoy some things and shouldn't enjoy other things. They enjoy what they enjoy. But I think that there are a lot of people that mistakenly believe that the kind of variety and preferences that they can afford to have in the earlier game are things that they can afford to have later game as well, but they can't. And they think that if they had a meta hanger, top competitive hanger, that the game gets more interesting. I think it gets less interesting. I've had so much more fun on this account than I've ever had. Well, I shouldn't say ever had, but I've had so much more fun on this account than I've had in a long freaking time on my maxed account. And as someone with both accounts, right? Like, as someone who has an account at both levels, like, I can fully appreciate the pros and cons of each one. And again, like, you know, if playing competitive is what you like, then absolutely, you know, go for the most meta stuff possible. I think they hurry a little bit too much. I think they're in a little bit too much of a rush to something that they wouldn't actually enjoy that much. But it's hard to, like, say that, right? Because then I'm making assumptions of what people want when I don't really know what. Not fully. Thank you. Go for it, I got you. You're a cheetah. Those are landmines. Let's mess up. Okay. I was trying to activate that one just to get it out of the way, but it was just spinning there doing nothing. What will replace Revoker? Nothing currently. I don't know why you guys say there's like some acorn weapon, as if they purposely make certain things more paywalled than other things. Like, Revoker's the most broken mech in the Revoker's the most broken weapon in the game. And you can get the 6 and 10 so easily with credits. Like, I don't think they necessarily pay that much attention to it. Yeah, the 12 and 16s are usually acorns. And they definitely, like, to make certain things cost more. But it's like, I don't think... I'll just put it this way. I think certain weapons being credits is not dependent on how good it is. I don't think so at all. I think that at least 2 out of 5 energy variants of every weapon for the rest of the game's lifespan will be credits. Out of every legendary weapon that they make, at least 2 out of the 5 energy variants they will make for credits. That's what I think. Because that's what they've been doing for a long time. For weapons that are really OP, and for weapons that are really bad. They've had the same deal. Stormrack is a top 2 weapon. 3 of those are credits. The 16 is credits. 3 out of 5 are credits. So I don't necessarily think that it's going to be like, oh, the best weapon's going to be all A coins, or, oh, the worst weapons are going to be all credits. I don't think they really think that much about it. Now, should they do that? I don't know. Maybe. They should definitely make really bad weapons. If they're not going to buff the really bad weapons, they should at least make them cheaper. I'd rather they buff them, but, you know, here we are. I think it's absurd that, you know, you have, like, a weapon like Howler 6, which is pretty crap. Everybody knows that. But it costs 6,000 A-coins, which is, like, not, like, no? Like, what do you mean? 6,000 A-coins for that? I don't think so. Like, should that be the case? No, absolutely, I don't think so, but it is what it is. I'm gonna invite that guy. I don't know if he's like... Like, if any of these other guys are in the chat and you guys want to join, if I haven't invited you, just let me know what your in-game name is and ask me to invite you. I got you, bro. If they nerfed it by 14%, that's a very specific number. Would anything take Revoker's place if they nerfed the damage by 14%? No, I don't think so. I think that Revoker's DPS is like, I think easily twice minigun DPS at close range. And it's less about individual projectiles and more about projectile frequency. Because, fun fact, max level against maxed enemies competitively, maxed mechs with maxed legendary weapons and legendary pilots and mods and everything. Do you know what works just as well as Revoker 12? Revoker 10. And there you have a perfect example of a weapon that is that deals less damage, but works just as well, because the fire rate's the same. So it doesn't need to deal crazy amounts of damage. It just needs to deal enough damage quickly enough to be able to strip multi-layered shields, and then be able to like kill something in relatively short order. I'm very dead, pretty much regardless, but I can at least strip his shield, deal some damage to him. Hopefully someone else can kill him. There you go. Nice job. 12 and 8. Do I want a pizza? Yes. Are you offering? Cause I'll freaking take it, bro. 3 railgun Orions. Fellas. There's a guy back here. Or at least there was. Where'd he go? Poke, poke. 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 Cybertron, go back to the left, my guy. You're leaving left wide open. You're just like begging him. Fine, I'll go for it. I don't know what's up with people, dude. Like, just because a kill exists on a different side of the map does not necessarily mean you have to go for it. The reason I changed the side of the map that I was on was because there was 2 railgun Orions that were already on the left side. I didn't need to be there. I think, like, blind kill chasing is something that'll get you killed. That'll not get you killed, but something that'll make you lose more often than not. What is it? Need on it. Nice. Good job. Good job. You have another one? If he does, he's gonna poop. Yep. Oh. Oh. he didn't even bother. He didn't bother moving. He's like, nah, it's GG. You thinking of getting Aegis? What SP you at? If you're in tier 5, absolutely, dude. It's a fan favorite build now, Railgun Orion. Yeah, dude. Bro, this is like. I think what's crazy to me, I wouldn't be talking about it so much if people used it as much as I felt like it deserved. There's a lot of people, like, obviously there's, you know, there's like the best build in the game is arguably like Revoker Surge or Revoker Eclipse, right? And I'll mention that, right? I'll tell you, I'll say that, just straight up, and whatever. But like, so many people use that. It's incredibly common. If people have, if anyone who has a Surge almost exclusively uses it with Revoker, as they should, if they want a good build anyway. Right? I think that Revoker Surge gets pretty much exactly the attention that it deserves to get for how strong it is. The thing with this, though, is that somehow nobody uses this, except for myself and a couple people who are like in my circle who like take my advice, or in my clan or whatever. Like, very, very few people actually use this build at this SP, which is wild to me. I have no, how does that even happen, dude? Why is Railgun Orion better than Disc Orion? Because it has way better effective range and way more damage per shot. If you're going to use Disc Launcher Orion, you may as well use Podgun Orion, because you get the same, you get better damage, quicker reload time, longer homing range, and better effective radius. I think Disc Launcher is a decent weapon, and I will get it at some point, but I think it's objectively worse than Podgun, and there's no reason to buy it. I will get Disc Launcher. I want to get Disc Launcher. And I will get it. And I will try it. But I think it's and like I said, like it's decent. It's decent, but it's like not it's nothing crazy, right? It's kind of like, I guess to me it's kind of like Viper versus Overdriver. Viper is good. Viper's strong. But there's really no scenario in which I'd say, oh yeah, Viper's better than Overdriver. Like, no. Overdriver's just better. So there's not really, like, between the two, there's not really much reason to use Viper if you have the option to get Overdriver. Get EMs. All of those cost A coins, though. EM rifle and minigun. They were released before the Gear Hub was a thing. And all of them cost A coins. Those are the only two weapons that cost A coins, and that's because they're really old weapons. So actually, there might be another one. One with like 3 energy variants, I think. Those are the only two. Those are the only 5 energy, or 5 energy variant weapons, I think. All right. Oh. That's just bots. Carbines. Ah, yeah, you're right, you're right. I was trying to think of what the frick other weapon it was. I think there's one more as well. It's like an epic or a rare. Is it Gauss Rifle? I think Gauss Rifle. I think every single Gauss Rifle say coins. But like, yeah, out of all the decent weapons, right? EM rifle and minigun. Stop. Oh, he's got fusion cannon. Is that a fuse mortar freaking redeemer bot? It is, bro. Chill. No. Oh, okay. Yeah, well. Would it be a good idea to max out Gauss Rifle 10? Nah, I don't think maxing out weapons really makes a lot of sense, but I haven't done it on this account, so I can't say too much about it. It's a topic that I'll largely avoid because I don't really know what I'm talking about in that regard. I could make a guess, but yeah. I think it makes more sense to upgrade mechs. Bro, is that a dread shot eclipse? Every single minigun variant? Yeah, that's exactly what I said. EM rifle and minigun. Did you just get here? I have 4 of your 5 mechs, and 3 of them have the same weapons. I'm only missing Panther and the second Graviton Beam. I'm using Outlaw instead. Fair enough. I would go with Overdriver 10 instead of Graviton 10. I upgraded my Graviton. I bought and upgraded Graviton before Overdriver became free-to-play. But at this point, and I don't necessarily, I don't regret it, right? I think Graviton's a nice weapon, and it works great with Panther. But on any other mech, any other 20 energy mech, I think Overdriver's just going to do better. So there's not really much point in using Graviton Beam. Because even though it would, like I said, I think it would do better on Panther than Overdriver will. Graviton's a better weapon for Panther specifically, but you're probably not going to use Panther forever, right? So, like, you may as well get one that's a little bit more sustainable at the cost of a small amount of short-term value. So, yeah, I'd say Overdriver 10 instead. If you don't have Graviton 10 duplicated, you may as well just go for Overdriver. Fuse Mortar VOLTI. Nah, if you're gonna use VOLTI, I go with probably Podgun. Hornet VOLTI is actually strangely effective. DD or DD not get the VOLTI? No, I did not. I've spun 1 time and I got fortune keys. Can't complain. I mean, better than blueprints though. And I'm at -1 tokens. Let's freaking go, bro. Ooh, Railgun 8. Not that I need it. Cobb uses Helix VOLTI? Well, I mean, he does a lot of things. Just because a YouTuber does or says something doesn't necessarily make them correct. Which is why, if you disagree with anything that I say, I always encourage you to, push back on anything that you disagree with. And if I can't explain myself, if I can't explain the reasoning for something in a way that actually makes sense to you, then just don't listen to me. I don't know everything, and I'm not right about everything, so there are some things that I'm going to be incorrect about. Tramplinus. I haven't played with this guy in a while. Mimicker Howler is honestly underrated. I agree with that. Most Mimicker builds are kind of underrated. So the next token will just get you 0 tokens again? Yeah. No, it's just a visual bug. So if I closed and reopened the game, it would put me back at 0 tokens. It's just a weird visual bug. And it's not the first time it's happened. It happens quite often. He does a lot of things, yeah. Crypto X. Are you on my friends list? I can invite you next time. When will you get Chungus on free play? Bro, I don't know. Every time I save up enough credits, a new weapon comes out, and I have to buy it for the sake of making a video. My Howler video was uploaded really late. Can you join next time? Brother, you're not even 2K XP. I don't know about that. I think it makes more sense to give it to other people. Give the spot to other people. Bye. Have a nice flight. I might be cooked. Probably not, thank you. I'm gonna go for it. Is it a good idea? No, but it is an idea. Thank you. Bird. There's a VOLTI bot. That's gonna be a pain. Oh, it's right there. He's kind of in trouble. Oh no, he's fine. He's fine. I'm cooked. Yep. As soon as I saw that first Gemini rocket come in, I was like, no, there's gonna be another one. You're back again. Welcome back. I'm not adding people, sorry. Howler Lancer was so OP, I'm gonna be honest, did not expect that. Honestly, yeah. No, I out of everything, I think the thing that I expected to do the best was Aegis, which was one of the better ones, for sure. So I kind of called that. I kind of figured as much. I think the other one that I expected to do well was Redeemer, but it didn't really consider the fact that you take a lot of damage just trying to close the distance, and yeah, it's not really worth it. I figured Zephyr would do okay, but it really didn't. I figured Orion would do okay, but it really didn't. Yeah. Sad. I didn't try the Juggernaut, which I do have rank 6 with mods Juggernaut. Could have tried it, but I figured it was kind of the same thing as Aegis in terms of like playstyle. Mayor thumbnail. Everything I use is super OP, even Helix Cheetah. Oh yeah. Nah, it's hidden gem. You don't know what's a hidden gem. Maxing out long arm 12. Yeah, well, putting A-coins and credits into weapons is not exactly something that I think is high on my priorities list. Especially for something like if you're gonna upgrade something, it's better to upgrade a mech, because mechs have different abilities that can help you in different ways. Weapons are most of the time either just objectively good or objectively bad. and most non-legendary weapons are simply not worth buying or upgrading. At this stage of the game, especially. Solo's a good mech to have, yeah. Buff MD. I can get behind that. Hi. Oh, Railgun Stalker. Nice. It's not gonna be great. Oh, yeah, you follow me on this side. Okay. Against bots at this level, Railgun Stalker's gonna be good. Against players, it's gonna suck balls. But ow! Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that, but Solus for credits, I don't think it's going to. Hemlock is already credits, and I think Solus is in the same tier, so it doesn't make sense that they'd put both of them. Two support mechs in the same tier right next to each other, making both of them credits. I don't think they're going to do that. Yeah, I did some damage. Not a lot, though. Stop up. Bro, this ability is kind of pointless. Can't go on. I guess it's nice for the stasis. Maybe I should try to use it for the stasis a little more often. Oh, I tried to predict it. Oh, hi. I think I've only got like 3 kills with the Silverthorn. You just bots as well. Not really making my job easy. He just handpinned bots. Bruh, we for real? I missed all of them. Run. Or at least, like, scoot quickly. Bro, I don't know, this thing, like, it just kind of floats. Red, hello. Silverthorn exists because it exists. It's useful for nothing. I don't know why a tier 10 mech sucks so much. Even VOLTI's better. Yeah. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. But at the same time, I guess, like, the alternative, like, I'm not super upset about it. It's disappointing a bit, but at the same time, I'm not super upset about it. Because if you think about it, like, the alternative is that the meta continues to shift to further and further tiers, which free-to-play players just don't have, like, reasonable access to. Like, basically nothing in tier 9 is... Actually, I think straight up nothing in tier 9 is available for credits or Acoins. So if you then had to buy a bunch of those, and then shift to tier 10, to then buy the more meta stuff, if it, like, you know, if the meta kept creeping further and further down, I think that would be a bad thing. I think making Silverthorn OP simply because it is tier 10 would be objectively pay to win, right? Like, that's kind of the definition of pay to win. But at the same time, yeah, it is kind of disappointing that a mech is that bad. They could have at least made it decent. Do you mind being added in YouTube chat? No, not at all. No, I don't care. For Discord, it'll show, like, a little notification bubble, and so I have to, like, you know, those notification bubbles are kind of annoying. So I don't want people pinging me constantly for, like, random, unimportant stuff in Discord, because I'll get, like, actual notifications for it. If you tag me in YouTube chat, it just shows a little orange, tag thing. It just makes your message slightly more visible. So, like, you know, if you tag me, like, a bunch of times for stupid things, then I'll probably time you out. But, you know, in general, no, I don't care. You can already get Surge on your ult, but I also want to use those A-coins to score on a decent playoff. The waiting is killing me. Bro, I must have been just, like, I've been messing around too much, I guess. I don't know how often you play. But you can already get Surge? I'm not even close. Have you just been, like, fully meta progressing, I assume? I mean, I've spent a bit of A-coins. Like, I spent some A-coins buying Stalker. I didn't need to. I spent some A-coins, like, ranking up stuff, Juggernaut, including Ares, Tengu. Graviton 10, I guess, as well. What else? Pilot? I don't know. Good number of weapons are being available for credits in Tier 9, though. Tier 8, you mean? Yeah. Overdriver 10 or Graviton. I don't think you should bother duplicating Graviton. I think you should just use Overdriver on Panther instead. It's not going to be quite as good, but it'll be good later down the road, so it's probably worth it. They should make a weapon like Particle Beam that deals damage until a blast, but you shoot the blast at a teammate and heal them. Heal weapons, I don't think are going to be good. For the same reason that heal abilities aren't good. Which is that in order to restore HP, their mods have to be gone and they have to have taken raw HP damage. By the time your mods are gone, by the time HP is in play, it's kind of already too late. The bulk of your survivability is not in your HP, it's in your mods. So, and that's the reason Salver's not that good. So what I would advocate for is like a support type thing that provides allies with a shield of some type. You know, like a Juggernaut shield. When will Tier 9 be available in game currency? It's not a matter of like tier by tier. It's just a matter of which weapon or which mechs come out. The next mech to come out for free to play should be Seeker, which is in Tier 9. But yeah, it's just one at a time. It's like one mech at a time. It's not going to be all of them at the same time. Why do I have Cheetah? Oh yeah, Cheetah is another one that I that I spent A-coins on. Reaver 12 Chungus is where it's at. You just can't beat it. It's too OP. It's more bots. Red, do you need to finish the attacker task, or did you already finish it? Is that gonna kill him? Well, I didn't, but he did die. Hooray! My blades were pointless still. I love this mech. This thing's ability is so useless, dude. By the time the blades go off, it's already dead. It's so bad. everybody's up here again. There's a bot that probably went to A. I saw something freaking around. I don't know where it went. Rank up minigun 10 twice from rank 4. No, I'm pretty sure I've already said not to do that. Just do Overdriver 10. Buy and rank up Overdriver 10. Cost a lot less acorns. Doesn't the blade have a higher damage for firing? No. No, when you shoot the blades, it does a little bit of damage for each blade, so it's like, yeah, technically you get that extra ability damage. But then for, I think, 3.5 seconds, you also, yeah, enemy speed reduction. So extra damage percent, 50%. This is not a damage boost. This doesn't mean that people take 50% more damage while you're firing at them. This means that after a 3.5 second duration delay, they will take they'll take extra damage equal to 50% of the damage that you dealt to them at a maximum that caps out at 60%. So you have to wait 3.5 seconds to get a 50% damage boost on your weapons. By the time the damage boost even comes into play, which like deals it like in a single hit. By the time that comes into play, they're already dead. First and foremost. And secondly, it's not a 50% damage boost because it caps out at 60,000, which is really, really, like, that's really low. It's not even enough to kill my freaking, well, it is enough to kill my Zephyr. Now that it has a rare pilot, but it's not enough to kill, like, an Orion, like. And at max level, it's the same. Like, even at max level, it's also 60,000, which is, like, basically nothing. VOLTI's kind of nice. Yeah, VOLTI's useful. Silverthorn's not. Silverthorn just doesn't have a place. That's the thing. Is it the blade damage? The blade damage, like, the blades do deal damage, yes, not a lot. Blade hit damage, that's what this is. So you'll deal 5. You'll deal this 5 times, which is like 10k damage. 12k damage if you include total. Which isn't, like, terrible, but, like, why would you... Like, really? You have a whole mech dedicated to 12k ability damage? Like, come on. That's pretty sad. You know? Like, brother. Freaking, like, Scorpius. Damage per magazine. Scorpius deals more damage, and you don't even have to expose yourself to do it. And it has no damage delay. It deals it straight up. It does require a lock, which is unfortunate, but that's like the only downside. The lock time's really short. It has a small damage radius. It has a shorter cycle time, 7 seconds, as opposed to Silverthorn, which has a 7-second cooldown plus a 3.5 second duration, so that's a 10.5 second cycle time. Whereas Scorpius just has 7-second cycle time. Scorpius is better. Onyx is better. Like, there's a lot of mechs that are just straight up better. Why have a mech dedicated to that pathetic amount of extra ability damage just to maybe get off some damage at, like, way later when it's completely irrelevant? Ivan, I'm timing you out. My chat's not for self-promo. "100-meter burst damage radius." Yeah, the info does seem kind of rushed. I don't know why it says that. Dead meme, please speak English. Silverthorn was released because they want Onyx to seem good. That's crazy. Maybe. Which mechs are the best attackers? The best attacker is Seeker. And then probably Dreadnought. How did I get Silverthorn? There was an event that gave 1 free token. And I spun that 1 free token, and I happened to get it. I made a short on it, you can see it. Yeah, this is a great map for the Graviton Panther. I just need to not die like an idiot. It is a 5v3 though. 2 of those are bots. Of the 3 sustained weapons in tier 6, Overdriver 10 is the best. Yes. Wait, what's the other one? Graviton 10, Overdriver 10, what else? Just so we're clear, I don't wanna... Yep, man. Bruh. Bruh. Clearly, I'm going to need to provide all of the cover here because my entire team is using passive. Hi, would you mind not doing that? Thanks. Oh no, he cooked. Right there, gas rifle. Thank you. Fantastic. I don't have my shield yet. We're gonna have to chill for a little bit. Okay. Oh, it's a kill shot. Absolutely not, sir. That's the Guardian. Yep. I mean, there's a reason I stayed that far away, my guy. I might be dead here. Oh, no. Wait, hold on. Aha! Gauss, right, or Quantum Gun 6 on the Lancer, bro. He's gonna jump 1 time. It's gonna be GG for him. I'm waiting for it. Yep. Oh, wow. He actually did not take that much damage. That is interesting. Okay, that'll kill him. Ow. Oh, I got him with the blades. Let's go! The one time it was useful. Outlaw and Panther are good attackers. Outlaw not so much. Outlaw's really only good if you are fighting Deathwalkers. Otherwise, I'm not even gonna lie, it's not that good. VOLTI or Silverthorn? VOLTI, 100%. Not even close. Winners for the giveaway? Brother, it's like the 15th or something like that. I said in the giveaway video. It'll end on the 21st. It's the 12th, bro. You got more than a week left. The reason I'm hesitant getting Overdriver 10 and Tier 6 is because I already have Overdriver 8 on Aegis. You don't want to have 2 Overdriver builds. when you only have the one pilot. Well, even if you didn't have the one pilot, I think doubling down on one weapon this early on is probably not a great idea. I mean, if you have, for example, Viper 8s, then you could use Overdriver 10s and Viper 8s. What was the third one? Oh, chain gun, probably, right? Sorry, I didn't, because I asked, but I don't think I ever saw. Fusion cannon? Wait, fusion cannon wasn't the third sustained fire weapon. Minigun? Oh, because you already have rank 4 minigun, that makes sense. Well, between a rank 4 minigun and a duplicated graviton, yeah, I guess you can go for graviton. I think in a situation like this, where it's like if I had my hangar set up like this, with the Storm Rank Lancer here, and I was tasked, essentially, with finding the best weapon for this if I didn't have the gravitons. Let's say I have the overdrivers here, and I want to know, you know, should I get, like, overdriver 10 winner? I'd probably just put pod guns on here and then put the overdriver 10s on that. Graviton 10, I think, is decent, but I don't think it has a really long lifespan. Overdriver 10s are going to serve you way better longer term. How's Overdriver? Overdriver's good, dude. Better than Viper. Don't have heavy duty pilot. Should you get Overdriver? I think most people should get Overdriver, yeah. I think Overdriver is better than Viper. It's almost just as good as Minigun, and Minigun is a really good weapon. You got the VOLTI. Nice, dude. I hope I do, but I probably won't. You have Overdriver 10 and Graviton Beam 10 on the Outlaw just until I get Overdriver 8. I had the 8 coins for Panther, but since it's more expensive, I spent for Outlaw. Currently I have 2k and saving for Search. So you have, yeah, you essentially have my main hangar, right, with the Maxed Lancer. Except instead of Panther, you have Outlaw, right? That's what I'm saying. Overdriver 10s on Outlaw is going to be, like, Overdriver would be worse on Panther, but I think it would be better on Outlaw, right? So double Overdrivers is better long term, and it's also better short term for your Outlaw. Outlaw's not tanky. It doesn't have a thing that really protects itself too much, so you don't want a weapon that has a potentially 1.5 second damage delay, which is what Graviton Beam has. You have to hold it on an enemy for 1.5 seconds. If you're using 2 of them, you have to hold it on an enemy for 1.5 seconds. Just to get any decent amount of damage. It's a damage delay on something that's not tanky. That's partially why I prefer Railgun over Podgun on Orion. Even with the homing mechanic of Podgun, it's a 2-second time delay, and at the end of the day, if you need damage immediately, you just don't have it, and your ability doesn't help you. So, yeah. Does VOLTI log on faster the closer you are? Yes, indeed. That is exactly how it works. Reviewing hangars now? No, I would like to get as many of these tokens as I can. How do you get the free tokens? You just gotta complete the tasks. There's an event that'll give you 5 free tokens for the VOLTI. No reviews in today's stream? No, I probably will. I'll go for a bit longer, though. I want to give myself a solid chance, because as soon as I start... Because here's my plan. My plan's essentially, like... We'll do this. And then I will, at some point, do hanger reviews for a while. And then after the hanger reviews, we'll probably, I kind of want to watch BMP's video that he made on Howler. If you guys want to. And we could do that. And then we'll probably call it. But if, like, if I start with the hanger reviews, it's, like... And I may even decide to watch the video first and then, do hanger reviews last. Because as soon as I start the hanger reviews, people are just going to be hounding me for hanger reviews the entire rest of the stream. So they're not going to leave me alone. And I already know that. Like, I'm not stupid. I don't need to try it in order to know that. Hi. I got a decent... They got Star Mag. He has pod guns on his Lancer. Oh, the Stormark one died. That's good. Dummy. Oh, poor guy. He was not paying attention. I'm not gonna give him enough time to shoot me. I would not, yeah, just chill. I need some of you guys to make your way up the right side. You need to back up. When I have a shield out and I... Like, this is a thing that I think people, like, everybody should do. It's a habit that I think everybody should have. If you have a shield out, and it's about to go down, like, 2 seconds before it goes down, you should press the cover button. Just to let people know that it's gonna go down. Okay. Yeah, if you mark an Ares, you can, or any shielded mech, you can shoot it anywhere on the shield, and it'll deal damage transferred to the mech from the shield piercing. So actually, Ares is like incredibly weak against Orion. So easy to kill it. Excuse me. There you go. Uh-oh. SMP series, yeah. How long does a token event last? I think another 3 days. Got some time. I may or may not end up finishing all of them today. Because it might take a while, but I'd like to finish at least 2 of them. He just a good starting mech? Absolutely. He just is solid. Yeah, I mean... pretty far off. Aegis is good, but you like to bring it in the middle of the game. Yeah, I mean, it's not usually one that it's not one that I'd start with unless you're in tier 5. If you're in tier 5, honestly, I would, like, you can start with it. Podgun Aegis is what I used pretty much the entirety of tier 5. Like, I almost didn't use anything else. Because it was basically the Railgun Orion of my hanger. Where it's like, I'd start the match with it, and I'd end the match with it 90% of the time. And I get, like, 12 plus kills easily. Cool video BMP made on Howler. Nice. Yeah, you know what? Maybe let's make a poll. I'll ask what people want after I get the next token. Because I'll probably just get, I'll probably just get one more token. And then we'll save the other tokens for maybe another stream or something. We got some time. It'll probably take a long time to finish it, though. We'll probably do both, just for people wondering. It's just a matter of which one we do first. Bottomy, I can get you in right now. Bro, why are you so weak, though? That's not the hanger you're going to be using, I assume. We got a tanker hanger? Is that what's going on? Did you get VOLTI? I did not. Nope, I got one of the tokens. I spun it. I got 2 fortune keys. Can't complain, though. 2 fortune keys is better than blueprints. Top 3 best attacker mechs. You know, it's a question that I've considered making a video on. But it occurs to me, it's like, attackers in general are not that good. And it's not like anyone really has, except for right now that people need to use attackers to finish these events and stuff. There's not really much demand to use any specific type of mech. So I'm not sure how many people would actually care about a video like that. Like, I'm not sure how relevant it is. Like, the best attacker mech is Seeker. And the second best would probably be Dreadnought. But then apart from that, like, who cares, right? Both of those are really strong. And if the other ones are not really meta-worthy, then who really cares what the next best one is, right? That's kind of my thinking. But maybe people do care, I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to tell what topics what's kind of like more specific topics. I know there's a lot of general topics that are very easy to tell what people would care about. But the more specific ones, not so much. I'll go for it, but that was kind of a bad throw. It doesn't really matter because apparently everything is dead. Hi? He was art torrenting me through my barrier, which I find highly inappropriate. Hi. You graviton, idiot. Oh, no. Hanger Reviews wins, yeah. I mean, I kind of assumed it would, because it's people who are here that aren't going to want to be here later. Or aren't going to be able to be here later. And so they just want theirs done. And that's the thing, and this is the reason that I haven't made videos on it, right? That's the reason that I haven't done it as much. Is because nobody actually cares about watching them, they just want theirs. If I don't, if I said right now, I'm gonna do hanger reviews, but I'm not going to review anybody's hanger that's in the stream. I'm gonna review this one predetermined hanger that I chose beforehand. Nobody would watch, everybody would. People are just here for theirs. That's it. And that's what I've learned, and that's why I am not so keen on making videos regarding that topic. Or making, or you know, giving it stream time. And that's why, like, my views always drop on videos or streams. My views always drop every time I go to hanger reviews, because people are interested in it under the notion that I might choose theirs. But as soon as I choose somebody, then that means, you know, for every one person I choose, there's 100 people that I didn't choose, and so all of them leave. Be funny to do hanger reviews, but not yours. Well, now that I said that, people would vote for it just to try to prove me wrong, but... Videos on best mechs for Podgun, best weapons for Orion are very insightful. I want to make more of those. I'm sort of trying to think of, like, a good format. I think best mechs for whatever weapon is a decent idea. But thinking in terms of, like, best weapons for whatever mech, what I kind of want to do is include not just the weapons, but also just general playstyle tips, and make it more of like a better guide, like a general guide to the mech itself that includes the best weapons. So that's kind of something that I think would probably be more beneficial and be something that would be more helpful. Because there's a lot of things that I know that I just kind of don't really put into videos, or I don't really think about it. But I don't know. I have to play around with, like, different formats and figure out how I want to do things. Figure out which ones I think are the best. It's also a matter of, like, how long does it take to make said video and how many views does it get? Because if it takes a long time and it doesn't get any views, then I'm not going to make that kind of video. Why can't I spin my mech around in my hanger on PC? I don't know. You should be able to. You just click and drag. Grinder, hello. You're getting players that are tanking. Yeah. Happens. I get those sometimes. Pumped for implant video. I heard you talk about disruptor radius implant. You had no idea. There's a lot of things that bro, it's taking so long. And I get like, a big problem with that video though. What's annoying, and I've said this before, but I'd say like the biggest thing that's making it take so long is that I want to still be uploading other videos in between, right? I don't want to just, like, I could probably take like a week off and only work on that implant video, but I want to be making other videos in between. But for every video that I want to make between, that's a lot of, I'm putting most of my effort into that, and I'm not putting a whole lot of effort into the implant one, because that one's not, it's not even close to being done, dude. I wish it was close, but it's really not close. No rush. Yeah, but like the longer I take to do it, the more things come out. There's already been like 3 different things that have come out since I started. I have to do those things. And not even that, but also just the fact that like there's a lot of things that I know that I wish I could be sharing with people that I'm not sharing with people because the video's taking so long to release. And then after the implant video, I'm also going to be making a mods video. And so the longer the implant video takes, the longer the mods video takes. So it's just, yeah, it's a pain. Loose. No, oh, I was hoping that was one of the people. So, bro, what the... Okay. Probably cooked. Yep. Damn. Your biggest complaint with Mech Arena? My biggest complaint. Probably the balancing. And also the fact that things take like 2 years to become free to play. But if I had to choose one thing, I'd probably go with the balancing. It's the most ambitious and helpful topic ever. Can't wait, we take your time. Yeah, I do think it would be helpful. It's... The more I think about it, I'm not gonna lie though, I think the more I think about it, the less worth, I don't want to say less worth my time. It's gonna be worth my time, if for no other reason than, hopefully, once I make this video, I'm never gonna have to talk about implants again. But I think something to keep in mind is that, like, a large portion of players don't care what the best implants are. I think. Like, a large portion of players don't care what the best implants are. Because they're stuck with situations like this, where it's like, you just use the implants that you have. You don't even have all the implants, but you just use the ones that you have, because why not, right? Like, I use these because I have them, not because they're the best ones, literally just because these are the ones that I have, I don't have any of them. So I think a large percentage of players are in this situation, where they're literally just using what they have, and they don't have options, much less do they care about their options. But it will be very, very helpful for the people who do have options, or for people when they're looking to get implants, so... Yeah, I think it'll be a good watch, and I think it'll do well. At very least, it's a video that I think people will go back to. Decent ass monster camera. Kind of true though. Those are good though. Have you not tried them? Anyone else doesn't have Tier Revoker 6 because it wasn't for real money when you left the tier like me? You probably should go back and get it. It's worth going back and getting. But they also throw away coins for useless implants. That's true. That's true. Yeah, maybe people are more interested than I think they are. Regardless of whether or not it's like you know, an absolute must-watch for everybody. Like, I don't necessarily care that much. So, like, regardless if it's, like, the best thing ever, I think that my free-to-play Gear Hub guide is going to clearly be a better video. But similar to the free-to-play Gear Hub guide, I think it's just going to be a video that a lot of people, like, months later are going back to and watching. Because it's just a nice topic. And it's a full coverage on that topic, so, yeah. I think it'll do fine. I think it'll do fine. The main problem is just that it takes so long, and 90% of my efforts are, you know, I have to put 90% of my effort toward whatever the next video is. I can't necessarily put a whole lot of time toward a video that's gonna take that long. Implants are really self-explanatory. Not really. Like, if you have the mental capacity and just the general time and patience enough to do the math on a lot of implants, then yes, you're right. But I'd say just like generally, just like straight up looking at it and just being like, oh, there's this implant versus this implant, without doing any math or knowing really necessarily specific details of things, I don't think it's that self-explanatory. Not all of them, anyway. Some of them certainly are. We should probably go on here before they respawn. Yeah. They're on our backside. Oh, jeez. He freaking one-shot me, dude. I didn't think that was gonna happen. Bruh, we did. Oh, God. That eclipse spawning right in my face, keeping me from shooting that guy's kind of long. I probably shouldn't be this aggressive, trying to hold their back beacon like this. I don't think it's really worth it. I'm burning a lot of mechs and I'm not accomplishing a ton. So I'm really just hoping that my teammates are accomplishing a decent amount in my absence. Which they're not. We now only have one beacon. I'd like to know when he's gonna get on it. I'd give it like 2 more seconds. Oh. Okay, everybody's over there. Right here. Bruh. That's such a useless ability. Their barrier delay is so annoying. I'm okay with it. Aegis has a similar delay. Just more visually accurate, I guess. Long arm meta. Yeah, let's go. Will you cover like every single mod or just the basics? Feels like a hefty topic for mods. All of them. So I'm gonna go through like general priorities, what works best and why. And then I'll go through all of the exceptions, like different mechs that have exceptions to the rule. I'll go it's a similar topic to like the implants. I'm gonna go the whole way. So I'm gonna go like which ones are the best ones to buy, which ones are the best ones to upgrade, how much should you upgrade them, when should you buy the next one after you've upgraded it a certain amount, which mods are worth getting on certain mechs, which ones aren't worth getting on other mechs. It's like pretty much everything that I could talk about regarding mods is something that I want to talk about. Tanker, 6-star Seeker. You might be right. Yeah, when you see a large team, there's a non-zero chance that there's somebody tanking. This guy seems fine. I don't know who it was. No, they're fine. Cause who is the Seeker guy? They weren't tanking. They just had a 6-star Seeker. Like he has some really good stuff. It looks like he might be tanking, but like his inventory power doesn't reflect that. So this is the best that he has, most likely. Is it somebody's alt account and they knew exactly what would work, so they purposely got the Seeker and upgraded only the Seeker essentially? I mean, maybe, but that's their own thing. Hanger reviews will only benefit the one hanger you're reacting to. It's actually not true. No. That's not true. Most of the time, my hanger reviews, I'll talk about things that a lot of people do. And a lot of people could learn from the mistakes of somebody else, but they just choose not to. they choose to believe that because their build is like they have like a 1 implant difference on their build, or because their hanger looks slightly different, that the advice that I'm telling one person doesn't apply to them, and they want me to just tell them what to do. It's because that's the thing, is like people don't want general advice. They don't want to know why certain things work or certain things don't work, to be able to like make their hanger better. The majority of people, I would say, the majority of people who want hanger reviews just want me to tell them what to do. If I did literally nothing except for show them a hanger that is a better version of their hanger, and just be like, go for this, and I said nothing else, they'd be perfectly happy. I think like easily 80% of people, that's all they want. They just want me to tell them, do this, do that. They don't care why. But I take the time to explain why, always. Because like I always say, if I can't explain why I say something, then just don't listen to me. I'm probably wrong. What's that? Get by. Ow. Yeah, that guy there. Kill shot. Good job. Timbo's got particle beam. That's wild. I'm gonna take up this spot right here. Hi. He's dead. Like he can't survive that. But I do need to mark this guy. I'm cooked. I need to be able to hold ground, I think. We need to be able to cap center, and then we need to be able to hold ground. Gotcha. We need less Geminis in the back, and we need a little bit more pushing power up front, fellas. If we don't grab center right now. I got you. We need center right now. We can snowball the last of their mechs. That's gonna be a problem. Oh, not that. I meant the Deathwalker. Ow. Okay. Did their Deathwalker die? I don't know if it did. Yeah, yeah. So I figured they were kind of running out of mechs. Snowball their mechs. And then this last beacon, even though they would have won if we let the beacons go, we end up capturing this one because they ran out of mechs. Classic case of too aggro, but some of us were almost a little too passive. You should do hanger reviews as people play them. What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean by that. 18, that's crazy. I like it though. Railgun would be better. Oh, this guy quit. That's unfortunate. We almost lost. We almost lost a 5v4. Bruh. Red. What is this for? I can't invite you with this account, bro. Why do you get so much time to quick spawn whenever I do I get a good 1 second before it forces me out of the mech spawn menu. It's because you don't do it right. There are 2 stages to it. So the first thing is to bring up your menu. Let's just I'm not doing customs. I'm just showing. There's 2 stages to it, and you're doing it. You're going to stage 2 too quickly. So when you're about to die, probably because he's on PC. No. When you're about to die, you pull up the menu. If you press this change mech button before you die, if I die in this screen right here, it'll immediately force me into a wait time. It will not force me into a wait time if I die in this screen here. So you gotta pull up the menu before you die, but then after you die is when you're free to press the change mech button. You cannot do it before. So you're pulling up the menu, going to change mech too quickly. How to die, yeah, exactly, bro. And it's not a thing that's exclusive to PC or mobile. Red. Much appreciated, by the way. You know in Hangar Showdown if you... Yes. Like, people say that all the time, yeah. It only works if they lock in their mech really quickly, though. Because otherwise, if you take too long, if you take too long with it, then, it'll automatically make you use a certain mech that you probably didn't want to use. But yes, I'm aware that you can do that. You haven't played in 2 years, that's crazy. Alright, let's see, we did 69% Hangar reviews, okay, fair enough. We may not end up watching BMP's video in that case. Because I know people aren't gonna let me stop. People aren't gonna let me stop doing reviews. As soon as I stop, people are gonna be like, hey, no, do mine now. And then the entirety of going over BMP's video, if I end up deciding to do that, is just gonna be full of people who are like, bro, do my Hangar now. I don't. So we'll probably have to do that some other time. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll just give it a specific amount of time and be like, hey, we're gonna stop after this amount. All the steps you mentioned I do same exact way. Well, then you shouldn't have a problem. And you said you're on PC as well, right? If you can show me a video of it. As far as I'm aware, it's not like there's no bugs involved, so I wouldn't know. At that point, it may or may not just, it may or may not be just a thing that you just straight up can't do. Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. You just tested it. You might have been going into the menu before you die. Alright. I mean, go for it. If you can send a video of it happening like when it's not supposed to, then like I'll believe you. But I'm not really sure if there's anything to be done about it. As far as like that's the only way that I know how to do it. There's nothing else. Okay, so we'll go into this now. Why not? How long do we want to do this for? Maybe not a time limit. Hangar reviews. Head to Discord to submit your hangar. What's the channel name? It's just hangar reviews, isn't it? I'll pin that. The link to Discord's in the description. I'm not just gonna... Some people are gonna try to tell me, hey, no, just pull up my... Just go in-game, search up my ID, and just pull up my hangar. No, it doesn't work like that. I've tried doing that, and it's not helpful. Because almost every single time somebody's using a hangar that they don't usually use, they're like, oh, wait, no, actually, I don't normally use that thing. I just have it there. It's like, bro, well, then why'd you tell me to do that? First off, and then second off, it's also... doing it through Discord allows me, so long as you do the things that I ask you to do, that allows me to see what you have available, and that allows me to give you better advice. So we are gonna look through them. I'm gonna go. Shadowmind said that he made one. I'll go by whichever ones, like if I see one that's posted within the last, like, 10 minutes or something like that, then I'll prioritize those because I know that's from people that are in the stream. So, yeah, just give me a minute. You gotta send me a video of your inventory. Or just a bunch of screenshots, preferably video though. Okay. So this right here, you can full screen it probably. So this is a hangar right now, Overdriver Panther. Not great, but again, Overdriver 10's more worthwhile than Graviton 10 is. Provoker Zephyr, Stormrack Orion, I don't think that's going to be great. Disc Launcher Aegis, I just... would I swap those two? Maybe not. Podgun Outlaw. I'm iffy on these three, unless you have Reload Implant. Damage and radius, that looks like the quality's really bad, but I don't think there's an epic reload. Also damage and... Is that reload or radius? I think it's radius. Damage range. The range is kind of pointless. If you have cooldown, that'd be better. Duration, though, that's good. Cooldown. Okay. Wait, what was his, he went to this one first, yeah. Podgun damage. Ability cooldown. Okay. What Discord group is it in? It's in the Hangar Reviews, the Hangar Review, like, forum post channel. So it's in the Mech Arena category. See, I think you might have to grab the Mech Arena role in order to see it. It's in the Mech Arena category right underneath video ideas. Is Zephyr worth it? When you're in tier 5, absolutely. I think Zephyr is a mech that you should use until you get Surge or some other better mech that applies EMP. Zephyr's just the best that you have, and you need a mech that applies EMP. It's just super useful. So, you know, if Zephyr's the best that you got, then it's the best that you got. And then what was this? Looks like cooling and cooldown. Okay. I'm not really in love with, like, 3 of those builds, so I just kind of want to see what you have in terms of... weapons, mostly. You posted just 4 hours ago. Should you post again? Nah, that's fine. Just remind me when I finish up this one. Just tell me which one it is. So he does have... Ares, Tengu, Gordian, Stalker. Okay, no, he doesn't really have any better mechs. So the mechs that he's using, I'm not surprised. The mechs that he's using are the best mechs that he could be using, really. So, fair enough. Overdriver 8 and 10. Stormax 6 and 10. Graviton 10. Upgraded a little too much. Revoker. Why is Revoker 6 level 3? It's just a waste of credits. Why is Disc Launcher 8 level 4? This is where your credits go. This is how people are broke. Because they dump random upgrades into things that don't matter. Disc Launcher 8 at level 1 is at rank 5 level 1 is just as effective as Disc Launcher 8 at rank 5 level 4. Like, it doesn't really make a difference. Like, technically, stat-wise, there's a difference, but it's not a noticeable difference, and it's not one worth putting your resources into. Minigun 8, yeah. Podgun 8, okay. Alright, well. This is going to be a tough one. This is a tough one. Because I would say clearly your hangar's not fully optimized, but at the same time, I'm not sure there's a whole lot that you could do about it. Podgun Outlaw. I guess, like, my kind of gut response would... I would, like, probably say Stormrax on Outlaw. Podguns on Orion. Or maybe Podguns on Aegis, Disc Launchers on Orion, whatever. Doesn't really matter. But, Stormrax, a single salvo Stormrax is usually a guaranteed kill regardless of Hunter's Mark, so you don't necessarily need it. It's good, and especially if you have the reload implant, it'll be really effective, but it's... I don't think it really benefits the weapon a ton. You could be benefiting one of these other weapons a lot more, and still get pretty much the same performance out of the Stormrax from something else. And... I mean, none of these are actively bad. I just feel like it could be slightly better. If you haven't, how do you get that role? Oh, you just go to the roles channel. Like, when you join, it should ask you, which games do you play? And if you select Mech Arena, then it should automatically give you that role. But if you joined a while ago before I set that up, then you might need to go grab it yourself. But it's like toward the top of the server. There's just a channel called Roles, and then you can just select whatever applies. You replace the Outlaw with Eclipse. This is why I don't do hangar reviews, dude. This is why I don't do hangar reviews. What does it look like now? Pod Aegis, Revoker, Eclipse in this one. You replaced the Outlaw with Eclipse. So what do you have what do you have on the Zephyr? Please don't tell me Stormrack. Disc launcher. Okay. Let's see. Pod Aegis. Revoker Eclipse. Does your Eclipse have mods, I hope? Disc launcher. I mean, disc launcher Zephyr is like actually not that bad. I don't hate it. I've seen it used pretty effectively. But I guess, like, I don't know. The Stormwrack Orion I just think is kind of a waste. But I don't know if there's much that you can really do about it. I think at the end of the day, it kind of just is what it is. I don't think there's a whole lot you could do about it. Unless you were to buy Railgun 8s and use the Railgun 8s, but then what do you use your Stormwracks on, right? At that point, like, your best use of Stormwracks would probably be on your freaking Zephyr, and that's not really good. So... Usually at the top with the name Updated Hanger. Okay. I suppose I would at least try, like, Podgun Orion Stormwrack Aegis and just see how well that works out for you. Because I think Orion has the potential to get way more kills, and if you're limited by an extremely long weapon reload, then you're very much limiting yourself. Like, you're very much limiting one of, like, the most rampage killing spree mechs that you could have. You're limiting it pretty severely with a weapon that has essentially one shot in the magazine and a very, very, very long reload time. So I think Podgun potentially would be better on it. But I'll leave that up to you. There's also, like, the damage delay, so it's not, like, super ideal. But yeah. You don't have a lot of stuff, so, like, based on the stuff that you have, you're probably using it in one of the best ways possible. So I don't necessarily fault you for that. In terms of pilots, you don't have great pilots. Since you have Eclipse now, you could choose to put a bit of your time into getting better pilots while waiting for Surge, rather than saving up for Surge and getting Surge. Because even if you did get Surge, what would you use with it, right? You put Revokers on it, and then you'd have to use something else weird on your Eclipse. So you don't really have builds set up for, unless you did like Overdrive or 10 and 8, I suppose. You don't really have builds set up for both scouts, so even if you did have both, you wouldn't really be able to use them super effectively. So you could spend a bit of time just getting epic pilots to kind of fill it out. I would prioritize close quarter. Well, you already have close. Prioritize missile specifically, and for the, I mean, you can't get an epic assault pilot anymore. An epic guided pilot's pretty pointless because you're not going to use guided for a very long time. Epic Barrage, you might consider. I'd say that's, like, maybe your third best option. So, like, yeah. But you already have the close quarters, so I'd at very least probably get an epic missile pilot, and then maybe save up some A coins for, like, a legendary Stormwrack reload, because that'll really make a big difference. And it costs, like, you know, a third of what a Surge costs, so you don't exactly have a ton of options. But yeah, well, I mean, alternatively, you could, like, duplicate your Overdrive, right? But if you already, yeah, I don't know. The fact that you already have Eclipse means that, like, do you even bother with Overdriver? I'm not sure. I'm gonna leave that up to you. You're gonna do Railgun Orion and Stormwrack Outlaw next. Instead of Aegis or instead of Zephyr? Because you have to replace one of them, or Panther. I think the Zephyr applies EMP, and you can't really afford to replace that. I think the Aegis is your only... Aegis, mostly? I think the Aegis is your only defensive mech. I'm not sure if that would work out very well. I mean, you're free to try it. So long as it doesn't cost you anything, you should try as many different builds as you can just to see what you like, but... I don't predict that working super well. Anyway. Let's check this one. Zephyr stays, yeah. I mean, as it should. You spun it once with Acorns and got VOLTI. Let's go. Hopefully it works out for you. Alright, let's see. He's got a very interesting hanger. This is... These two are both good. This one is probably decent. I mean, right here is just like an unnecessary crime. I don't even know why this exists. Very clearly, I'm just like, right off the bat, you should just be swapping these two weapons. There's no reason to have Assault Weapon Lancer with a Guided Weapon Aegis. And here's the reason. Lancer can get up to really crazy places, so to where it's not really targetable and people can't really see you. So if you use like a guided type weapon, you can be a really big pain in the butt and nobody's going to be able to shoot you back. Aegis has a dome shield, which allows it 10 seconds of protection, so you really just stack as much damage output during that 10 seconds as you can, and you're gonna and that's just the best way to do it. So an assault weapon works perfectly, like assault weapon like Viper works perfectly, or Overdriver. Because this at the end of the day, even though both are really good weapons, at the end of the day, this probably just has more DPS. Even though, like, would I say Podgun Aegis is better than Viper Aegis? Maybe. I might go so far as to say that, but it's definitely, like, it's almost the same. A Podgun Lancer is going to be way better than a Viper Lancer, right? It's not so much about, is the Viper better than Podgun on Aegis? It's not so much about that specific question, it's more about the question between these two, because you have one or the other, right? Because otherwise, if it wasn't a question, you know, you could play that game with every single one of these mechs, and you'd end up with 3 builds that all have Podgun. This would be better with Podgun, this would be better with Podgun, this would be better with Podgun. So you can't play that game. You can't play the game of, like, which weapon is better on X mech. You can't do that. You have to consider everything. And the kill shot, I think, is fine, because it can get reasonably close. I don't think the relatively low range, the low homing range of Disc Launcher, I don't think that's a problem. And it is a guided weapon, so you're not going to die super fast. And the damage output is decent, so... Yeah, no, I think that's actually a fine build. But between these two, like, there's very clearly one set. Like, there's one set that's going to work way better than the other, right? By swapping these, you're going to do way better. Damage reload duration. Damage jump distance. Okay. You could, when you swap them, I guess you could keep the duration. Well, duration's not great. If you have duration on your Zephyr, then it's fine. Let's see. Damage dash distance, those are fine. Damage range duration. I think cooldown might be better than range. Because realistically, you're not going to be firing at any longer than 40 meters if your ability doesn't span past 30 meters anyway. So you're really almost exclusively firing while people are stuck in the EMP effect. Can I friend you? No, sorry. Range and shield piercing, those are both good. Well, the range, not really, but, like, you know, you probably don't have anything better. Realistically. Okay, so... duration's kind of pointless on Aegis, but it is the best that you have. Like, you couldn't use anything else. I would swap those. You'd have, like, damage and duration on Aegis, and then you'd have, what, damage, reload, and jump distance on Lancer. So yeah, 100%. And then let's check see what you have here. Okay, nothing really. You do Viper, not Overdriver though. Stormrack 10. No Stormrack 6, which is interesting. You need to probably want to get that at some point. All solid. And you really haven't been, except for the Rocket Mortar 12 for I don't know what reason. But it doesn't seem like you've really been upgrading things unnecessarily very much. There's like a couple things that are upgraded like once or twice, but you know, probably for like upgrade whatever task. Most likely. All of your long arms. No, you seem pretty decent on the upgrades. In terms of pilots, I don't expect to see anything weird here, so yeah, I'll just look through that. Okay, so yeah. I think the main thing, you're going to want to get Stormrack eventually, Stormrack 6. If you get Stormrack 6, then instead of the Viper, you could just put Stormrack 10 and 6 on your Lancer, and then you'd be cooking. And I think that'd be better overall. But in the meantime, I'd say just swap these two. There's no reason not to. And everything else can mostly stay the same. Yeah. Pretty solid, though. Pretty solid, though. You were a Rocket Mortar fan 2 years ago? That's crazy. Bro, this account is 2 years old? How? You don't have Revoker 6 and 10? I'm not going to get enraged that you don't have something. I'm just going to give you advice based on what you do or don't have. If you don't have it, I'm going to be like, hey, yeah, you should probably get that. At the end of the day, it's up to you as to whether or not you want to listen to my advice. But, you know, if you're asking for a hangar review, I have to assume that what you're asking for is how to set up your hangar in like the most optimal way possible, or like how to build the most meta hangar possible for the stage that you're in and for what kind of items you have unlocked. So if you're gonna purposely decide to not make a hangar that's really meta, then there's no reason to even ask for my advice. Like you just don't bother. Because I'm gonna tell you what's meta. I'm gonna tell you what works the best. And if you don't, and if you'd rather just mess around, which, by the way, full respect for that. That's the only thing I do. I don't play meta on my main account. I just mess around, just do whatever. So fully respect that, but it is a waste of time at the end of the day to ask for advice if you're not gonna really follow through with it. You're still trying to figure out how to get the roll, you're saying? This is in the Mech Arena Discord server? No, not the official Discord server, my server. My server is in the stream description. You wish you had Discord so you could do that stuff? Yeah, well, Discord's pretty necessary for a lot of things. Like, if you want to do collabs with, like, you were saying you played with BMP earlier. If you want to do, like, a collab, like an official collab with BMP, you're probably going to want Discord, I ain't gonna lie. What's the server called? It's just the link in my description that's labeled as my stream server, or labeled as my server. Sorry. You posted yours just now. Okay. Soul Gamer. Wait, which one's yours? Ayano Goji? Is that yours? I got you. Okay, I was looking at a different one. Sorry. Which I will check as the other guy. I'll get you later. Okay, let's see. You got Eclipse like a few days after I updated the hangar review. It's mistakes happen. Mistakes happen. But it's just irritating to deal with because it's like I spend time doing XYZ just for people to, and this is the exact reason how it is the exact reason that I just don't really like doing them. Cause pretty often people are just like, oh wait, no, that's actually not right. Like, okay, well, what do you mean? What did I just spend 5 minutes on? Anyway, Stormrack Lancer, Revoker, Zephyr, Railgun Orion, Viper, Aegis, Podgun, Killshot. I'd say this is pretty good. Already, I would say this is pretty good. I'm not sure I would change much in terms of the setups, but it depends on what you have. Range, cooldown, duration. Okay, fair enough. Damage, cooldown. Damage, cooldown. You got a lot of cooldowns. That's good. Good for you. Why did you not check the Killshot or the Lancer? Do they have no implants? Okay. Yeah, nothing crazy. You do have Overdriver 10. I'm not really sure what you're doing with Overdriver 10 unless you're gonna buy Panther. Stormrack, yeah. Roker, yep. Railgun, yep. Podgun, yep. Honestly, like, very little wasted. You don't really have, like, I'd say Overdriver 10's the only expensive weapon that you're not using. Like, everything that, every decent thing that you have, you are currently using, so it's very well optimized, I'd say, in terms of purchases and upgrades and stuff like that. You don't seem like you're upgrading anything crazy. Very nice. Not bad. The Ares is, like, the only thing that you've kind of splurged on. And it's like, it's a couple levels, it doesn't really matter. RPGs as well, probably just for the upgrade tasks, though. More than likely. I definitely have a lot of weapons that are, like, unnecessarily upgraded. Yeah, like the long arms. There's just cheap upgrades for, like, tasks and whatever. That's those skin notifications gonna bother the crap out of me. You should freaking deal with that. I don't know. Is playing on mobile okay? Yeah. It's almost a copy of your hangar. Yeah, almost. What state do I live in? Michigan. Why is Killshot on my screen? Bro. I know, right? Gross. You saw upgraded Gravitons because I'm gonna give Overdrivers to Eclipse and Gravitons to Panther. Okay. Yeah, and then you can put the Revokers on Surge. That makes sense. But alternatively, you could just duplicate your Revoker 10 and then use Revoker 10 and 6 on both Eclipse and Surge. If you... That would... I mean, in a lot of situations, that'd probably work better, but that's up to you. I had no pilot. Oh, yeah, you're right. You have no pilots. Bruh. I just noticed that. That's my bad. I didn't realize that. Okay, so, Alright, first and foremost, I will say, you're the second person to use Blockade Multi-Layer on your Orion. I use Blockade Multi-Layer on my Orion on my main account, and I think people are copying that, thinking that that's the best choice to make. It's not. Perimeter Multi-Layer is better. Don't bother with Blockade. In terms of mods, unless you think, because you're in a specific situation right now, right, where you don't really have a ton of Acoins, but you know, whatever situation you're in, you have to decide, okay, how long am I going to be using this Zephyr for? If you're going to be using it for a while, I would consider putting at least a level 3 perimeter multi-layer on it. Level 1, because you buy it and it's level 1, and then you can upgrade it to level 3 with for really cheap with the cheap mod parts. In terms of these two mechs right here, Epic Hardened Hull is not only a waste. If you're going to buy Hardened Hull, just buy the legendary one. I mean, I suppose on a mech like Lancer and Killshot that you're not going to use forever, it's not like you don't need to worry about spending premium resources like a premium currency on a mech like that because you're not going to use them for forever. But at that point, I say just don't bother buying them at all. You don't need it. It's more cost effective to just keep upgrading the perimeter multilayers. So the first thing I would do is just to buy and upgrade a perimeter multilayer for every single one of your mechs and get them to level 3. Because you can buy it for 155, I believe. Or no, 115 even. I think it's 115, right? And that's 155 to upgrade to 4. So it's 115 to buy it for each thing. And then you use the whatever basic parts to upgrade it to level 3, and then you don't bother spending elite parts to upgrade it past that until you have all of them at least for level 3. So long as it's a mech that you think you're going to be using for a while. You know, like if it's like Stalker or if it's like Ares, like those are mechs that you might decide that you like them and you might upgrade them a bit, but like realistically you're just not going to keep them because there's better mechs out there. Aegis is just better, Orion's just better. Like there's no reason. So, you know, for those you probably wouldn't bother, but these mechs, what are you going to replace it with? Like, you'd have to, realistically, I think at this stage of the game, you're mostly just waiting for, like, a Surgery Eclipse. And that's going to cost a lot, so you're going to be stuck with this hanger for a long time. You may as well make decent use out of all your mechs. Anything past perimeter multilayer is pretty much always a waste for lower level stuff. And I would get it to level 4 at most. I wouldn't put anything more than that, except for maybe Orion if you like Orion a lot. And, yeah. No, that's pretty solid, though. Did you get the other token? I did not. I did not. But it's whatever. People wanted it. It was taking forever. I'm just going to deal with it. Where's your review channel? It's in the Mech Arena section. Let me reload this. This guy, Morkalivan. I saw yours, so I'm gonna do yours right now. Just got back from church and witnessing sinful acts. Why is Killshot in your hanger? Can go back to church, bro. I am not surprised. A lot of people are going to be using Killshot. And actually, as we talked about in, it's in like that Clips channel video when I was talking about BMP's video for the epic stuff. It is, and I talked about it on stream obviously as well, right? It's more cost effective to upgrade a slingshot to rank 6 than it is to buy Killshot. Meaning that Killshot is officially obsolete. The timeline is healing. Overdriver Panther, again. The Dread Shot, bro. What is that? Okay, double Overdriver builds, I wouldn't do that. You could put Overdriver 16 on, like, your Panther if you decide to rank it up, so that's not, like, the worst thing ever. It's not a bad... it's not terrible to have that weapon available to you, but I don't think doubling down on one weapon is a good idea. Strike Rocket Killshot's probably decent. Revoker 8's on Zephyr. Those Revoker 8's are probably like rank 3. It's not a good idea to buy weapons at low rank, really. Almost ever. I accidentally put Hardened Hull on Killshot. Wouldn't that skew your SP? What do you mean? Wouldn't what? Philly, hello. Or Filthy, sorry. I read that as Philly. That's your name now. Okay, so... Burnout's better than cooling for Overdriver. I'll just say that. So I would put more into that, and it's a better implant as well. It's an epic rather than a rare, so I'd get that to at least level 4. It's pretty cheap to do that, and I wouldn't really bother upgrading the cooling much more, if at all. Oh, you bought Overdriver 8 at rank 4 as well. That's not great. Yeah, no, buying stuff low rank is not usually very good. Well, buying weapons, I should say. Because when you buy mechs, it's fine. Because you still end up with the same energy capacity and you still use the same weapons. But there's a... I mean, like, let's say you buy, like, a rank 3 legendary mech. It'll perform about the same as, you know, it'll perform better than a rank 3 rare mech, obviously. And it'll perform similar to, like, a rank 4 epic. But when you buy weapons, you're already limited by the energy capacity of your of whatever mechs that you have. You're limited by energy capacity. So by buying them at low rank, you're just objectively weaker. Like, any free-to-play player can have more DPS than you by just buying it Overdriver 8 with credits, right? Or like anything else, right? That's just the general thing with weapons, buying weapons. Mechs, it's usually fine. Weapons, not. Dreadshot 16, yeah, no. Go for that. Overdriver 16, yep. Especially rank 3. Rank 3 deals are really good. They're really cheap, especially for mechs. Like, you can, like, it's $5. Very affordable, and I recommend people go for those if you planning to drop some money into the game. But I wouldn't go for weapons. I wouldn't go for weapons at all. Because think about this. Think about this. You have an Overdriver 16 rank 3 on your Aegis. I have double Overdriver 8's rank 5 on my Aegis. You have the same energy constraints as I do. You have the same weapon, essentially, as I do. But it's 2 ranks lower because you bought it 2 ranks lower. So low rank weapons just aren't worth it. I wouldn't really go for that. Unless it's like Gemini. Gemini and Revoker, I think, are like the only exceptions. Strike Rocket, yeah, no. Revoker 8, yeah. Revoker 8 probably does fine. But all your entire hangar's DPS is pretty bad compared to mine. Like, my hanger just has way more damage output than yours. I keep pressing post, but it won't post my post. Why is that? There might be a... Did you already put one in there? Did you put one in and then delete it? Is that why? Because I'll bet you there's a slow mode. Yeah, there's probably like a time delay. Yeah, 6-hour slow mode to keep people from spamming posting. Gotta go to sleep? Okay. Take care. You got Epic Minigun Reload. Is it good? Yeah. All the Epic implants for Minigun are really good. But if your Minigun's low rank, then it's not really worth upgrading. It's the same thing. It's like, at this point, right? Like, think about like the Overdriver 16 versus the double Overdriver 8s. Like, it's just cheaper to get the Overdriver 8s, dude. Like, instead of ranking up, because I have a similar situation with like my I think it's rank 3 even. Yeah, rank 3 minigun 8s that I got from playoff or whatever. Not a playoff, but there was that one event that gave you all the tokens for it for free. I think it was the minigun 8s. Or maybe it was the 10 and I got the 8s with credits. I don't know. There was some Crate Rush event that was very free to play friendly. And I got the minigun 8 from there. It's rank 3. In order to make it decent, I'd have to rank it up twice, which is a lot of credits and a lot of A-coins. And at that point, I may as well just buy Overdriver 8s. and use those, and it costs a bit of credits, but that's it. I don't have to spend any 8 coins on it, and it's immediately more effective. You finally figured out how to do it, okay. How much did you get roasted? Did you just get here? You're gonna have to scroll back, because I'm not gonna repeat myself. I assume when people put their hanger in asking me to review it, I assume that they're there actually watching it. Because it's a full waste of my time, otherwise. Let's see what he has, though. Oh, damn. Rank 3 Silverthorn Gatecrasher. Rank 4 Onyx Scorpius. None of those are great. Rank 4 Bastion, I actually think is going to be good. A lot of overdrivers. Not a great idea. Storm 16, that's decent. Because it's rank 4, yeah. If it was rank 3, that'd be kind of a waste. The Particle Beam 8s. You might have gotten the Particle Beam 8s from. If you bought them, then that's a shame. But if you got them from that one, what's it called? The daily login thing. I wish I got that. Some people did, I didn't. Rank 3 Revoker. Strike Rocket 8. Tread Shots. And then for pilots, you just have all rares except for the one epic. Oh, you have to, yeah, okay. That as well. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not going to take the time to look through all of your implants because it's just way too many. Yeah, in terms of, like, best hanger possible, I'd probably put Bastion in here somewhere. Bastion, potentially to replace Aegis even. Rank 4 should have 16 energy, so you could have the same weapon on it. Bastion's pretty good. It's a very nice defensive mech. But yeah, ultimately you just put too much. You put too much into low rank weapons, and low rank weapons aren't beneficial. Like, I could easily out DPS every single one of your builds, simply because my weapons are all multiple ranks higher than yours. Each rank is about 30% damage buff, essentially, right? Difference. So a rank 4 weapon is about 30% better than a rank 3 weapon, and a rank 5 weapon is about 30% better than that rank 4 weapon. So that means it's like, I don't know, 30% squared, whatever that is. It's like 70%, I think. So just by, you know, you have like this, you have like the rank 3 Overdriver 16, but just by me buying the rank 5 Overdriver 8s with credits, I have like 70% more damage output than you. 70%, not even including pilots. So yeah, like the mechs are usually good. Like I said, the Bastion's gonna be good. Even if you buy a mech at rank 3, it's not gonna be maybe the best, but you could at least rank it up to rank 4 and it'll do perfectly fine in comparison to all the rest of your stuff. But buying low rank weapons, you have to get them to rank 5, because there's a bit of a damage standard. The damage standard is set by whatever's available to the bulk majority of players. The bulk majority of players can get access to rank 5 legendary weapons easily. My Revoker Zephyr, 2 ranks higher than yours. Again, 70% more damage than yours. These are rank 3. This is rank 3. This is rank 3 or rank 4, I don't remember. And I think these are like rank 4. So it's like, in general, you're just missing a lot of damage output. And I wouldn't necessarily put so much into weapons. I prioritize mechs instead, because you can get, because like I said, you can get a mech for really cheap, and then you could just rank it up one time, and it'll be really, really strong. Like a rank 4 Surge does wonders. A rank 4 Overdriver isn't really gonna do wonders. Like, it's just objectively worse than what I could normally easily buy. A rank 4 Surge is 1 rank lower than, you know, what I could buy if I had 10,000 A-coins, but I don't have 10,000 A-coins, so it's like, yeah. That's essentially what I'm trying to say. I'd probably get, like, Railgun for your Orion, because Dreadshot's not going to do much. you'd be surprised how much the damage difference is. Like, if you think this is a good build, try Railgun on Orion. You're gonna be surprised. But yeah, you just gotta like save up some credits, buy some things. We'll save up some credits for different things. That's about it. Yeah, like it's a good start and it's a solid hanger, but just overall, you're missing a lot of damage that you could have. Hanger reviews, yeah. Should you use your acorns to rank them up? No, it's not even worth it, dude. It's too costly to rank up stuff. So at that point, I just bite the bullet. If anything, instead of ranking up your overdrivers, I just go ahead and buy like Viper 8s or something. Because Viper's like almost just as good, but it'll be multiple ranks higher than what you already have, so it's like whatever. You may as well. Do I review non-free-to-play hangers as well? I just reviewed that guy's hanger, and he bought like 6 different things. Not even, it's like more like 10. So, that should answer yours. Want to do yours? You got 3. Well, whichever one's the best one, the one that you think you would actually want, like, advice for. Yeah, I'll do anybody's. Okay, loading. I'll do yours because I know you've been trying to get into work for a while. Alright, let's see what this is. It won't let me post. I keep pressing post, but it still isn't posting. There's a 6-hour slow mode, so if you posted and then deleted it, it's going to make you wait 6 hours before you can post again. It doesn't matter if you deleting it doesn't reset it. So is that what you did? Did you delete one that you posted kind of recently? Yeah. Okay, I figured as much. So I will... I'm going to turn the slow mode off. So just reload Discord or whatever. Reload the thing. Put it in there. And you should be fine. I turned the slow mode off and then I turned it back on. That should have reset it. Okay. So loading's got this one. Stormrack, Lancer, Repoker, Zephyr, Railgun, Orion, Scuffed, Panther, and a decent Aegis here. Not bad. Damage on the... I think that's exactly... Well, it's pretty much exactly what I have, except I don't have the Epic Pilot. Damage cooldown duration, yeah. Respect it. Cooldown shield piercing, yep, probably the best ones to go for. Recoil and set duration. Fair enough. Cooldown and duration, okay. So you'll have the opportunity to get the epic, what's it called, Overdrive or Burnout implant from the free track on the Battle Pass. I would get that and I would use that. And then one of these other hangers. So that was this one. This one and this one look pretty much the same. It's basically just him showing that he's got a Podgun Outlaw. Fair enough. If anything, and I'm surprised that you didn't, I'd replace the Panther. Because, like, what the heck is that Panther even doing, dude? The minigun's rank 4, so it's not doing a crazy amount of damage. It's relying on Thermal Lance to deal even kind of decent damage. You have essentially 15 energy capacity of rank 4 minigun. If you include the 50% buff, damage buff that this gives it. Not only is rank 4 minigun not that good, even if you had 20 energy of rank 4 minigun, that wouldn't be great. You have 15 energy. 15 energy is less than your it's less than your Aegis has. Your Aegis is dealing better sustained damage than your Panther in terms of energy capacity, not even mentioning the rank. So this is a very low DPS build. It's a pretty low damage build. I probably wouldn't use it if you have something that you could replace it with. And you do in the form of the Podgun Outlaw. So yeah, I wouldn't keep the Panther. I would keep the Aegis instead. Damage, reload, range. Yeah, fair. Except for Ryan. Okay, Overdriver, Stormrack 10-6. Revoker 6, you need to get Revoker 10 at some point. Railgun, Podgun, Minigun. You got Close Quarters and Missile Pilot, both the best epic ones to get, honestly. And then the epic, yeah, that as well. Yeah, I'm not gonna look through your implants, because, like, it's just way too many things to try to pay attention to. I have hard enough time trying to scrap my own implants. But yeah, so what I would essentially, like, pretty simple, really. Like, it's not much to talk about there. So I would just put the Podgun Outlaw in place of this Scuffed Panther, and I think your hanger is just gonna be the best hanger that you could make. And yeah, no, that's pretty much it. Like, you don't really have many implant options, I don't think. I'm just gonna trust you and say that you probably are using the best implants that you can on a lot of these things, right? Like, I'm just gonna assume that you don't have any implants that you could be using on Lancer since it has 2 empty slots. And yeah, none of the implants look bad, but it definitely could be better. And you'd also be getting rid of this build, which also has a non-specialized rare pilot in favor of a specialized epic pilot. So your general effectiveness just goes way up if you replace that Panther. Otherwise, not bad. Not bad. You're also going to need to get Revoker 10 at some point. Why no skins? I don't use skins sometimes either. For the longest time, I wasn't using a skin on my Panther. I think Panther base paint actually looks pretty good. Can I do your free-to-play through the game? Nope. If it's not through Discord, I'm not going to do it. Do we have to post our hanger on Discord in order for you to take a look at it? Or can we just comment our ID? You're going to have to post it on Discord. Because the thing is that, like I was just doing, it's not just the fact that he has his hanger there and I can check what the builds are. It's also the fact that I can see what his inventory is and I can see what he has. I can see what other, like, mechs, weapons, pilots, whatever that he has, and that's a thing that's come into play multiple times. So I could say whatever about the hanger, but if there's something that you have in your inventory that you're not currently using, then that's just, it kind of throws most of my advice to waste. So yeah. Do I do reviews of IDs in game? Nope. Can I do yours next? Yours is in Discord? Sure. Oh, it's sideways. Oh no. Alright, fellas. Get ready to turn your heads. Can I? I can't rotate this at all, can I? No, come on. This is gonna be interesting. Good thing I didn't think to post my implants. I mean, it doesn't really matter either way. Like, if you post it, then that's fine. I'm just not gonna bother looking at it. Okay. 10 and 8 Panther. Revoker 10 and 6 Oh, it's Sergeant Killshot. Yeah, you keep inviting me. By the way, I'm not gonna accept an invite from somebody named Killshot. Revoker looks like 12 and 6 on Eclipse, 10 and 6 on Deathwalker. Double Stormwreck 6 on Zephyr is what it looks like. That's... I can rotate my tablet? Yeah, bro. I wish I could just rotate my monitor, but I can't. Neymar... Okay, not bad. You're upgrading your 10. You have cooling and burnout for Overdriver. You're gonna get that free epic burnout. Burnout's better than cooling for Overdriver, so I'd just go for... I'd upgrade that. Not the one that you have, because you're gonna get an epic one easily enough. That stasis time implant is completely worthless, so if you have a spare duration implant, then probably go with that instead, but I'm assuming it's just there because you have nothing else. Pod gun, damage and reload, ability cooldown, okay, good. That's the best you can get with that, really. Damage, cooldown, duration, yeah, that's fair. Rank 3 Revoker 12. Yeah, I guess. Revoker's kind of like the only exception to weapons in terms of like which ones you should buy. Like you shouldn't really buy weapons at low rank. It's not worth it. It costs way too much to rank them up. And you're going to be essentially you're just going to be weaker than your free-to-play counterparts are in terms of damage output. But Revoker does enough damage that it's kind of an exception to that. So that's fine. Decent pilot. Cooldown, duration. Rank 3 Deathwalker's fine, yeah. Revoker 6 and 10, that's good. Rare pilot. Stormwreck 6 is on Zephyr. Damage and duration. I don't like... Stormwreck Zephyr's not great. I'd probably go... So the first thing... The next thing you're going to want to buy... This is so awkward, bro. The next thing you're going to want to buy is, like, Stormwreck 10, and then put the Stormwreck 10 and 6 on Deathwalker. And then put your Revoker 10 and 6 on Zephyr. Zephyr has... It just gets free damage. The EMP effect is just free damage. And if you limit the amount of damage that you can do during that free damage time frame, then it's like, why even have it? Your Stormwrecks unload in 2 seconds. Any one of those mechs that you have in your hangar could deal the exact same amount of damage as your Zephyr can. Whereas if you put Revoker on the Zephyr... then all of a sudden, you know, you get 3 seconds of free damage and you can shoot whatever as many times as you want, as many times as you can. Basically a guaranteed kill. Whereas Stormwreck 6s or even Stormwreck 6 and 10 on Zephyr is not a guaranteed kill. And if you happen to not kill them with your one shot that you have, you're cooked. So no, bad idea. Everything else looks fine. You have perimeter multi-layer on pretty much everything. That's good. Rank 4 Dreadnought. That's... Yeah, you're probably going to want that. You could even replace your... You can even replace your Zephyr with that, I think. Eclipse, Deathwalker, Parasite. Parasite's good. Overdriver 8 and 10. Stormwreck 6. Revokers 6 and 10 and 12. Yep. Yeah, I see them. I don't know. Taking its time. Pocket 8. Okay. Yeah, and then pilots. I'm just gonna make the assumption that you're using the best pilots that you got. I don't think anybody's that dumb to where they wouldn't use good pilots. So... Okay, so yeah. You got Parasite and Dreadnought that are both, honestly, probably better than the Zephyr and potentially the Aegis and potentially the Panther. The Parasite doesn't really have good damage output because it's only rank 3, it has really low energy. Your Dreadnought, I believe, was rank 4. If so, it is rank 4. Rank 4 Dreadnought's really solid. I'd probably replace the Zephyr with rank 4 Dreadnought. And then still do the Revoker Stormwreck switch, like I mentioned. Because Dreadnought has a similar situation where it gets free damage for a couple seconds, and also it's going to be really aggro, so there's no reason to be using a missile weapon on it. Like, specifically, at least not at this stage of the game, right? And they're both rank 4, so it's not like you're losing any, you're not losing any HP. And you're actually gaining damage output, so because the Dreadnought has more energy capacity. So it's just going to be all around better. Slightly less EMP time, but I don't think it's a big deal. Yeah. I probably wouldn't... Parasite's another, like, really solid... Parasite's actually better than Dreadnought in terms of maxed competitive meta. Dreadnought will be better for the lower SP lobbies because people don't really have mods, and so you can one-shot them with the ability really pretty easily. But Parasite later on in like maxed matches, Parasite's gonna be better. So I'd probably upgrade that a bit. And then like realistically, you just need to get like Surge and maybe like Hemlock or Lacewing, and you're pretty much fine. You're pretty much fine. VOLTI or Onyx good? No, not really. Like, not meta competitive, no. Like, they can both be decent, but... And you have them, so, like... For people, like, if you have a thing, you may as well use it. You're recording on phone, I mean, clearly. But... If you have something, and you're able to try it yourself, just try it yourself, right? Because I can give you my best estimation of how something's going to perform to help keep you from spending resources on something that's not going to be good. But if you already have it, then you may as well try it to see how you like it. No one's going to be able to tell you how you like something as well as you can. So if you already have it, you may as well try it. But no, I don't think you should bother ranking up VOLTI or Onyx, if that's the question. If that ends up being the thing in question, I don't think you should bother with that. But yeah. So replace the Zephyr with Dreadnought, and probably at least put perimeter multilayer on the Dreadnought as well, if you don't already have it. And then swap the Stormwreck Revoker, obviously, by Stormwreck 10. And you'll be pretty much chilling. I didn't know it was supposed to be on Discord. Yeah, no, it has to be on Discord. Because I need to know what you have. I mean, unless you want me to just make the assumption that everything's on the table, and you'd be willing to get anything that I think could potentially make your hanger slightly better. Like, if that's the case, then sure, then I don't really need it. But for most people, that's not the case, so I don't really like to do it that way. What channel of the Discord is everyone posting their hangers? The hanger review channel. It's like a forum channel. Will you do reactions on this live? Yeah, I might watch BMP's video, but at the same time, I might not, because I think a lot of people are going to be trying to get me to do their hangers, because I'm probably not going to get to everybody. There's a lot of people, each one takes a bit of time, and for every one person that I do, there's like 2 or 3 people that submit theirs, and so probably not going to be able to get to everybody. And so if I stop the hanger review thing and go to watch BMP's video, then people are going to be mad. They're going to be like, bro, just do my hanger. Bro, do my hanger. And I'm just going to be getting bothered by that the entire time. You can be quick with mine. Oh, thank you, yeah. You got Epic Overdrive Replay. Yeah, I saw that. I saw you said that multiple times. It's just not really something that I felt like needed to be responded to. I saw you said that, though. Hold on. Can I respond to you? Hold on. Sorry, what'd you say? What do you think I should do about Neymar Pilot? Or about... Wait. What do I think I should do about pilots? I don't remember. I checked yours, and if you have only epic or only rare pilots, you should probably get a couple epics. Scroll back in the stream. See what I said. I probably said something about it, but I'm not gonna go check your thing again. I don't remember what I said. I don't remember what it looked like. I see somebody said there's this Fitter 817 or something like that. Oh, yeah, I see it, okay. Here we go. And then Long Boy as well. I will do yours after. Long Boy, I'll do yours after. I saw both of you. And I think both of yours are, like, kind of old as well. Like, as in, like, you put that in there a whole while ago. So, give it a second. How do you submit Hanger? You gotta go to my Discord. You have to grab the Mech Arena role in the roles channel, or just like when you are joining the server, it'll ask you what games you play. It'll automatically give you the Mech Arena role if you you should be able to see the Mech Arena category. In that category, there's a Hanger Reviews or Hanger Review like forum section. Read the post guidelines, and then do whatever it says. Okay, so this, right off the bat, Railgun Ryan, pretty good. Stormlight Lancer, pretty good. Podgun, Aegis, pretty good. Overdriver 10 plus Graviton 10 on Outlaw. I don't know about that. And then Revoker 10, Ember 6. Revoker plus Ember is weaker than Revoker plus Revoker. Always. Just so we're clear. But we'll see. Okay. So, yeah. Overdriver implants. Damage and reload. Oh, nice. You have the reload implant. I wish I had the reload implant, bro. Even a rare one. I'd freaking take it. Damage and range and duration. Okay, you're gonna want to get Revoker 6, I think. At some point. Podgun 8. Damage and reload. Okay, nice. Not a specialized pilot, though. Guided pilot. Stormmark 10. Okay, yeah. With mods. I can't see what level that is. Is it level 4? I don't know. You probably... Okay, don't... I wouldn't bother buying any mods except for Perimeter Multilayer and maybe the Epic Canopy on Lancer, because Lancer's like not going to last you forever. The other ones don't really matter. The Canopy can be okay, because a lot of people, if they're going to shoot a Lancer, they have to do it with guided weapons, so the Canopy can be helpful. But that's like the only reason. I wouldn't bother getting a legendary one either, just get the Epic. So that's fine, but yeah, I wouldn't bother upgrading this or buying anything else apart from that. Okay, so pilots, decent. You have rare pilots for everything except for that. That's epic, okay. Not bad. What was the rank on? That's rank 5, level 7, sure. Rank 4, level 7. Yeah, fair enough. Rank 6, yep, fair enough. Rank 5, level 7, good. Rank 5, level 7, yeah, okay. So don't get your rare pilots past rank 5, it's not worth it. Whoopsie. Yes, you have the Outlaw. You have that stuff. Overdriver 10, wait, what? Storm rank 10 and 6. Graviton 10. Revoker 8 at rank 3. And Revoker 10. Railgun 8. Suppressor. Man, I wish I had Suppressor. It's a pretty bad weapon, though. That's so sad. I wish Suppressor was good, bro. I wish it was. But it's not. Yeah. So you're probably going to want to duplicate your Overdriver 10. That's what I'm guessing is going to happen. And then you're going to ditch the Graviton, which is fine. You're also probably going to want to get Revoker 6. The nice thing about getting Revoker... Well, I mean, you do have the Revoker 8. It's only rank 3, though. Because here's the thing, though. It's like, now you're stuck in a position where you could either buy Revoker 6, which is worse long-term than your Revoker 8, or upgrade your Revoker 8, but your upgrading Revoker 8 would cost more. This is why you really shouldn't bother buying low-rank weapons. Upgrading Revoker 8 would cost you more than it would to just buy Revoker 6. And between rank 5 Revoker 6 and rank 3 Revoker 8, the rank 5 Revoker 6 is going to win, obviously. Has way more damage output. So, unless you want to dump a bunch of A-coins on that, I'd probably just buy Revoker 6. And then, if you ever end up getting, like, Surge and Eclipse, you could use, like, a 10 and 6 on both of them. If you decided you want to use double Revokers. But, yeah, the 6 just short term is just going to be better on your Zephyr overall anyway. But if you wanted to continue putting your credits into... What level is that? Level 4? Yeah, if you want to keep putting your credits into Overdriver 10. I suppose just getting that out of the way is going to really help your Outlaw build, because that's a kind of scuffed build. That Graviton Beam is essentially useless. It takes way too long to deal any reasonable damage. And it's getting no benefit from the pilot or the implants. So, yeah, no, that's pretty sad. Revoker Eyewear form a crate. I don't know what you mean by that. I assume you mean that you got that Revoker 8 for free. In which case, good for you. Good for you. I'd still just get Revoker 6, yeah. Otherwise, I mean, solid. You don't really need to get Panther. If you already have Outlaw, you may as well just kind of skip on Panther. I don't think Panther's really a must-have. So, I probably... Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're kind of just saving for Surge or Eclipse, right? Not bad. In your hangar with the minigun 10 Thermal Lance Panther, the only reason I have that build right now is because of the 50% damage modifier going on. Okay. So what you're saying is that's not the hangar that you'd normally use. If it's not the hangar that you'd normally use, why would you send it to me? I get pretty irritated when I spend 20 to 30 minutes explaining why something's not ideal, just for somebody to be like, oh, by the way, it was an achievement thing. Or something like that. Like, why did I do that? You still can't post? I don't know what the problem is, dude. What's your name on Discord? Any new promo codes? No. Soul Gamer, no, I'm not talking about your hangar again. I already went over it. You can scroll back in the stream and see what I had to say about it. This is why I said before. This is why I was saying before. People don't actually care about why I say what I say. People don't care about the advice that I'm giving. They literally just want me to say, do this, do that, and as if I'm just like giving them orders, and then they just do it. and they don't act like there's no questions asked. I don't want to be like that. I want people to understand why they should do certain things and shouldn't do certain things. But people just want me to say, just do this, do that. And so the minute I tell them to, the minute I give them any advice, they change their hanger slightly, and then they want me to do it all over again. It's like, oh, okay, I changed one thing. Can you see it again? Like, no. Barry 01. Okay. Hold on. Long boy, yeah, I'll get yours next. I just want to try to figure out what's going on with this guy. I don't see you in Discord. Bro, are you in the right one? Are you in the Mech Arena official Discord? Because that's not where it is. I'm in my own server. I have my own Discord server. The Mech Arena official Discord's not mine. That's like the game. It belongs to like the developers. Is this my free to play account? Yeah, this one is. You're in my server. I don't see you at all. Barry 01. I literally like I searched. Oh, there it is. Let's see. It's not like saying anything. It's just not letting you post. Ping it, put it in spam and ping me. Moderators probably won't check spam. So they probably won't see it and ban you or anything like that. Or if you want to be safe, then you can mention that I said it was okay to spam to ping. Yeah, let's go to Longboy now though. I don't know what's going on. It's gotta be, I don't know, that's gonna bother me. Something wrong with the permissions. It's gonna cause problems for somebody else if I don't fix it. But yeah, Longboy, I got yours. Hold on, I'm downloading it right now. How long did it take for this? Like 10 months, but I was taking it slow. I started in January. I could be a lot further right now if I really wanted to. And even nowadays, bro, nowadays, it's way cheaper to get epic stuff. I might even start another account. What do you guys think? Hold on. What do you guys think? Do you think I should start yet another account? January of next year. And see how far I can get with that. I don't know how often I keep up with it, though. I'm praying it's not sideways. No, this one, if this is you, then you're fine. Starmac 10. Those look like different ones, but they might be the same one. Both 8s. But it looks like it might be like a 10 and an 8. Deathwalker, Podgun, Minigun, 10s. See how fast you can get Surge or something. Yeah, some people are going to want me to do like a meta progression free-to-play account. Which might not be a bad idea, but I definitely don't want that to be like the main thing that I do, because it's really freaking lame. 10 and 6, Surge and Seeker. This is what I was saying earlier. Like, if you have 2 builds that you want to put Revoker on, even if you have 18 energy on them, just putting like 16 energy worth of Revoker is perfectly fine. It doesn't matter. Like a 10 and a 6 works great. So yeah, that should be fine. Railgun 8s will probably do better than the pod guns will, but unless those are pod gun 10s, we'll have to see. The problem with the problem with Railgun Orion versus Podgun Orion is that you'd have to get like Railgun 12 in order to make that build reasonably good in the long term, right? So if you got your Orion to rank 6, it'd have 20 energy. You could use Railgun 8 and 12. And then you could use double 12 when you get it maxed out. But double 8s at this stage of the game might not necessarily do great, and so that's maybe a reason to use Podgun instead. But I'll kind of leave that up to you. In terms of implants, the Hunter's Mark shield pierce implant is going to be really, really good. It's 40%, so against enemies with shields, which is probably most people that you run across at this SP, 6,500 with mod shields. It's 40%, which is more effective than if you had a maxed legendary damage implant. You sent it in spam, okay, I'll check later. And also, yeah, again, Blockade Multilayer. I feel like everybody copies my main account. My main account, I have a Blockade Multilayer on my Orion because I thought it would be better. It's not better. I just never bothered getting it. I just never bothered to get to Perimeter. So, yeah, if you did that to copy me, then you should just get Perimeter instead. And it's maybe even worth getting it if you think you're going to use this long term anyway, or the mech anyway long term. It may even be worth just getting it sooner rather than later, as opposed to sticking with what you have and continuing to upgrade it. No, those are both 10s, but they looked like different weapons. I don't know why. Damage, okay, you have the reload, that's good. And duration. That's honestly probably the best one you could do. Level 3 multilayer, sure. Maxed epic pilot. Legendary duration and all minigun implants. Very solid. Double 10s, level 4 perimeter. That's good. Yeah, no notes on that, really. Level 4 perimeter. Damage range, cooldown duration. I go for dash distance over revoker range. It's probably, like, you could buy it with 600 A coins. I think it's probably worth buying with 600 A coins, to be honest. The surge dash distance, I think, makes a huge difference. You could also just wait to get lucky if you prefer, but I think ultimately it would be worth doing. 5 million credits, I just realized. Hold on, let me see what this is. Damage boost, cooldown, and range, those are all really good. Those are all really good. Maxed epic, rank 4, 10 and 6, level 4 perimeter, yeah. Not really any notes on that. Let me see. You do have Lacewing. That's going to be a good one to upgrade. Bastion is solid, but you're probably not going to use it. You have better stuff. Hemlock, another good one. Lacewing and Hemlock, wow. Viper 12, yeah, it's not really worth doing. Stormrack 16 and 6. Low-rank Graviton. Revoker 10, Revoker 12. Nice. You're going to need that Revoker 12 later. Disc Launcher 8. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. All of those. Podgun. Yeah, you do have Podgun 10. I kind of figured you would. You could use the Podguns on... You could keep up with Orion's progressing energy capacity if you keep it with Podgun, but I think ultimately Railgun's better, so I'm going to leave that up to you. Not bad. And yeah, you're in tier 8. That's solid. You do have Lacewing and Hemlock. So, probably. I mean, Lacewing and Hemlock, honestly, you could probably, like, just replace the Orion. And Podgun's actually going to be really good on both of those as well. Unless you wanted to use, like, Stormwreck 16. Because Stormwreck, Deathwalker and Stormwreck Lacewing are both going to be really good. You could use, like, the 16 on Lacewing. Well, I guess Hemlock as well. I mean, really, almost everything works good with Stormwreck. But, yeah, I mean, like, these two are clearly your interchangeable builds, right? The Orion and the Seeker, because they're not going to work well all of the time. They're going to be a little bit dependent on certain maps and certain, just certain situations that you find yourself in. So these are essentially your replaceable mechs, and you might consider replacing one of them with a Hemlock or a Lacewing, but I probably wouldn't do both of them with Hemlock and Lacewing. I don't think Hemlock and Lacewing in the same hangar makes a whole lot of sense. Soul Gamer, go good night. You know what those symbols on implants mean? Yeah, no, I've played the game long enough, especially for bro. It's like 60p. This is one of the higher quality videos too. I can tell that that's damage. I've seen a much lower quality than that, but I play this game clearly way too much. For sure, I swap them out frequently. Yeah. So Lacewing and Deathwalker's a must-have, and Lacewing and Hemlock both do best, I should say. They both do best with Stormwreck. So at that point, and the reason that I say you shouldn't use all three in the same hangar, you shouldn't use Hemlock and Lacewing in the same hangar, is because this is a permanent fixture, right? So at that point, you have 3 Stormwreck builds, one of them requiring 2 16s, and you don't really have the means to make 2 24s. So you could only do like 12s and 10s on the other 2 mechs, and that's just like not really ideal. I also don't really think you need Hemlock and Lacewing in the same hangar. Usually the map dictates whether or not you use a Hemlock or you use a Lacewing. It's pretty easy to tell which one's good for which. So, yeah. And the Seeker is also kind of map dependent, and the Orion's also kind of map dependent. Is Parasite worth it? Parasite's pretty darn good. It's not like a top 5, but it's definitely meta. And you got a second Stormwreck reload. Yeah, that's definitely good. You're gonna need it. 2 Stormwreck builds, 3 Revoker builds. That's what most meta competitive hangars have. In your case, you have a minigun Eclipse, which is my personal preference, but you know, then again, are you going to take my side and argue with the people who play competitively all the time? Probably wouldn't. Realistically, Revoker's probably better, but I just like the feel of miniguns, so. Should I use Parasite at 4 stars? Yeah, probably. That'll be pretty good. I mean, what are your alternatives? Rank 4 epic mechs? If either way it's going to be a rank 4 mech, you may as well be using a legendary. Most of the time it's going to be better. Not all the time, so it's like an Onyx or something, then probably not. But like, a lot of the time it's going to be better. So, Seeker or Orion? It depends on the map. It really just depends on the map. Certain maps have a lot of cover that you're going to need a Seeker for. And certain maps are fairly wide open. Certain maps are like longer range. So like the longer range maps are the ones that would do well with Orion or Hemlock. And the ones with a lot of natural cover are the ones that are going to do really well with Seeker. Not necessarily mutually exclusive, but yeah. Otherwise, yeah, like, honestly, very, very solid setup. I see very little waste. There's no waste in terms of the mods. You're doing good with the mods. Well, with the exception of that blockade multilayer, I'd probably just go with Perimeter. But, you know, you could also just decide, like, frick it with the Orion and just go in with Lacewing and Hemlock instead, and then don't even worry about changing the mod on the Orion. But yeah, like, solid. Very, 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 very solid. Got VOLTI in 5th spin. Let's go. Should you use Hemlock or Orion? I think that's up to you, but Hemlock overall is better. Cam Karu, can I do yours? Sure. Where is yours? What's the name on that? I'm gonna do this one from Barry real quick. Did not forget that. And yep, here we go. So I'll do this one, and then I'll do yours, and we might. Oh man, it's the other way. It's twisty, but the opposite direction. Okay. Thanks, but bear with me. I mean, like, so long as you gave me the best hanger that the hanger that you usually use, the best hanger that you have, then, like, there's no worries. Like, if I have advice for you, then I have advice for you, right? I mean, that's the whole point of you doing it, is for me to tell you certain things that you should or shouldn't change, right? So I'm not expecting anybody's hanger to be perfect. I mean, if your hanger was perfect, then you probably already know and you don't need my help. But let's see. So the VOLTI, the Stormic Lancer, Overdriver, Aegis, Revoker, double sixes on Zephyr, Railgun Orion. You're gonna want to get Revoker 10 at some point. I'm gonna assume that you got into tier 6 somewhat recently, probably. That might be the reason. Podgun 8s, yeah, rank 4 VOLTI, yeah. Duration, damage, cooldown. Is that what that is? Yeah, not bad. Instead of cooldown, I'd go with, like, any podgun implant. I don't think cooldown's necessarily the best. I like to stack ability implants on my VOLTI, but I like to stack the damage-based ones. So, like, damage, tick rate, and duration all work to increase the amount of damage that your VOLTI ability deals. All 3 of those implants. So, yeah, the cooldown will help your average ability DPS, but it's actually not going to help your per ability damage, so I wouldn't really bother with that so much. Went back in the stream and saw you got ticked off at me wasting your time. That's my fault. Didn't know it would frustrate you so much. I did take your advice, though. I mean, if you can make good use of it, then, make good use of it. I got you. No, I understand. And I'm not necessarily mad at you, but it is a pretty big reason as to why I don't really enjoy doing hanger reviews super often, because stuff like that happens all the time. You're not the first one. You weren't the first one this stream to do it. Somebody else did that already. So, yeah, no, it's just a thing that happens a little too often. And, if you can prevent it next time, then I'd greatly appreciate it. Should you upgrade mechs so you can use mods? Good ones, yeah. The good mechs. Because if you're upgrading trash mechs to use mods on them, like, you're spending a bunch of credits and A-coins on bad mechs that you're not going to use for very long, just to then be able to spend premium mod currency on those bad mechs that you're not going to be able to use for very long. You did a 24-hour stream before? I have, and I probably wouldn't do it again. The thing with cause YouTube will automatically upload, like, it uploads my streams onto like my live channel, like, so you can watch them back, right? So it, like, automatically saves them as replayable videos, but only if they're less than 12 hours long. So I'm, like, realistically, I'm probably not gonna stream anything that's more than 12 hours long ever again. Not that I necessarily need to. But, yeah, anyway. That looks like storm reload, storm damage, storm radius. Yeah, I can tell what that is. You guys can't. I know what that is. I'll bet you most of you guys couldn't tell what those implants were. Lego, hello. In your server, you told me to rank up VOLTI to rank 5 so it can be super good. No. I said that it probably won't be great unless you did rank it up to rank 5. I didn't suggest that you ranked it up to rank 5 because it's not a meta mech, so I'm not really going to suggest that you rank it up. On mobile, it looks fine if we rotate log. Yeah, except for I'm at a weird angle. Anyway. Yeah, so Epic Hardened Hole wouldn't bother with it. Epic Canopy's fine for Lancer specifically because Lancer, I mean, it's up on top of rooftops, so a lot of the ways that people are going to be able to even hit you is with like Helix Rack or something like that. So overhead cover is nice to have, but I wouldn't splurge and get a legendary for a Lancer, no. But otherwise, you have the perimeter multilayer, and that's good. The Epic Canopy is almost guaranteed to only protect you against one shot, no matter what level it is. So I get it to, like, level 3, because that's really cheap. And then I just leave it there. Level 4 is a little excessive, because you had to spend elite parts on that. Same thing with the Epic Hardened Hole. Buying it is cheap. Upgrading it to level 3 is cheap, but then past that, you're spending the more premium currency on it, and it's not worth it. I mean, Hardened Hole just in general on Lancer isn't worth it, because you're not going to use it for that long. It's not going to be relevant that long. Aegis cooldown and burnout. I'm assuming that burnout came from the battle pass. Nice. Burnout's the better one. Double Overdriver 8's nice. No notes on that really. Revoker 6's. Cooldown, duration, revoker damage. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. You're gonna need to get Revoker 10 at some point. Railgun 8's. Orion, legendary cooldown, railgun, reload, it looks like. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. The best cooldown is on Orion. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd probably stick with that. And everything else looks solid. I don't really have any notes on the implants. Except for that one with VOLTI, which is like, even then, I think you have cooldown on everything, so it doesn't really matter. If you wanted to replace, because I think, hold on. Let me just verify this before saying anything. Yeah, you had an epic cooldown on VOLTI. What did you have on Zephyr? A rare cooldown. So I'd probably put the rare cooldown on the VOLTI and the epic cooldown on the Zephyr, but that's like penny pushing. It's not really a big deal. In terms of your mechs, there's nothing really else that you could be using that's good. In terms of your weapons, you do have Viper 8, but yeah, it's not really a point to use it if you have Overdriver 8. That's fine. Storm Rack 6 and 10, yeah. You got Revoker 6, yep, that makes sense. Railgun 8, yep, that makes sense. Minigun 8 and 10, you got the same way I did. That makes sense. You probably shouldn't bother using or upgrading them. It's unfortunate. I would love for those to be useful on my account, but they're not. And then Podgun 8, yeah. Solid, yeah. I don't really have a whole lot to say about that, except for, like, obviously you need Revoker 10. Getting Revoker 10, like, is not necessarily the first thing you're going to need to do, but, like, at this point, you already have everything that you really need, so it's like, whatever. But you're gonna need Revoker 10 at some point. Like, if you got, like, Eclipse or Surge, for example, you're gonna want to put a 6 and a 10 on that. So, obviously, that would be better. You essentially have the same hanger as me, except you replaced the Graviton Panther with a Podgun VOLTI. I don't think that's necessarily bad. I think it could be solid still. Yeah. I mean, like, not a whole lot to say. Obviously, yeah, there's a bit of overspending on the mods, I think, is, like, the major issue there. Otherwise, not, yeah. Not really any major notes on that. You had some good implants as well. I bought the Burnout implant before the season division started? That's funny. That's unfortunate. But hey, you know, free scrap, I guess. Is Nomad the cooler version of Killshot? Yeah, I guess it's cooler. They're both basically like unicycles, so I don't really know why people think that they look cool. I don't think that they look very cool. I think they look really weird and awkward. It's a unicycle, my guy. Like, what are you gooning on? Like, I don't understand. But anyway, should I get Podgun 10 for VOLTI or first Revoker 10 for well, Revoker 10 you could make good use of immediately. Podgun 10, VOLTI's rank 4, so it has 20 energy. It's only 2 energy difference. Like, at that point, what I would say is, like, it's a matter of cost benefit. They both cost essentially the same amount. One of them would increase your effectiveness from 16 energy to 20 energy, or to 18 energy, so it's like very small difference. And then one would increase your effectiveness from 12 to 16, which is a bit more of a difference. But I'd say ultimately at the end of the day, it depends on which one you think needs the damage buff the most. Because like double Revoker 6 is perfectly fine for the most part. So if you don't think that you need a bit more damage output on the Zephyr immediately, go for Podgun first. But if you think that your Podgun 8s do fine, and you're not gonna have it's not gonna be much difference, or maybe your Zephyr's falling behind slightly, to where it takes a bit of damage when you try to EMP things because it doesn't quite have enough damage output. It's just a little bit of a nudge that you're given. It's essentially what you have to look at it as. It's like, don't look at it as a whole new weapon that you're buying. Just look at it as essentially a damage boost to whatever, or a damage buff to whatever mech build that you're using. You hate Nomad like I hate Killshot. Nomad was cancer and corny. It still is. I hate most scouts, I ain't gonna lie to you. Out of the top 5 mechs, 4 of them are scouts. It's pretty absurd. I used to really enjoy Eclipse, but the meta kind of ruined it for me. It's just not fun anymore. I think what really ruined it for me is not so much the fact that everybody uses it. I don't care that everybody uses it. Surge is annoying. I think Surge is annoying because everybody uses it. That's a different story. But for Eclipse, I don't like Eclipse because the game itself constantly forces you to use it. It constantly pushes you on it. Pushes it on you. It's like, oh, hey, all of the bots are using Bastions now. Guess you can't play the game unless you have an Eclipse. Like, dude, chill. I hate the fact that the game is like constantly pushing Eclipse as the only mech that can allow you to play the game. So it's become one of my least favorite mechs over time. But I don't enjoy most scouts. I think most of them are really brain dead. Nomad isn't as bad as it was. True. I actually don't mind Nomad a whole ton. Nomad is probably my favorite dash mech. Like, if I had to choose one, it's probably my favorite. A new game mode where speed mattered less would be nice. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what would that be, though? What would that entail? I think speed is just always relevant. And I don't necessarily think that speed is the problem. I think they just make the scouts... I don't think they make the scouts too fast or they make the game too speed heavy. I think they just make the scouts too powerful. Like, they give them way too much firepower and way too good of abilities. Like they already have the speed buff. Redeemer's pretty good. Yeah. I like it more than I used to, but I think people unnecessarily glaze it. And when people constantly are glazing something that really isn't that good, I tend to not like it as much. It's like Guardian. It's like the most overglazed mech. Like, brother, I literally cannot mention any single mech's ability without somebody being like, it's a Guardian. Like, shut up, dude. Nobody cares about your Guardian. It's paper thin. It's gonna die to everything. You tried to join Discord, but it said the link is expired. Try opening in browser. Like, long press the link and then open in browser if you're on mobile. I think that sometimes creates problems. I've heard that helps. Ares underglazed? Yeah, I don't know, because Ares was really glazed a lot when I was lower SP, but nowadays I feel like people aren't doing it as much. So I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like nowadays it's a little underglazed, but before it was pretty overglazed, so I don't know if it's just a matter of, like, people kind of grew past that point, and it's not really relevant anymore, or if people actually changed their opinion. I don't know. Guardian crutches mods heavily. Yeah, Guardian needs mods in order to be even halfway effective. And even with mods, it's not effective against most things. Like, in most situations. Like, 1v1, sure. If you place Guardian next in front of another mech within 30 meters or whatever, 45 meters if you have the implant. If you place them within range of each other, 1v1, then sure, the Guardian has a pretty decent head start. But that's not a practical game scenario. That's what people don't understand. People always think about Guardian in this weird theoretical, if I'm inside of range, I can system crash you. Like, not only does it fully not matter against Revokers, period, so you're gonna die to anything that has Revoker, doesn't matter what it is. It also is, like, who says you're gonna get that close? Most of the time, you die trying to get that close. What's the name of the other channel? RuFFles Clips, spelled CH. Which I thought was funny. Some people thought it was funny too, so I feel validated. I one-shot a Guardian today. Well, you one-shot a lot of Guardians. Because Guardian's not tanky. It's only even decent if it has mods on. Cam Karu, I'm pretty sure I already agreed to check yours, so I will do yours, and this is going to be the last one. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to be able to get to everybody's. It's just like realistically not going to happen. Yeah, Cam, I got you. I'm pretty sure I already agreed to do yours, so I'm going to do it. I don't want to be a liar. Does System Crash cut off a Stormrack salvo halfway through? Nope. What if they made Revoker have a cooldown to System Crash of like 5 seconds? Then, I mean, like, hallelujah, one mech gets a buff against Revoker, and it's like one of the weakest mechs ever. Like, Outlaw is not even moderately effective against Eclipse or Surge, so I'm not sure. I guess maybe Nomad, but Nomad gets the damage resistance when you System Crash it, so it's, like, not even... I don't think it's really, like, I don't think it would help at all. Like, it's a change that you could make, but I don't think it would do anything. What is the most overglazed mech? Guardian. I already said it's Guardian. Second most overglazed mech is probably Redeemer. Anyway. Outlaw is just anti-Deathwalker. That's all he's good for. Yeah, 100%. That's it. I see long armor, Ryan, bro. Okay. Stormrack looks like 10 and... Actually, kind of looks like 8 and 6 on Zephyr. I don't like Stormrack Zephyr. That's not... I don't think it's going to be good. Revoker 10 and 6 on an unmodded Eclipse. Also not really a good idea. Overdriver, Viper. No pilot on the Viper, Panther. Long Armor Ryan. Okay. Right off the start, I think I have some idea of some things that I would change. But let's see. Yeah, Viper 8. No pilot. That's not great. Any pilot's better than no pilot, because at very least it gives you implant slots, and it gives you HP buff. So, if you have literally any pilot, doesn't matter if it's specialized or not, slap it on. Overdriver 8. Burnout and Duration. Duration is the worst implant for Aegis, probably. So, if you have if there's a different mech that could use duration, I'd probably just put it on that. Oh, another duration. Ember range and revoker damage. Okay, the Ember it's there because you didn't bother taking it off. Rank 3 revoker 6 is wild though. Would not really recommend that. Oh, that is a 10. It's like only tiny bit bigger than the 6, so I just like, to me it didn't look like it was the 10, but okay. So 6 and 10 damage and reload. Epic reload's not going to do a whole lot. It's the legendary one that you really want. The legendary is more than twice as effective as the epic. That's why it's good. So when people say, or when I say specifically, that for Stormrack to be meta, you need the reload implant, I'm specifically talking about the legendary. Not just because it's a good implant, but specifically because the legendary is the one that you need to go for. You know, as opposed to like revoker damage, for example. Like, you know, the difference between an epic revoker damage and a legendary revoker damage is like not that much. But the difference between epic Stormrack reload and legendary Stormrack reload is absolutely massive. So, yeah, not even comparable. Damage and reload. There's no chance that even does decently. I kind of refuse to believe. Like, I have long arms. Did I get them to rank 4? Maybe they were rank 3. I don't know. They're so bad. It's almost no chance. What's that going on in the background? You're just gonna have to deal with that. That's not something I can fix. You got particle beams on Orion as well. Javelin racks on Aegis. Stormax on Guardian. Okay, well that's definitely your best hanger, the one on top there. I don't think there's much reason to check the other one. I can't make that any quieter, by the way, just so we're clear. Like, I have all my windows closed and my doors closed. Just gonna have to deal with it. Stormrack 8, rank 3. 6 and 10, okay. Particle Beam 8, rank 3, that's crazy. 10 and 6, yeah, you could have bought the 6 with credits. It's not really worth buying with it. Anything else? Podgun 10. It's unfortunate. Podgun 10's also credits. Okay. So, what do we got here? So the thing is, like, Revoker Eclipse is good, but it's only good if the Eclipse has mods on it. Otherwise, it's extremely fragile. You're not going to be able to survive long enough to kill anything. For Surge, it's a different story, because Surge is the same thing as Zephyr. Free damage. And so you may as well stack on as much damage output as you possibly can. So Surge does great with Revoker regardless of mods. Eclipse is going to be very fragile. You probably already noticed this, but it's going to die rather quickly. It's going to die rather quickly if you're trying to chase people down and be up in their face, because that entire time you are taking damage. They can't use whatever random abilities on you, and that's fine. That helps you out, but that doesn't negate the damage that you're taking. So you're going to slowly be taking damage that entire time, and there's no real way that you can gain an edge on them. So that's a very risky build before you have mods on your Eclipse, I think. So I'd put the Revokers on Zephyr, honestly. And long arm, I don't know about that one, Chief. Railgun Orion's definitely gonna be better. But if you don't think that you're gonna use Orion very much, then maybe don't. If anything, I'd say probably buy Podgun 8 and put the Podgun on the Zephyr. I'd say Podgun, or did I say Zephyr? Podgun's on the Eclipse. So Podgun Eclipse is going to be really good. It's going to be really good for, especially an unmodded Eclipse. And you're going to be able to get good angles and stuff with that. And it's a decent, like, semi-sustained fire type weapon, but it doesn't really require you to expose yourself. So I think that would probably be the best course of action there. Maybe you should give long arms another shot on free to play. Everyone seems to use them. Everyone? I mean, like, who else is saying that long arm's even decent? I don't really think anybody is. Do you think Revoker Eclipse or Minigun Eclipse is better? Well, I think if you want the meta option, the most effective thing possible, you should probably go with whatever the top competitive players are using. And the top competitive players are all using Revokers. I personally prefer Minigun, because I think if you play it well, then you can do better than a Revoker. Like, you can counter Revoker Eclipses to a certain extent with the Minigun Eclipse. But that's more of a personal preference. So if you just in general, probably Revoker is better, because that's what all the top players use. And I'm certainly not one of the said top players, so I would probably trust their meta judgment over mine. But yeah, even still, like, Revoker Eclipse is top meta, but only if you have decent mods on it to be able to survive somewhat. Long arm is great, he says. Okay, well, maybe at some point I'll end up upgrading mine. I got a lot of stuff to do, though. It's like I saved up my credits for the longest time, and I spent all of them on freaking Howler 8. Because every time something new comes out, I have to make a video on it, because people are going to be asking for a video on it. And I want to be able to try certain things. So, yeah, it's kind of a pain. At some point, maybe, but... Can we do BMP's video after this one? Yeah, sure. Yeah, this is going to be the last one anyway. Yeah, so... This isn't great. 2 assault builds is probably not a great idea. Because they're then fighting for pilots, right? You have 1 epic assault, or 1 rare assault pilot, and 2 assault builds, so it's, yeah, they're going to be fighting, they're going to be kind of fighting each other for that pilot, and that's not going to be ideal. I put the Revokers on the Zephyr. I put the Stormrex. Did you have the... Well, you had the epic reload, I recall. 10 and 6. That'd get you to... potentially just enough time to... I think that would potentially get you just about enough time to put on Aegis if they wanted to do that. Alternatively, you could put the Stormrex on Orion. I think the reload time and the ability cooldown would be fairly even in that case, if you wanted to do that, but I think Railgun's better. So if you would decide to get Railgun for Orion, then you could put the Stormrex on, like, Aegis, I think. And then you could put the Overdriver or whatever assault thing that you want to do for Panther. You could use the pilot for that. The rare pilot for them. And then, yeah, I think you should probably put Podgun 8s on Eclipse. At least until you can get it to rank 6 and get mods for it. Can I do your video after BMP's? What is it? Like, is it a video worth reacting to? Is it possible to have competitive players to come on stream? Or you include their battles with detailed explanation on how they play? I mean, I know Platinum, so, like, and we plan to do a video together at some point. I am not, like, a gameplay expert, and there's a very good reason that I don't, like, talk about gameplay a whole lot, because I don't think I'm personally very good at the game in terms of, like, gameplay skill level. So I'm not fantastic. I'm really good at, like, optimizing stuff. I know a lot about numbers and a lot of details about different things. But in terms of, like, gameplay and stuff like that, I'm not really the go-to guy for that, I don't think. So I wouldn't really be able to talk too much about it. You could ask Platinum if he wants to do something like that, but otherwise, yeah. I mean, if you want, like, top meta advice, I know for the, like, as far as I'm aware, I know what the top meta stuff is. Like, I mean, like I said, like, I prefer Minigun Eclipse rather than Revoker Eclipse, but I know that Revoker Eclipse is more meta. So like just because I don't use it doesn't mean that I don't know about it. Like I know that Revoker is more meta, so I'm going to recommend most people to go for that if that's on the table. So it's a video about weapons on Aegis. As in, like, the best weapons on Aegis? Like, your top 3 weapons on Aegis, or what? What's up with that? Showed it, Nightbot. You have to go. Alright. Take care. What should you get first in tier 6? Which weapon? That's up to you. Probably Stormrack 10. It's fine. You don't have to look. If you want me to do it, I don't want to like it. Like it doesn't have to be a back and forth 30-minute ordeal. Like if it's a good video to react, it's the same thing with like BMP's video, right? It's not so much the fact that it's like, oh, I don't like this guy and I like BMP. It's not so much about that. It's the fact that BMP's making videos that are like reviews and he's talking about certain topics that are interesting. BMP's video about like VOLTI in Hangar Showdown. I'm not gonna react to that one. That's not worth reacting to. Like it's probably a good video, but it's just like it doesn't make sense to react to it. You know what I'm saying? So there's just certain things that I would talk about, certain things that I wouldn't talk about. Like if you're like giving advice on something, then I can weigh in and be like whatever and say whatever. But if it's like you having some crazy match or whatever, then it's like, what am I gonna say? Like, oh, that's crazy. Like there's nothing much for me to say, so there's no real reason for me to react to it, essentially. Would you be releasing a video on implants soon? Soon, probably not. I'm working on, slowly but surely, working on a video that's like a full guide to implants, like literally everything, including like the best implants for every single mech and every single weapon, and like certain details about certain implants that you probably didn't know about. The most cost-effective way to like get implant parts, certain implant levels that are good or bad. There are certain implants at certain levels are actually actively worse than if you just didn't have the implant at all. So I'll be going over all of those details along with like, good free-to-play options, different things for all of this. Like pretty much the goal is to go through everything that I know about implants, just period. And so yeah, it's gonna be good and it's gonna be helpful, but it is also gonna take a stupid long time. It's a 6-minute video on all the non-legendary weapons I own on my free-to-play account. Okay, well in that case it's probably not gonna be relevant to most people. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not saying it's a bad video. It's like BMP's like I mentioned BMP's video on like, he used I think VOLTI in Hangar Showdown. It's probably a good video, but like it's not one that's probably gonna be worth reacting to. But if you make one, like if anybody makes one, like feel free to let me know. You could like DM me and ask me to do that, and I'll probably do it. It'll get more views with time. Yeah, that's essentially the idea, was to make a video that's just something that people would want to come back to. something that, like, 2 years down the line would still be relevant for the most part. What weapon does better against mods, Graviton or Overdriver? Overdriver. Should implants ever be bought with Acorns as a free-to-play player? Yeah. There's a point. It's a matter of whether or not your Acorns would be better spent elsewhere. Overdriver or Railgun? Why am I skipping your comments? Because neither one's better than the other. It depends on what mech you're using it on. You thought it might help for what people could use on them. No, I don't blame you for making the video. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have made the video. Nightbot's a clanker. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. Anyway, okay. So, we're done with hanger reviews. I'm not doing that anymore. Let's go with... Let's start off with BMP's video, and if there's another one that you'd rather, then we could do that. Let's go with this. Okay. Let's pin that. Will take like 2 minutes and I'll be right back, okay? So if you don't really care what I have to say about it, then yeah, you could just watch his video. Or if you just would rather, watch BMP's video and then watch mine after or something like that. Go for it, bro. Go for it. But I'll probably be like pausing the video a lot and giving my take on certain things because that's why we're doing it. So if you don't care too much about that, just use the link, watch BMP's video, and probably for the most part I'll agree with most of what he says because he's he knows a bit about the game too. But yeah, I'll be back. I should probably try to find some way to, like... It's probably like a noise reduction filter for my mic. Let's see if I can find one. I feel like I tried that before, but it didn't really work out so well. How does that sound? Does it sound any different? Probably sounds a bit different. Any of you don't know how competitive play works? Like, what do you mean? Like, how do people play, like, clan battles or whatever? They just load into a custom match. You just have 5 people agree to fight each other at the same time. They join with, like, a... Sounds same to you? Okay. Would I watch the video off stream then? Sure, DM it to me. Yeah. Just this one, though. I don't necessarily want to be in the business of being, like, someone's personal YouTube coach. Because, like, first off, I'm not even that experienced, so, like, you really shouldn't be taking YouTube advice from me. And, second off, like, I'm worrying about my own stuff, so... Okay. Let's try this. Okay. So... I'm gonna need to... I'm gonna mute the music. Don't need that. I will change this, which is the Discord source. I'm just gonna change this to triangular, this one. Okay. Plarium Play DM? Send a link through Plarium Play DM? No. Through Discord. Oh, you don't have Discord. Yeah, sure, whatever. However you want to DM it to me. If you're gonna hate against Killshot, I'm going to hate on Nomad. Go ahead, both of them suck. I don't know why people... You ain't very smart if you think that just because... The reason that I don't like it is simply because it's not meta, brother. I very much dislike most things that are meta. They're cringe as hell. They're lame. They're no brain. Zero skill. I'll give people advice on how to get there because that's what they want. And I understand why people like, because it's really expensive, right? I'll use it if I'm trying to play competitively, but it, like, doesn't mean I enjoy it. Like, screw both of them. Yeah, go ahead. Anyway, BMP's video. Then why don't you like Killshot? Because it's dumb. Need I say more? And there's also... There's no other mech that I could possibly be hating on where people would be this upset. And that's a large part of the reason. Is because, for whatever reason, this one mech, Killshot is the one mech that you're not allowed to hate on. You're not allowed to dislike it. Because if you dislike it, then everybody gets all upsetty spaghetti. Guess what? I can have my own preferences. Rage baiting? Yeah, pretty much. It gets people every time, dude. Does it or does it not work? It works. It works. It, without fail, somebody crashes out that I don't like this one mech that they decide that they like, and that they decide that I'm not allowed to dislike. They can suck it up, bro. Trying Howler 8, is it worth it? This video from BMP. Alright. The link is pinned at the top.
Today, all of the howlers have been added to the gear.
That's not very loud. Can you hear him?
Hub for in-game currency. So I'm back on my free-to-play account. We're going to test out the Howler 8s here. I'm going to replace them with what I had my Revokers. I had my Revokers on Surge, so I'm going to replace these, put them on there, and see how good they can actually be. Like, are these weapons actually worth it? Alright, so here is my dual Howler 8.
I think that Howler's objectively worse than Revoker on anything that's Revoker based. So like obviously it's not going to do great on, or it could do decent, but it would obviously do worse than Revoker, right? But on something like even just like Lancer, for example, I actually think Howler Lancer makes kind of makes some sense, and Revoker or at least more sense than Revoker does, because Lancer doesn't want to be up in people's faces. It can get close relatively quickly, but it doesn't necessarily want to be up in your face. And Howler at the end of the day can do decent like burst damage for a couple seconds, and then you can get out of there. That's not too bad, honestly. I think potentially it makes sense on something like a Lancer, but or at least more sense than Revoker does.
Surge, let's take it into a battle and see how it can do. Alright, here we go. First game with the Howler 8s. I am excited to see how these can do. Now, obviously, these are legendary close quarters weapons, so they are in direct competition with the Revoker.
Yeah, and because they're in direct competition with Revoker, that means that you really shouldn't even entertain the possibility of putting them on a designated Revoker mech like Surge or Zephyr, right? Something like Eclipse even, which the downside of Revoker Eclipse is that you have to chase people down, and sometimes it takes a bit of time to like actually chase people down with that. Because Eclipse is fast, but it, for every second that you're trying to close distance, you're taking damage. A dash mech is clearly better. EMP is a really useful status effect because it's free damage. And yeah, so like even on an Eclipse, I think it would have made more sense to test it on Eclipse.
Which is not a good thing for them since Revoker is extremely strong. It is better than them, right? Yeah. If you can get your hands on Revokers, you're definitely going to want to use that over them.
Let's be real though, if they released an epic, well actually no, perfect example, they did release an epic weapon. What am I even talking about? Fuse Mortar. Who even remembers that Fuse Mortar's free to play now? Nobody, because nobody cares. Because it's not legendary, it's not that good. By definition, lower tier stuff is just not as good, so why even care about it? You're not going to care about it. You think that you would, but you don't. And you know that you wouldn't. Redeemer's the most underrated mech. Well, that's your opinion.
Yes, but because this, specifically this, the Howler 8, is for credits, that gives it some inherent value, right? Because it's, like, cheaper to get. Wow, this Orion just destroyed me. But you can see, like...
He says that, but here's the thing, is that Revoker 6s would do better than double Howler 8s, and they're cheaper. So Revoker 6s are 600,000 credits, I believe. Whereas Howler 8s are like 800 something. 827,500, if I'm not mistaken, is the number that I put in the title of my video. So, yeah, it's not really true. He says technically it's true than a 16 energy Revoker build, but it's not technically true in terms of performance.
That damage isn't that bad, right? The thing with this weapon is that its damage per shot is actually pretty decent, but it struggles against, like, ML layers, because as you can see, we only have 4 shots in each magazine, so that's only 8 ML layers I could possibly take out. This weapon also has, like, the range of the shotgun, the normal shotgun, which is actually quite good.
It's the same range as Revoker. It's 39 meters. Actually, no, wait. Normal shotgun doesn't have 39 meters. Normal shotgun has 32, doesn't it? And then fragment gun has like 29. We're talking base range. Am I tripping? I feel like that's true. So it's the same range as Revoker either way. It's 39 meters. But anyway, the thing with Howler is like, yeah, it does a lot of it does some solid like per shot damage. It's actually very solid. In fact, back in the day before mods were a thing, the top close quarters weapon was not Ember Gun, it was Railgun. which is a sniper weapon. If Howler didn't exist back then, but if it did, I believe that it could have been a relatively meta weapon. Maybe not better than Railgun because it still did less damage per shot, and it probably wouldn't have one-tapped as many things, but it would have been very, very, very solid. Railgun isn't close quarters, but it was used in close combat. It was the best weapon for close range combat because it would one-tap things, stupid amounts of damage per shot, and if you happen to miss a shot, you get multiple. The sniper meta was EM rifle for range, railgun for close range. So just because it's not classified as a close quarters weapon does not mean that it was not effective. Is the most effective close range weapon, the most effective weapon at close range, I should say. But yeah, so anyway, if mods didn't exist when Howler came out, I think Howler could have been a very, very meta-worthy weapon. But as it is right now, the mod layers just really chew it really takes the effectiveness. What's the word I'm looking for? It's not effectiveness. It just really kills it. Like, that's really it.
Max is out at, I think I have like a 39 meter range right now, which is, yeah, that's pretty solid range. Let's see if we can get the player here. Perfect. Just wrap around, ignore his mod shield, and then I can take him out pretty easily. So we're doing over 30,000 damage per shot if I do back damage, which is not too bad. Okay, there we go. We're going to get taken out, but that's alright. You can see there, like, it was pretty good with Surge, especially, like, I can assassinate a lot of enemies.
Yeah, but he could have done it. He could have done it with really anything. Like, I mean, Fragment Gun does better. Fragment Gun has 50% more ammo, and it only does, like, a fraction less damage. So if you're actually getting close to people like he was with Howler, if you're actually using it in really, really close proximity, like, you know, we're talking like 10 meters, which is what he was doing with Surge, obviously, because that's how Surge works, is you dash in close, and then you EMP them, and then you kill them while they're stuck. So if you're actually using it like that, Fragment Gun just makes more sense. So the benefit of Howlers is that you have better effective range, and you have to try to take advantage of that effective range if you want to really give it a fair review. I think if you want to give it the best chance possible, you would give it a fair chance. But he is correct in the sense that like, you know, compared to like Revoker, it deals decent damage, but it's just clearly worse. And for most situations, anything that's inside Howler range is also inside Revoker range. So, like, at the end of the day, it kind of doesn't matter whether or not it loses less damage. It still pretty much has the same effective range.
So yeah, I would say that this thing has...
Fragment Gun's better than Arc Torrent. Why is it rare? Well, I mean, I don't know. Hellfire is worse than most things. Why is it legendary? I mean, don't ask me.
39 meters of range because you're getting at rank 5, so that's pretty good. That's pretty good range. I don't think you need to run like a Howler range implant. I honestly don't even know if there's one because I don't use it. I don't have it on this account, and
I disagree with them fully. If you're gonna get Howler, then in order to make it even moderately decent, you need to be able to use it at its strengths. And the strength is that it has better effective range. There is a range implant. You can get I believe 50% with a legendary, max legendary. Which is the same thing that Revoker will get, obviously, right? So Revoker and Howler both have the same maximum range, but Revoker does way less damage at that range because, like, it takes a really long time for the bolt to fire and come back. Right? So it really kills the RPM. So Howler ideally is used at as far range as possible. That's what I think. So yeah. If you're gonna try to use it, I'd try to, you know, get a range implant. Range implant's probably more important than the reload implant. What do you think will cause Revoker to not be meta? They'd have to like, without straight up nerfing Revoker, they'd have to release something that does probably the same or similar damage, but has a lot better effective range. I think that's the only thing that would really kill it.
Use it on my main account. Like, it just doesn't feel very necessary to me. the thing you're going to want to do is use a stun mech. So if you have a Surge, Surge is probably the best option for this, but I'm stunning the enemy, then hitting them from behind to make sure I fully take them out. So as long
I mean, like, technically, but that's like saying that your best use of Arc Torrent is on Surge, because by EMPing them, you get free damage. And during that free damage time, you can use the Arc Torrent to kill them. It's like, yeah, that's technically true, but then every weapon is technically best used with a Surge. And you obviously don't have a full hanger of Surges. So I think if you're gonna use Howler, then you should not even attempt to use it similar to the way that you'd use your Evoker, because it's just not equivalent, even remotely. You should probably try to use it on something that's well, with as much range in mind as possible. Arc Torrent is good on Surge. I mean, like I said, technically speaking, yes, but for the most part, no. Like, you're making your Surge worse than it otherwise could. Like, you're making your Surge unnecessarily bad just for the sake of making your Arc Torrent a bit better. Like, it's not comparable. You're essentially trying to replace Revoker with Arc Torrent, and it's not like it's not the same, and it's not worth doing either. So like, if you're trying, like I said, technically, every weapon is best used when the enemy is under the EMP status effect. Name me a weapon that doesn't do better if the enemy straight up can't move. Like, everything does better that way, obviously. Obviously, everything's easier to kill when it can't move, when it can't fight back. So there's it's not really the question then, right? It's not really a question of would it work better if I used it on Surge. The question at that point is then, is it worth using on Surge? Does it provide any type of value above that of what I already have, being a Revoker? And the answer is obviously no. So if you have Howler, then I don't think you should use it. I don't think you should use it on Surge. I don't think you should use it on Zephyr. I don't think you should bother putting it on an EMP mech at all. I'd say, like, I mean, Lancer was a decent one that I found if you have a Max Lancer, but otherwise, like, maybe some type of like pseudo brawler mech like Aegis does reasonably well at that at this SP with Howler.
as Howler isn't fighting against mods, like ML mods, it's honestly going to do fine. Even a blockade mod, because with a blockade, if you stun them, you can just move around behind them and bypass the blockade, because blockade only covers the front of an enemy mech.
Sure.
And at my level, I'm at 6k SP. If you guys are even lower, like, these are a pretty good option as an alternative for Revokers. Let me make it clear, like, these weapons aren't good to invest in. They're not good in the long term, but they're okay if you need an alternative for Revokers. I mean, you can see, I'm basically able to one-clip every enemy mech that I come across here.
I disagree, because again, he's giving the premise of an alternative to Revoker. I think Howler could theoretically have a place in some people's hangar, but if you're using it as a replacement for Revoker, let's say on Surge, we're gonna go on. I'm gonna go out on a limb. Let's just pretend that you have your Revokers on like Eclipse or something. You know, like your Revokers are being used, so Revokers aren't an option for you, and you need to find a better and you need to find a decent close quarters weapon to replace it, because Revokers just simply aren't an option for you at the moment. In that case, once again, Fragment Gun is better. 50% more ammo. I think it has less reload time, and it deals a tiny fraction amount less damage per shot. What you pay for it is that you have significantly less effective range, but again, you are a Surge, you are closing the distance immediately, and you're using it at like 10 meters at most, so you're going to deal maximum damage regardless. Fragment Gun is a better option. So you know, if you got Howler and you really want to make good use of it, I don't think Surge is the play. I don't think Surge is the play. I guess no matter how old Surge is, he'll still be meta. I mean, maybe. Unless they nerfed it. I don't really see Surge exiting the meta unless they, like, straight up specifically nerfed it.
This guy probably has Revokers. Let's go get him. This is the enemy player. Yes, he does. Gotcha, buddy. Nice. Howler defeats Revokers. So yeah, I wouldn't upgrade these, like, right? Don't get any of the 6, the 10, or the 12. Those are all for A coins. Definitely not worth it. You can see here we have 39 meter range. It's pretty serviceable, right? We don't really need like a ton of range to succeed here.
But that's where Howler did better than Revoker. Like at that range, Revoker would be very inconvenient. So it's probably, in my opinion, it's best to keep it at a range like that.
Dominating on this map, that's honestly not bad. Like, I'm not going to replace my Revokers with this, of course.
Obviously.
I hope that you all know that that would be a bad idea for my hanger, but I think that if you need an alternative, right, make sure to get the Revokers first, too. Don't buy these before you buy Revokers, because...
Even still, like, Ember Gun. And I was mentioning Fragment Gun, but Ember Gun would be better than both of them, right? Like, Ember Gun as a close quarters weapon on Surge specifically. Ember Gun makes more sense. Like, if you're using it at that range, you may as well be using something that does better at that range. Even if it's not Revoker, it could be something else. There's other weapons that just do better. So, yeah, I don't know. I agree with him in the sense that obviously it's not better than Revoker. He knows that. And I agree with him in the sense that if you want Howler to do well, it's probably going to do best on Surge. But I feel like that's only true by a technicality, because technically everything does better when it's on Surge. Like, except for maybe, I don't know, Rocket Mortar or something, because Rocket Mortar requires you to be at a certain range in order to even fire it. That's like maybe the only exception. Javelin, Helix Rack. Those are some of the only exceptions, but everything's easier to kill when it's under the MP status effect, so that's like not really a question, right? So yeah, no. If I was gonna recommend a mech for Howler, I don't really know what I'd say. I mean, I made my own video and I said that Aegis and Lancer both did decent, which they did. But, you know, is that they're going to be the best mech for it? Probably not. I don't know. You also get Frag Gun Legendary Implant for cheap. That's true, too. Yeah. At that point, I'm not sure which one would be better, Fragment Gun or Ember Gun. But even still.
They're just not better, right? But they can work if, let's say, you have a Surge and you have a Surge and a Nomad. You put your Revoker 10 and your Revoker 6, which are both for credits. You put those on your Nomad, and then on your...
See, this was the thought experiment that we did earlier. We made the assumption, okay, let's say that your Revokers are predisposed and you have them on something else. That's a fair argument to make, because, you know, maybe you don't. Like, multiple mechs do really, really good with Revoker. Fair enough. At that point, though, like, is Howler a decent option for your Surge? I don't think so. No, I think Fragment Gun's better. I think Ember Gun's better. If you're going to choose one, I'd probably go Ember Gun, but, you know, Fragment Gun is still better and way cheaper than Howler is. So, yeah, like, I don't think it's really close. I don't think that there's much comparison there, and I don't think it really needs mentioning. So I think he's a little bit too focused, and he did mention that he doesn't use the range implant, and that's probably why. He thinks that it's basically just a question of close quarters combat. You shouldn't be using Howler at close quarters as much as you can help it. Like, it's a close quarters weapon, obviously, but you want to have as much range as you freaking can, because that is essentially the benefit that it has. Like, that's the one thing that it has on any other close quarters weapon, is that it has decent effective range. And so clearly he just, you know, he hasn't tried the range implant, so he doesn't really know. But I think his mind is kind of in the wrong spot. He's thinking about it the wrong way, I think.
Surge, you just put the Howler 8s until you can get like dual copies of both of those and more Revoker implants. That's another thing. You might not have dual Revoker implants immediately right away. Also, for the implants for this weapon, like I said before, you don't really need a range implant because you're going to get a 39 meter range on these, which is pretty solid. And then also, I would use... You have to use the damage implant, and you have to use the reload implant, which is what I have. I have the best damage and reload implant I have. So if you...
No, you don't need a reload implant. Because if you're not going to brawl with it, look at what he's doing, too. He's engaging one enemy at a time. He's engaging one enemy at a time, killing that one enemy, and then backing off. And that's probably how you should do it. But at that point, if he kills them with one mag, he doesn't need reload. He needs range. He can get better effective kills if he has more range. So that's what I would do personally. If you could only choose two, I'd go with damage and range over reload.
Plan to use these longer term, I would only use the Howler 8s, by the way. I guess if you really want to use the 16 plus 8, but definitely don't, like, upgrade these weapons. Don't, like, upgrade legendary implants to max level or anything. Like, I want to make it clear, like, I'm recommending these in case you need another option. They are not actually good weapons, and they suck against mods, so once you get later into the game, they're just going to be bad. But, if you need a second option, I feel like these could be pretty good. Now, here's the thing. I want to test these in Hangar Showdown, because in Hangar Showdown in my league, nobody could even use mods. So, I'm actually curious how good these will be. I think these might actually be, like, really good. I'm not sure, but... Oh, here we go. We're going to go down. So, let's just go test these in Hangar Showdown. I really want to see how they can do. 9 kills and 3 beacons on a long-range sniper map with them, by the way. Alright, I'm up against a Revoker Eclipse and Stormwrack Bastion. Here we go.
Still on Surge, I probably wouldn't.
I'm going to be careful.
What does he have his Revokers on?
3 beacons on a long-range sniper map with them.
Well, that's not his Hangar Showdown.
Alright, I'm up against a Revoker Eclipse and Stormwrack Bastion. Here we go.
Depending on what he has his Revokers on.
The Eclipse is over here. I'm going to be careful.
I still think it's kind of a waste.
Okay, this Bastion's cracked, so I'm just going to stun him, take him out, and then we just need to use these to help our teammate get the kill here. I did good damage. Yeah, he should be able to get him. Yeah. I mean, that feels like they're not that bad, right? Like, obviously the damage is lower than Revokers, but it's not so much.
So he's just straight up not using it. He's just straight up not using it. Here's what I would do. Howler 8s on Aegis. He has Railgun 8s on it at the moment. Howler works in a very similar way, except you get more damage output per magazine, and you don't have an, like, eternity and a half reload time. Which, you guys can't see it. He has Railgun 8s on Aegis. Whoopsie. So, yeah. I would go back to the Revokers on Surge, because obviously that makes sense. Nobody's going to not use Revoker on Surge. But the thing is, like, oh, you know, how do you make the best use out of your Howlers at that point? I'd say Aegis actually makes sense. And it could potentially do better than what it currently has.
Lower. Alright, here we go. We have an Orion teammate up against a Panther plus an Aegis. I'm kind of scared of that Panther. He's going to have some crazy radius, I think. Which, this is not him. Yeah, this is him. I'm going to take care of him first. He might not know I have a 60-meter dash. Nice, he fully missed as well. Yeah, there. Especially in Hangar Showdown where our weapons get maxed out, we're just going to destroy everyone. I don't think there's any mech that could, like, take this without an ability going or something. Like, just on pure HP. Good job, teammate.
I think that you just could from the
front,
yeah,
these weapons, the damage feels, like, very reasonable. Look, my teammates also bought the Howler. He got the Howlers on release day. He's got the Howler 16. That one...
He has a Howler 16. My guess is he bought it at low rank.
One's also for credits, in case you missed it earlier. I believe I said it. We are up against a Seeker plus an Outlaw.
I doubt that this guy with
going to be a problem. Seeker's here. Got you, dude. I got you. We can one-shot a Seeker. That's pretty nice, right? That's what you want to see. I mean, Surge and Zephyr there are really good for that. All right, I might be cooked. I gotta watch for the disruptors. I need to split for my teammates. See, so you can only get one of us at a time.
I never thought about using it in Hangar Showdown.
He fired.
In my video.
So he's gonna have to choose who he wants to take out.
I should have.
Good job. And then I stun him. Perfectly played by my teammate. And our Howlers are enough damage.
Yeah. Also, like, one little note that I have to make. Nothing that he said. But,
and then I stun him.
One of the perks of Howler is that it goes through enemies. And this is another reason as to why you shouldn't be this close. You see the way that these are spreading because your weapons automatically angle inward toward the enemy that's close by. It's going to automatically spread these weapon projectiles. They'll pass through the enemy, but they'll automatically spread apart. And so anyone that's directly behind them, they're not going to be affected at all. So being as far back as possible ensures that your projectiles are firing as straight as possible, as straight toward the enemy. And so they're always angled in slightly, but they'll overlap just like a really small amount. And so they'll only pass across each other a little bit for enemies that are right behind them, so that you could actually get multiple kills that way a bit easier, or at least get damage on multiple enemies a bit easier from as far range as you can really manage, to be honest.
Played by my teammate. And our Howler.
Howler on Seeker may be a good choice. I mean, the issue again is multi-layered mods. I mean, a Seeker doesn't necessarily jump on enemies with multi-layered mods, so could be. That's not necessarily the worst choice, I think. You might be right. But we're talking like max level, right? I clearly don't have like a rank 4 Seeker. If I did, then I would
Are enough damage, plenty of damage. Even I think they're more damage than Hanger Shutdown. These feel very reasonable if you're in a lower league at least. Let's go. We got the same teammate with the same Howler Zephyr. That's so funny. Let's go, dude.
Gemini Salver, dude.
Howlers. Oh no. Oh, they got a Gemini guy on me.
And
Alright, I'm gonna have to get close to both of these guys are kind of counters for me. This guy right here is a Blockhorn, and then this guy has Gemini, which is annoying. Shoot him. You gotta look where the Gemini is coming from, and then you can kind of dodge it. But here we can go under him. So, oh, we got one-shotted by him. No.
Gemini's
no, my Howler teammate. No, he got both of us. Well, Howler around. Alright, we got the same teammate again. Nice. We've won the last two, so hopefully we can win this one as well. We have a Lacewing with us on the enemy team.
I still think
so
like, it just
that could be a little bit of a problem. Pod
Lacewing. You should just put Revoker on Search. Like, I
at
understand
me.
the
Ooh,
theoretical
yeah.
if your Revokers were otherwise predisposed, but like there is no better mech for Revoker than Surge. It just doesn't exist. Like, if you, even in the hypothetical scenario that he presented, which was Nomad would be, you'd be better off putting Revoker on Surge and Ember Gun on Nomad, because Ember Gun would increase the amount of ability damage that Nomad deals. Excuse me. So like it damn it. Every time I sneeze, I have to sneeze 3 times. Anyway. Well, I swear every time, like, you cannot, there's no such thing as sneezing once. It just doesn't exist. But yeah, so like what I was saying, if you have Revoker, if you own Revoker, there's no better mech to put it on than Surge. It's just like it just doesn't exist. So I don't think there's really any point in making a theoretical argument about what if you have your Revokers on something else. I don't think it really makes a lot of sense. But even if you did, it just doesn't, like, it. Even if you did make that argument, Howler wouldn't even be the second best weapon that you could choose. Like, Ember Gun would be better, and it's cheaper. Fragment Gun would be better, and it's even cheaper. So like it doesn't make sense. I wouldn't do it. So I think he's focusing a little bit too much on the close quarters aspect of it.
A little low on HP.
Which I think is the weakest aspect of it.
Get him, and I just want to cut off the line of sight. There we go. We fully one-clipped him. My damage was a little low there, though, because I wasn't getting back damage. I need to quickly kill him. And then we got this one as well. GG, dude. Nice. Yeah, the Howlers seem pretty decent for Hanger Shutdown. I am using them on Surge, just remember that, with the legendary pilot.
So put his Howlers on Aegis, because he has a Railgun Aegis. Right? He has that Railgun Aegis. It just doesn't make sense.
Yours might be a little weaker, but they definitely seem like viable, at least in the lower leagues where there are no mods allowed. That's not the Howler. Use the Hemlock. Oh no. Okay, I have to stick with him. Oh wait, I don't know. I need to snipe the Surge. Right,
see, now he's using this build that I was specifically talking about. I wonder if he actually mentions that maybe it would be good on that.
Cover. Okay, this is the Surge. He's on us. Good job. I just have to focus this guy.
He almost didn't kill him, bro.
No.
See, now he has to reload.
I believe.
What did I say? He could have got more damage output, and he could have had a faster reload if he had Howlers instead of the Railguns. And he didn't need the Railgun range. He didn't need the range that Railgun gave. He didn't. I don't think he ever even really shot at range. Or maybe he did. Maybe he shot the Surge one time. But even still, it's like, you know, I don't know. I feel like...
I believe in the Howler. Yes, the Howler beat Revoker Surge. Let's go. Yes. Alright, so that was me testing out the Howler 8s on my Surge. Overall, they seem pretty decent. Obviously, worse than the Revoker. Also, there's a Howler 8 crate rush today, so don't ever spin this. Please don't spin this. It's a complete waste of acorns. Just don't.
Spending
But yeah,
acorns on a weapon
I would
that
only
you
recommend
could've
you
got
get
for
these if you
credits.
really need another close quarters build, or obviously you want to get the
Game
Howlers for
tactics.
fun. They are not better than Revoker. They're probably not better than Ember Gun even. I don't know. I haven't tested, but because of the against mods, basically these weapons are bad. So don't invest into them. Don't buy any of the ones for acorns, but you can get, especially the 8s or the 8+16 if you really want.
If you're going to use it as a close range brawler type weapon, Ember Gun's going to be better, even if mods aren't involved, because like Ember Gun just has no reload time. It doesn't have to worry about it. Howler has a definitive maximum damage output before it has to reload, and if you're in a close quarters brawl situation and you have to reload halfway through that, you're dead. It's just GG. There's no chance. So, yeah, I don't think it's really worth even comparing them. You kind of can't. You can't use them in the same situations. Is the thing that I'm trying to say.
Mostly for fun, but could be kind of like as a secondary close quarters build if you have, especially for Surge or Zephyr probably. But yeah, overall my recommendation, do not get this weapon. It's not very good. But
and it's the same thing that I've been saying, same thing with like Stormrack, right? Because the EMP effect just gives you free damage. Why would you limit yourself? Why would you have a mech that allows you to get free damage, but then limit that free damage with a weapon that has an extremely short magazine size, like a very small magazine that has very limited damage output in a certain amount within a certain amount of time. He can fully mag dump on somebody during a surge duration, and if he doesn't kill them, he's just hosed. Like there's nothing he can do about it, right? And that's not a thing that you should. That's not a thing that you should accept. Like I mentioned, Fragment Gun would be better, but Ember Gun was probably the most ideal as a replacement for Surge, for Revoker Surge, simply because, you know, you don't have to worry about, in the event that you don't kill them as quickly as you intended to, it's just a matter of 1 or 2 extra shots, which you can afford to do, because you have that really, really short reload time. Howler doesn't have that really short reload time, so it's like, it's the same reason that I say don't use Stormrack on something like a Zephyr or a Surge, because it's a free damage mech. It's a free damage ability. And there's no reason to be using a weapon that has extreme, like, very specifically limited damage output. So, yeah, that's what I would say about that. Something like probably Aegis is like one of the better ones, I'm not even gonna lie. Because the Aegis, the thing with it is that, and look at what he's using on it too. He's using double Stormrack 6s on his Aegis. I wonder if he has the 2 reload implants. If he has a legendary reload implant on this, then that's going to be really good. But if he doesn't, then honestly, I think, and BMP, if you're watching this, I think your Howlers or 8s would probably do better on your Aegis than these double Stormrack 6s would if there's no reload implant on this. Because it's still limited damage output, but you have a bit more brawling capability. And it's good damage per shot, and, you know, obviously Aegis is not a fast mech, so it can, you know, it doesn't necessarily need to be close. Can't get close super quickly. But yeah, it's definitely not a Revoker substitute on anything. Anything that would be good with Revoker isn't probably should not be used with Howler.
But you've seen today, it can do decent, and in those Hangar Showdown lower leagues where there's no mods, it's probably fine, honestly. So yeah, if you guys did enjoy, if this video was helpful, please drop a like, subscribe if you want to see more videos like this. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one.
Here it is again. BMP's video. I don't know what his membership offers, but might be good stuff, I don't know. But good. This is like the 3rd or 4th video that we've watched from BMP. He's got some good takes, he's got some less good takes, but it's not, I guess, less so that I disagree with him, more so it's just that I think there are certain things that should be said, or like certain perspectives that I have. But yeah, no, go ahead and watch that yourself. If you missed any part of it, go ahead and watch it yourself. There's the link in the pinned message there. Go ahead and give his video a like. Go ahead and subscribe to BMP, because I don't react to all of BMP's videos, by the way. So, you know, head over to his channel. Go watch his videos yourself. I will react to. I'll continue to react to some of them so long as it's not taking any views away from him. But yeah, like you know, there's certain ones. If you're not subscribed to him, then there's some that you're gonna miss. So go ahead and do that. Anyway, anyway, I think that's where we're gonna call it. I think that's where we're gonna call it. TLDR, Howler is not particularly great, but I do think if you're gonna try to use it, you should try to use it at as far a range as you possibly can. What's my favorite Mech Arena YouTuber that's not me? One that's active? I can't say. Okay, look, Scape would be a cop out. He doesn't upload anymore. Sentry also doesn't upload anymore. I would have to say probably BMP. Yeah. I think BMP does good stuff. I think he does good stuff. He makes similar videos to mine. He does, you know, he doesn't always say the same things that I would. And he says some things that I disagree with, but then again, you know, I say some things that he probably disagrees with. So it's like who is right? You can decide for yourself. But yeah, no, I think he covers good topics. I think he gives decent detail on things. Pretty much everybody. I mean, like realistically, pretty much everybody else is just like random gameplay with no commentary. Like the bulk majority of other creators. Which is like, sure, do what you want, but sort of unfortunate that there's so few. Did I end up getting VOLTI? No, I only spun it one time. I'll probably... what I might end up doing is I might grind the tokens off stream and then, like, maybe tomorrow or something. I might grind the tokens off stream and then just spend them on the next stream that I do. Red does commentary. Red is essentially like Sentry. He doesn't upload, dude. But no, actually, he doesn't do commentary most of the time. His intros have some commentary, but that's it. His for the most part, it's just gameplay with music. I don't think he really. I don't think he ever really talks about whether or not he thinks a thing is good. Like when something new comes out and it's on the test server, for example, he'll talk about what it does sometimes. So like he'll explain what it does. And you know, his intros are good. I like his intros and stuff, and all that. But I don't think he ever really talks about his thoughts on it. And he just kind of explains what it does, and then he has he plays a match with it, and then that's it. Do you know AB404 and Cobb? I was in Cobb's video and won a giveaway from AB404. That's good for you. Yeah, I know both of them, obviously. Red upload schedule implant. Yeah, rarest implant in the game. Trying to become a commentary creator. Well, I mean, yeah, good luck. Anyway, yeah, I think that's gonna be it for today. If you're grinding for tokens tomorrow, invite me if I'm online. More than likely, I'll play solo because I need like MVPs and stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. We'll see. But yeah, I don't think there's much else to say. Yeah, I don't really think so. I think that, yeah, that's about it. That's about it. Oh yeah, like when I get around to it anyway, I'll upload the, like for people who weren't here during the hangar reviews thing, I'll upload that section of the stream to the clips channel, and you can watch that back if you want to. And I'll also BMP's video, obviously, I'll do that as well. Otherwise, like, yeah, I don't really have any plans or anything. Don't really have any plans. So, yeah, that's gonna be it for me. Appreciate y'all. Take care.